NZNT, Chapter 1. In a small forest near Konoha, two young boys were engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. The sounds of their clashing fists echoed through the trees. Though young, both boys were clearly skilled in taijutsu. Every move they made was lightning fast and full of power, creating gusts of wind as they moved through the forest. One of the boys wore a green bodysuit, sporting a comical mushroom haircut. His thick eyebrows were intimidating, and his nose was significantly larger than average. This was none other than Might Guy in his youth. Yusuki, fighting you is so exhilarating. But be careful, this is my final move. Guy, sweating profusely, said to the other boy with a joyful expression. His opponent had black hair and handsome features. His narrow eyes were calm and serene. The boy wore the standard Konoha shinobi vest, with the Konoha symbol headband tied around his left arm. A fan symbol with a red top and white bottom in the center of his vest revealed his family affiliation, the Uchiha clan. Konoha Might Guy. Guy roared, ready to unleash his attack, but Yusuki suddenly interrupted him. Wait, Yusuki raised his hand in a gesture to stop. Are you scared, Yusuki? I, Guy, have finally beaten you in taijutsu. Guy exclaimed, overjoyed at Yusuki's request to stop. Yusuki replied calmly, your focus is too much on your opponent, you've lost your awareness of your surroundings. Izumi is here, I have to go home for dinner, let's call it a day. Brother, Mom called you home for dinner. As soon as Yusuki finished speaking, a little girl's voice came from nearby. Then, a little girl in a purple dress emerged from the forest. Her name was Uchiha Izumi, Yusuki's younger sister. She had long black hair and bright, sparkling eyes. She was pretty and adorable, with a beauty mark under her right eye. Might Guy nodded in disappointment. He and Yusuki had a pact. Whenever Izumi called for him, the match would officially end. Yusuki had set this rule because Guy was incredibly persistent. Once he got into the heat of battle, he couldn't control himself and would relentlessly pressure Yusuki to continue. That's why they had this agreement. Alright, then I'll spar with you again next time, Yusuki. Guy's face lit up with a bright smile. After waving goodbye to Yusuki, he shouted, youth, and ran out of the forest. As he passed Izumi, Guy grinned, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. He gave Izumi a thumbs up. Izumi smiled sweetly and gave him a thumbs up in return, good luck. Watching Guy's retreating figure, kicking up dust as he ran, Yusuki shook his head and chuckled. He walked over to Izumi and picked her up. Izumi, let's go home for dinner. Uchiha Yusuki had been in the world of Naruto for 14 years. He was a time traveler from Earth. Back on Earth, he had watched Naruto, and he had a general understanding of the plot. However, he only remembered the broad strokes, many details had faded from his memory. He wasn't very interested in the later parts of the story with its godlike battles, so he skimmed through them, leaving many gaps in his knowledge. However, Yusuki was very familiar with the fate of the Uchiha clan. In a few years, the clan's genius, Uchiha Itachi, would massacre the entire clan for the sake of the village's stability, sparing only his younger brother, Sasuke. Yusuki, of course, could not tolerate Itachi's actions. Not only was he a member of the Uchiha clan himself, but his parents and sister Izumi in this life were his greatest weakness, and he would never allow anyone to harm them. Therefore, to control his own destiny and that of his family, Yusuki worked hard to improve his strength. Before his time travel, Yusuki was a scientist in multiple fields, possessing a wealth of knowledge and highly effective learning methods. With his superior understanding compared to his peers, Yusuki consciously trained his abilities from a young age. It can be said that Yusuki had a head start compared to most people. Combined with his relentless efforts, his strength grew at an astonishing rate. In the eyes of others, Yusuki was a rare genius, on par with the talented prodigy Kakashi. Both Yusuki and Kakashi had recently become Jonin at the same time, but they didn't interact much. Especially after the deaths of Obito and Rin, Kakashi, who was already aloof and solitary, became even more reclusive, avoiding contact with anyone outside of his missions. Of course, Yusuki and Kakashi did have a connection. They both shared a common friend, Might Guy. Perhaps this was a characteristic of proud individuals. They had few friends, but they were willing to have a simple and trustworthy friend like Guy. Yusuki felt a deep sense of regret for Kakashi. If he hadn't suffered a series of blows in recent years, this genius would have achieved far more than he did in the original Naruto. Kakashi had almost completely stopped improving his strength, simply numbing his wounded heart through constant missions. In Yusuki's view, Kakashi was simply squandering his talent. Of course, while he felt regret, Yusuki didn't have time to worry about Kakashi. Yusuki was completely immersed in the world of shinobi, his scientific curiosity driving him to constantly delve into various knowledge related to shinobi. Although the rules of the Naruto world were different from many rules on Earth, such as the fact that on Earth, you run faster with your arms swinging back and forth, while in the Naruto world, you run faster with your arms held behind you, the principles were the same. The way of researching and thinking was universal. With Yusuki's former knowledge as a scientist, he naturally had a huge advantage in researching various jutsu or scientific training methods. Holding Izumi in his arms, Yusuki strolled along the country road, enjoying the time spent with his adorable sister under the beautiful setting sun. "Brother, today a little boy said you're not a genius," and Izumi argued with him for a long time. "Brother is the best," Izumi said, nestled in Yusuki's arms. "Oh, just pretend you didn't hear that from now on, what's there to argue about?" Yusuki chuckled and playfully rubbed Izumi's nose. "How can that be? He said you haven't awakened your Sharingan yet, and that so-called genius is just what others say, it doesn't mean anything in the Uchiha clan." Izumi pouted, her face full of anger. Yusuki laughed. "You little rascal, you're always so polite, why are you so competitive now?" "I can be polite about other things, but I can't let anyone badmouth my brother. Brother became Jonin at 12, even without the Sharingan, he's the strongest genius in the family." "No, he's the strongest genius in the village," Izumi snorted. Although Yusuki's strength far surpassed his peers, and he had already reached Jonin level, he still hadn't awakened his Sharingan. This was often a point of criticism from some members of the clan. Most Uchiha were very proud, to put it bluntly, arrogant, especially when it came to the Sharingan, they had an unhealthy sense of pride. Many clan members believed that the Uchiha with the Sharingan were invincible, and Yusuki, who had yet to awaken his Sharingan, was still considered a mediocrity in their eyes, even though he was very strong. In their view, they, with their Sharingan, could easily defeat Yusuki. Yusuki himself was also puzzled by the Sharingan's delay in awakening, so he had consulted a lot of historical materials and conducted a lot of research. Finally, Yusuki discovered that the necessary condition for awakening was a great emotional stimulus. The most common was a great danger to someone they cared about or to themselves. Only this kind of stimulus could trigger the Sharingan's awakening. After understanding the conditions for awakening, Yusuki could only shake his head helplessly. He had few friends, and his family was all in the village, never going to dangerous battlefields. Because of his superior strength, he rarely encountered danger, and he always managed to defuse it, so much so that he had become a Jonin, but his Sharingan hadn't awakened yet. However, Yusuki wasn't particularly concerned about this, because his true trump card was a weapon that accompanied him when he traveled to the Naruto world, a weapon that didn't belong to the Naruto world. At this moment, deep within Yusuki's soul, a katana enveloped in flames was floating. The katana had a long blade, covered in cloud patterns like flames, shining with a crimson glow in the midst of the raging fire. It was the strongest and oldest fire-type Zanpakuto in Bleach, Ryujin Jaka. Ryujin Jaka usually slumbered within Yusuki's soul, but he could summon it whenever he fought. Because of Ryujin Jaka's fiery nature, it had subtly influenced Yusuki over the past 10 years, making his fire chakra extremely abundant and pure. Yusuki was also very good at leveraging his strengths. Over the years, he had focused on developing his fire chakra and related jutsu. However, Yusuki couldn't fully control Ryujin Jaka. The Zanpakuto's power was too ferocious, and he had only recently mastered the Shikai state. Even just the Shikai had greatly increased Yusuki's strength, making him shine in the Third Shinobi World War, earning him the title of Flamed Sword. When Yusuki and Izumi returned home, a simple but exquisite home-cooked meal was already prepared. "Yusuki, you're back, come and eat. You're already a Jonin, you don't have to push yourself so hard," Uchiha Yuzuki said with a gentle smile. Uchiha Yuzuki was Yusuki and Izumi's mother. She looked to be in her late 20s, with features similar to Izumi's but more mature. Yusuki put Izumi down and sat cross-legged at the dinner table, smiling. A shinobi can never relax, a little extra effort in peacetime could save a life in a critical moment. Hearing Yusuki's words, Uchiha Yuzuki's face also showed a look of sadness. So many people died in this war, so many familiar faces from the clan are gone. Sigh, I don't know how long the great ninja wars will continue. You're a Jonin, but the world of shinobi is too dangerous, you must be careful. Uchiha Yuzuki continued to admonish Yusuki. I understand, don't worry. Yusuki replied seriously, then clasped his hands together, itadakimasu. Izumi sat down and also prepared to eat, clasping her hands together, itadakimasu. In Japanese tradition, regardless of age, everyone must clasp their hands together and say, itadakimasu, before eating, as a sign of respect for the food and gratitude for having food to eat. Gently watching the two finish their dinner, Uchiha Yuzuki took out a stack of black clothes from the house. Tomorrow morning, there will be a grand memorial service to commemorate all the villagers who died in this war. I've prepared the clothes for you, remember to change into them before you go. Another memorial service, Yusuki muttered. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual reader 15 advanced chapters. Intermediate reader 30 advanced chapters. Expert reader 60 advanced chapters. 9 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 2. The next morning, Yusuke and his family, dressed in black for the memorial service, left early for the designated location. The weather was clear, but the road was filled with people heading to the memorial service, both ordinary villagers and many ninjas. Everyone seemed very sad, and people rarely chatted on the road. Many acquaintances only nodded to each other as a greeting. It was clear that even though the war was over, the sacrifice of so many villagers still cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Yusuke, with his mother Yuzuki on his right and Izumi on his left, had arrived at the monument for fallen shinobi. The memorial service would be held here. It didn't take long for the area in front of the monument to be packed with people, all dressed in black. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the third Hokage slowly walked to the monument and began to eulogize the shinobi who had died in the Third Great Ninja War. Many attendees had lost friends and family in the war, and as the third Hokage delivered his emotional speech, many couldn't help but cry and stand up. The entire memorial service was filled with the sound of weeping. The third Hokage, at this time, was not yet as old as he would be when he appeared in the original story. Though not tall, he still had a strong posture. However, Yusuke could see that the third Hokage was starting to decline. As he aged, his strength would also gradually weaken. The memorial service didn't last long. After the ceremony to honor the dead, the third Hokage announced a shocking news. He believed that the village had suffered too many casualties in this war and that he was partly responsible. He decided to step down and let the selection of the fourth Hokage take place to govern Konoha. Although many in the village expressed opposition, the third Hokage remained steadfast in his decision and announced the two candidates for the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, nominated by the elder Danzo, and Minato Namikaze, nominated by the third Hokage himself. There was an attempt to nominate Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, but he declined. As a time traveler, Yusuke knew that Minato would ultimately win the election, but it was still expected. Orochimaru was simply not qualified based on his appearance. He was too sinister and terrifying. He could play a horror movie without makeup. If you met him at night, you would be scared to death. No one would choose someone they were afraid of to be Hokage. Minato, on the other hand, was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He was not only powerful and had numerous achievements, but he was also humble, a commoner, and very inspiring. He was already the heartthrob of the village. If Minato lost the election, people in the village would probably suspect that there was something fishy going on. In a secluded corner of the Konoha graveyard, a woman with fair skin and long black hair stood before an unmarked grave, lamenting, mourning the dead is meaningless. If death has meaning, it only exists when it can be used. The woman was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. What is the meaning of life? A 6 or 7-year-old boy with clear eyes and a handsome face suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru, curiously asking. Orochimaru looked at the boy with appreciation. Due to his sinister appearance and the faint aura of killing intent he exuded, even Jonin would usually be afraid to approach him. Unless necessary, few people would talk to him. But this boy looked at him without any fear. Instead, he seemed neither humble nor arrogant. There is no meaning, Orochimaru said slowly, then added, if there is, it only exists when life is eternal. Orochimaru-sama, I have a mission tomorrow, and I don't have much time. Let's start as soon as possible today. A voice interrupted the two who were discussing the eternal mystery of the meaning of life. The two looked in the direction of the voice. A young man wearing the standard ninja vest was slowly walking towards them. It was Yusuke. Yusuke had arranged to meet Orochimaru, so he asked Yuzuki and Izumi to go back first. He waited for Orochimaru for a while. Hearing Yusuke's words, Orochimaru nodded to the boy, then said to Yusuke, Yusuke-kun, I'm so sorry. When you get old, you like to do some useless lamenting. Let's meet at the usual place. With that, he disappeared from the graveyard with a few body flickers. Yusuke glanced at the handsome boy and immediately recognized him. It was Uchiha Itachi, the tragic genius of the Uchiha clan. Itachi was still a very cute little boy, but his eyes seemed to hold countless worries. Yusuke wasn't familiar with Itachi. After finding Orochimaru, he didn't say anything more. He formed a hand seal with his left hand, 2 fingers together, and disappeared in a flash of flames, heading to the location he had agreed upon with Orochimaru. That big brother just now, he seems to be, Flame Sword, Yusuke-senpai. Itachi murmured. After Yusuke came to the Naruto world, Orochimaru was considered his half-friend, but they mostly interacted about ninjutsu. Because Yusuke was a scientist before he crossed over, he was obsessed with developing ninjutsu after crossing over. Orochimaru was also considered a scientist in the Naruto world, so they had a lot in common. For this reason, although Yusuke called Orochimaru Sama, his tone was very casual, like talking to a normal friend. Yusuke wasn't good at the biological science that Orochimaru excelled at. Yusuke focused on the study of energy and how it works. Of course, in the Naruto world, this meant studying chakra and ninjutsu. In one of Orochimaru's secret bases, Yusuke and Orochimaru were discussing the development of new ninjutsu. Yusuke-kun, the ideas you mentioned about cell gene inheritance have inspired me. The cursed seals developed with the first Hokage's cells have been greatly improved. Don't you want to try it? Orochimaru tempted. No, I'd rather develop my own power than do all sorts of messy experiments on my own body. Yusuke refused. He had no interest in letting Orochimaru put his immature cursed seals on him. Besides, he knew that these cursed seals were one of Orochimaru's methods to activate reanimation jutsu. Is that so? That's a pity, Orochimaru said regretfully, then suddenly formed hand seals, his body transforming into hundreds of white snakes, frantically rushing towards Yusuke. Seeing this, Yusuke quickly retreated, a katana appearing in his right hand. It was the Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. At this time, Yusuke hadn't activated Shikai, so Ryujin Jaka was in its normal katana form, with no flames attached to the blade. Yusuke quickly swung his Zanpakuto, slashing at the incoming white snakes. However, to his surprise, the snakes seemed to have no physical form. The Zanpakuto passed right through them. Hundreds of white snakes took the opportunity to swarm Yusuke, biting him tightly. The parts of his body that were bitten immediately began to petrify. Soon, Yusuke, completely petrified, was swallowed by hundreds of white snakes. Puff! A sound of flames crackling came from the middle of the hundreds of white snakes. A flash of fire, and the surrounded Yusuke disappeared. You've already mastered this technique. The speed is beyond my expectations. Yusuke's voice came from the other side. The Yusuke that had been swallowed by the white snakes was just a fire release clone. Hundreds of white snakes quickly gathered, finally condensing back into Orochimaru. Orochimaru took a scroll from his pocket and threw it to Yusuke, saying, I was just helping you develop new ninjutsu, but it also gave me some inspiration. I took the opportunity to modify the many snakes substitution technique. It's even more eerie and unpredictable after incorporating genjutsu and elemental chakra. Yusuke took the scroll that Orochimaru threw and carefully unfolded it. After a while, Yusuke closed the scroll and put it in his pocket, then quickly formed hand seals. Fire Phantom Crow Technique. Yusuke's body suddenly split into pieces, which transformed into crows with flames wrapped around them. These crows were sometimes normal, sometimes distorted, clearly not physical, or rather, not entirely physical. Yusuke called these crows Fire Phantom Crows. When Yusuke's body was completely split into dozens of Fire Phantom Crows, They circled in the air for a while, then gathered again, condensing back into Yusuke. The Fire Phantom Crow technique was based on Uchiha Itachi's most powerful Crow Clone technique. It incorporated elemental attributes on top of the Genjutsu Crow Clone, making the technique more powerful, but also increasing the difficulty of execution. Your hand seal speed seems to have increased again. Based on your hand seal speed, you've already surpassed me. Orochimaru laughed. Even a normal laugh felt chilling. Yusuke had spent a lot of effort on the basics of shinobi over the years. He had dabbled in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, and he strongly agreed with the concept of the fastest wins. He practiced hand seals every day without fail. It's just a minor skill. I wanted to discuss the development of this technique with you today, but I didn't expect you to finish it so quickly. I owe you one, Yusuke said slowly. Orochimaru waved his hand and sat down casually on the tatami mat, saying, "What do you think about the election for the fourth Hokage? How much chance do you think I have?" Yusuke sat down opposite Orochimaru and didn't answer directly. "What do you think? Compared to Minato, what are your advantages?" Hearing Yusuke's words, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, his eyes seemed to gather murderous intent, and he stuck out his snake-like tongue and licked his lips. Yusuke didn't say anything, just quietly looked at him. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru suddenly changed the subject. "A while back, I met a very interesting ninja. His puppetry was so formidable that even I found it difficult to handle. It made me interested in puppetry. A ninja who is good at puppetry and can make Orochimaru feel threatened, it must be Sasori." Yusuke thought to himself. Sasori had already killed the third Kazekage and defected from Sunagakur, but he probably hadn't joined Akatsuki yet. A friend asked where the protagonist's father went. Because the protagonist's family's background is taken from Itachi Shinden, the mother, Uchiha Yuzuki, and sister, Uchiha Izumi, are named characters, but the father has no name in Itachi Shinden. The author didn't want to make up a name, so in this book, the protagonist's father is set up as someone who is always working away from home. Check my Patreon for 50 advanced chapters. patreon.com/kane45. 6 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 3. Ninjutsu that relies heavily on external tools, like puppetry, is a school of its own. While it has many aspects worth learning from, it ultimately prioritizes the means over the ends. Yusuke shook his head and continued, "Only one's own strength is truly reliable." Yusuke-kun, you're right, we're truly kindred spirits. I'm currently researching a very interesting jutsu. If it succeeds, it will allow humanity to break free from the shackles of life, Orochimaru said. He then looked at Yusuke with a fervent expression and continued, "This will allow people to have endless life and time to learn all the jutsu in the world, reaching a transcendent level." Hearing what Orochimaru was talking about, Yusuke guessed it was reanimation jutsu. This jutsu was indeed a genius idea. In Yusuke's eyes, Orochimaru, who could research this jutsu, was a true prodigy. Although this jutsu had huge flaws, they were insignificant compared to the benefit of eternal life. Of course, although reanimation jutsu gave Orochimaru the ability to be nearly immortal, it also greatly reduced his resistance to genjutsu. Each time he used reanimation jutsu, Orochimaru's mental strength would decline significantly, which made him almost powerless against Uchiha Itachi, who was skilled in genjutsu. "Orochimaru-sensei, I just can't perform the shadow possession jutsu properly. Could you practice with me again and help me see what the problem is?" At this moment, a little girl's voice rang out. A girl of about 10 years old with a round face walked in. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she was dressed a bit like a tomboy. This girl was Orochimaru's only disciple in Konoha at the moment, Anko Mitarashi. Yusuke's brow furrowed slightly. With his keen eyesight, he noticed a black curse mark on the back of Anko's neck from afar. It should be Orochimaru's heavenly curse mark. Although the heavenly curse mark could give ninjas great power when activated, it also had a big flaw. The longer the user used it, the more damage it would do to their body, and excessive use would cause the user to suffer extreme pain. "It's you again, what are you always clinging to Orochimaru-sensei for?" Anko walked closer, saw Yusuke sitting opposite Orochimaru, and puffed out her cheeks in anger. Yusuke remained expressionless, but he was helpless against the hostility Anko displayed. He knew that Anko relied heavily on Orochimaru. Seeing that he often discussed ninjutsu with Orochimaru, she had always disliked him. Orochimaru-sama, since this jutsu is already complete, I won't disturb you any longer. Yusuke stood up and said goodbye. Orochimaru nodded. Alright, I had something else I wanted to talk to you about, but it's not urgent. We'll talk about it after the successor to the 4th Hokage is confirmed. The 4th Hokage will be Orochimaru-sensei, of course. Enko clenched her small fists, confident. In her heart, Orochimaru-sensei was the best ninja, no one could compare. Yusuke actually quite liked this energetic little girl, but she didn't seem to like him much. He gave up on the idea of going over and pinching Enko's round cheeks. Yusuke formed a hand seal with his left hand and disappeared in a flash of flames. HMPH, this Uchiha Yusuke always takes up Orochimaru-sensei's time. You don't have time to teach me ninjutsu. Enko complained. Orochimaru patted Enko's head and said slowly, Yusuke-kun is a true genius. I don't know how far his strength will reach in the future. As he spoke, Orochimaru's eyes were deep, as if thinking about something. Leaving Orochimaru's gloomy research institute, Yusuke decided to relax for a change. He had planned to spend the whole day researching the Fire Phantom Crow technique with Orochimaru, but Orochimaru had already figured it out himself, giving Yusuke some unexpected free time. Yusuke strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha, enjoying the rare peace. Although his reputation in the village was not small, everyone knew about the genius ninja known as Flame Sword. His appearance was not particularly distinctive, unlike Kakashi's white mop of hair or the fourth's bright yellow hair. So unless they were familiar with him, not many people recognized him. As he walked, a sign written in calligraphy caught Yusuke's eye. Looking at the 4 characters, Bin Chun Tea House, written in flowing script, Yusuke decided to go in and sit for a while. A cup of oolong tea, please. Yusuke entered the tea house and found a seat by the side. Coming right up, Ninja-sama. Your oolong tea. A girl wearing an apron brought the tea to Yusuke's table. The girl was about 10 years old, with long, light gray hair tied in 2 pigtails, sticking out on either side of her shoulders, making her look very mischievous. Her round face had a few freckles, and her smile was very infectious, as if it could make anyone who saw it happy. Thank you. Yusuke took the oolong tea. Wait, you're Flame Sword, Uchiha Yusuke-sama, aren't you? The girl suddenly exclaimed in surprise when she saw Yusuke. Yusuke was slightly surprised. This tea house waitress actually knew him. He nodded and smiled. Yes, how do you know me? I don't think I've seen you before. It's really Flame Sword, Sama. I saw you fighting a weirdo in a green bodysuit before, and I asked around and found out who you were. Don't look at me just working as a waitress in the tea house for a while, I'm also a student at the Ninja Academy. I will definitely become a strong ninja in the future. The girl's eyes lit up, as if she was imagining herself becoming a ninja admired by everyone. Yusuke helplessly rubbed his forehead. It must have been when Guy suddenly challenged him to a fight and started without a word, and someone saw it. Yusuke encouraged the girl with a few words, and she happily continued serving tea and water. Looking at the girl's busy figure, Yusuke couldn't help but shake his head. In the cruel world of Naruto, ninjas were the most dangerous profession, but Yusuke wouldn't discourage others from pursuing their dreams just because of the danger. Yusuke sat in the tea house for a while, and a few familiar figures entered. It was Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. They also saw Yusuke sitting in the tea house, nodded to each other, and exchanged greetings. Then they sat down on the other side of the tea house and chatted. Yusuke wasn't close to them. Although he knew them, they didn't interact privately. Kakashi was already a jonin, while Asuma and Kurenai were still chunin. As the 3 of them chatted, Asuma took out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. Seeing this, Yusuke was speechless. This guy is only 14, right? Although he looks much older. Kurenai nudged Asuma with her elbow and pointed to the "No Smoking" sign on the wall of the tea house. Asuma had no choice but to put the cigarette away. Kurenai, as one of Konoha's village flowers, was already very beautiful, even though she was young. Just in terms of appearance, Kurenai and Asuma were a real case of a flower stuck in cow dung. You're the same age as that guy over there, and you both became jonin at the same time. Who's stronger? Asuma suddenly leaned close to Kakashi and whispered, his eyes secretly glancing at Yusuke. Yeah, we're all curious about that. Kurenai also looked interested. Kakashi's dead fish eyes were listless. He said nonchalantly, who knows about such boring things? Maybe he's stronger. Hearing Kakashi's answer, Asuma was very dissatisfied. He rolled his eyes and said, what do you mean? Can't you be serious? I think if you were serious, you'd be stronger than him. Shish, be quiet, it's rude if he hears you. Kurenai quickly said from the side. Yusuke, with his sharp ears, naturally heard what the three of them were saying, but he didn't care. He just wanted to clear his mind and enjoy his cup of tea. That bastard, Uchiha Yusuke, didn't even attend the clan meeting. He really doesn't take the clan seriously. I'll give him a good beating next time I get the chance. A slightly irritable voice came from outside the tea house curtain. The people in the store looked in the direction of the voice. 4 people wearing the dark, high-necked, round-collared uniforms unique to the Uchiha clan walked in. The one who spoke was the leader. Yeah, what, Flame Sword? It's just a title those secondate ninjas gave him. He really thinks he's something. A member of the Uchiha clan on the left also said angrily. Alright, calm down. Maybe Yusuke really had something urgent. You don't have to, another member of the Uchiha clan, with a kind face, said with a smile, trying to calm them down. However, he stopped mid-sentence. He saw Yusuke, who had skipped the clan meeting because of urgent matters, sitting leisurely in the tea house, drinking tea. Yusuke also looked at them with a bit of awkwardness, especially the clan member who had spoken up for him. The guy was trying to smooth things over, and he was slapping him in the face right there. It was really embarrassing. Uchiha Yusuke, you didn't attend the clan meeting, but you're here drinking tea. Today, I, Uchiha Ryuya, will give you a taste of my power. The Uchiha clan member named Ryuya was furious when he saw the relaxed Yusuke. Before he could finish speaking, Ryuya charged directly at Yusuke. The kind-hearted Uchiha clan member who had spoken up for Yusuke tried to stop him, but it was too late. However, before anyone in the tea house could react, the Uchiha clan member named Ryuya, who had just charged at Yusuke, was already flying back at an even faster speed, flying out of the tea house curtain. Ryuya, another Uchiha clan member exclaimed, then turned to Yusuke and began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. However, before he could finish the hand seal, he felt a flash in front of him. Yusuke was already standing straight in front of him. Yusuke's right hand firmly grasped the finger that was forming the hand seal, interrupting the great fireball technique he was about to perform. He looked at Yusuke, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, in disbelief. This is still a tea house. Yusuke said coldly. Then he kicked the other guy out of the tea house. At this moment, a gust of wind hit Yusuke's neck. The last Uchiha clan member who had entered the tea house also attacked Yusuke. Yusuke casually blocked the attack with his hand and turned to look at the other guy, who was also looking at him. Good opportunity. Seeing Yusuke looking at him, the Uchiha clan member was secretly delighted. Check my Patreon for 50 advanced chapter. Patreon Kane 45. 3 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 4. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Yusuke was slightly surprised, looking at his opponent who was beaming with joy. In the Uchiha clan, the power of the Sharingan was often used to measure a ninja's strength. When an Uchiha reached the 3 Tomo Sharingan, they could generally become a Jonin of the Uchiha clan. A guy who hasn't even awakened his Sharingan, let you taste the power of Sharingan Genjutsu. This Uchiha thought to himself. At the same time, his 3 Tomo Sharingan spun, launching a Genjutsu attack on Yusuke. However, before this Uchiha could rejoice, he saw Yusuke, who was also staring at him, with flames flickering in his eyes. He immediately felt as if his eyes were being burned by a raging fire. Ah, my eyes! This Uchiha cried out in pain, covering his eyes. A little blood seeped out from between his fingers. Eizo, are you alright? The only Uchiha who hadn't attacked Yusuke, the one who had spoken up for him at the beginning, immediately stepped forward to support him. I don't know. It just feels like my eyes are being burned by fire. I can't open them. Am I going blind? Uchiha Eizo said in a trembling voice. At this time, the 2 Uchiha who had been knocked away by Yusuke earlier also surrounded them, standing beside Uchiha Eizo and glaring at Yusuke. However, after the brief exchange, the 2 also realized the gap in strength between them and Yusuke, so they didn't dare to attack again. Uchiha Yusuke, you actually attacked your own clan member. I'll report this to the clan leader when I get back and have him uphold justice. Uchiha Ryuya, who had attacked first, said angrily. Yusuke sneered, he recklessly used genjutsu on me, triggering my genjutsu countermeasure. Besides, I'm not interested in wasting time with you guys here. If you want to teach someone a lesson, first think about your own strength. After speaking, Yusuke directly passed by them and walked out of the tea house. The group, intimidated by Yusuke's strength, didn't dare to continue the confrontation. Yusuke-kun, please wait. At this time, the Uchiha who hadn't attacked Yusuke chased after him out of the tea house. Yusuke turned around and looked directly at him. He didn't have any ill feelings towards him, but if he wanted to continue to cause trouble, he wouldn't be polite. I'm Uchiha Suichiro. They were just impulsive. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize for them. After speaking to Yusuke, Suichiro bowed deeply. It's nothing. I won't hold a grudge over this. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Seeing the other party being so polite, Yusuke's tone softened a bit. But Eizo's eyes, will they be alright? Suichiro looked worried. I stopped my chakra in time. As long as he goes back and rests well, his eyes will be fine. You should take him back to the clan for treatment as soon as possible. After saying this, Yusuke turned and left. Thank you very much. Suichiro was overjoyed when he heard this. He shouted to Yusuke's back. Yusuke waved his hand behind him, indicating that it was nothing. At this time, inside the tea house, Kakashi's heart was still troubled. From the strength Yusuke had displayed, his speed, power, and even his defense against genjutsu seemed to be better than his. As a versatile ninja, Yusuke was more like his superior replacement. Kakashi, it seems like he's stronger than you. Asuma said to Kakashi, his eyes filled with surprise. Kurenai also nodded subconsciously. For Asuma and Kurenai, Kakashi was definitely a genius among their peers. He excelled in all aspects and was even chosen as a disciple by the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. In their minds, Kakashi's strength was definitely the best among their peers. Even Yusuke, who became a Jonin at the same time, should be weaker than him. However, the strength Yusuke actually displayed broke their long-held belief, making them unable to adapt for a while. Didn't I just say, maybe he's stronger? Kakashi answered in his usual listless voice. Although Kakashi seemed unconcerned about Yusuke's strength, he acted indifferent in front of Asuma and Kurenai. But in fact, Yusuke's powerful strength had already sounded an alarm bell for the proud Kakashi, and it had also rekindled his long-lost fighting spirit. Is Uchiha Yusuke too strong, or am I slacking off? Am I really not as good as him? Kakashi couldn't help but ask himself. At this moment, Yusuke, who had returned home directly because he was in a bad mood, didn't know that his unintentional display of strength had awakened Kakashi's long-dormant will. Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Fugaku's mansion. Clan leader, we're telling the truth. That Uchiha Yusuke is really outrageous. He said he had urgent business and didn't attend the clan meeting, but he was actually out drinking tea in a tea house. Uchiha Ryuya said to a middle-aged man in a kimono, his tone filled with resentment. Another Uchiha clan member beside him chimed in, yeah, what's even worse is that he used some kind of strange jutsu to burn Eizo's eyes. He almost blinded him. He's really vicious. The middle-aged man in the kimono sat upright, his eyes closed, listening to the two of them complain with a serious expression. This person was the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Suichiro, what do you think? Fugaku slowly opened his eyes and asked Uchiha Suichiro, who was silent on the side. Suichiro smiled wryly and said, I don't know him well either. Yusuke does often use excuses to skip clan meetings. But from today's fight, I can tell he was holding back. Otherwise, the consequences would have been even worse. Suichiro, why are you speaking up for that guy? Uchiha Ryuya complained. Alright, you two can go back. Suichiro, stay here, I have something to discuss with you. After dismissing Ryuya and the other Uchiha, Fugaku kept Suichiro. After Ryuya and the other Uchiha left the mansion, Fugaku walked slowly to the corridor outside the house, looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, and put his hands into the wide sleeves of his kimono. Suichiro followed him outside and stood respectfully behind him. What do you think of Uchiha Yusuke? Fugaku asked. Suichiro shook his head. I don't know him well either, but he doesn't seem interested in power struggles. After a pause, Suichiro continued, but one thing I'm very sure of is that he's very strong. You know, his nickname is Flame Sword, but when he fought with Ryuya and the others, he didn't even draw his sword. It's a pity that he doesn't seem to have any sense of belonging to the clan. Besides his own family, I haven't seen him interact closely with anyone else in the clan. After listening to Suichiro's opinion of Yusuke, Fugaku nodded and said, You're right. I think it's time I had a chat with this genius of the clan. Fugaku turned to Suichiro and said, Tomorrow, arrange a meeting for me. I want to see him. If there's nothing else, you can go back to rest. Suichiro bowed respectfully. Understood. I'll let you know once I've arranged it. After Suichiro left, Fugaku remained alone on the corridor outside the house, quietly looking at the night sky, lost in thought. Why are you standing in the courtyard by yourself, still worrying about clan matters? A gentle female voice came from behind Fugaku. It was Fugaku's wife, also Sasuke and Itachi's mother, Uchiha Makoto. Makoto had long black hair that cascaded down her shoulders, a beautiful face, and Itachi and Sasuke inherited most of their features from her. At this time, her belly was slightly protruding, clearly several months pregnant. Nothing, just trivial matters. Don't worry too much, just focus on taking care of yourself and the baby. Fugaku, who always had a serious expression, finally smiled and gently put his arm around Makoto. Don't worry too much about the clan either. By the way, have you thought of a name for the baby? Makoto rested her head on Fugaku's shoulder and asked. Of course, I have. If it's a boy, I have a name I really like. Fugaku said with a smile. Makoto looked curious. What name? Fugaku said slowly, I can't tell you yet. Before I can use this name, I need to get permission from someone. The next morning, Yusuke finished his morning training, went home to pack up, and prepared to head to a place he had planned to visit. After that, he had to go to the Hokage Tower to receive the Hokage's assigned mission. As Yusuke was leaving, he met Uchiha Suichiro walking towards him. Yusuke-kun, are you going out? It's a good thing I left early, or I would have missed you. Suichiro walked forward and smiled at Yusuke. Yes, the Hokage-sama asked me to go there today. He must have a mission for me. What brings you here? Yusuke felt a little strange seeing Suichiro show up uninvited. The clan leader wants to meet with you and chat, so he asked me to set up a time. When would you be available? Suichiro asked. Hearing Suichiro's words, Yusuke thought for a moment and said with a hesitant expression, Sorry, I can't confirm the time for now. I'm going to visit a friend, and then I have to go to the Hokage Tower. The Hokage-sama asked me to go there at noon today. He must have a mission for me. I'm not sure about the specific schedule of the mission yet. Alright, I understand. It's a bit of a coincidence. I'll go back and explain to the clan leader. Suichiro nodded and continued, I wish you good luck on your mission, Yusuke-kun. Thank you. Please explain to the clan leader for me. After this mission, I'll go visit him myself. Yusuke said. After parting ways with Suichiro, Yusuke immediately headed to the southern outskirts of Konoha. There was a simple orphanage there, which was Yusuke's planned destination. For more chapter visit my P.A.Tree and Kane 45. Thank you. 2 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 5. The Orphanage Director's Office. Yusuke-kun, you haven't been here for a long time. Everyone misses you. During the recent war, everyone was worried that something might happen to you. A woman who looked about 25 years old smiled at Yusuke. The woman, named Yakushi Nono, was wearing a black nun's habit, had long yellow hair, and wore black rectangular glasses on the bridge of her nose. Her face was adorned with a gentle smile, making her look like a friendly big sister. If Yusuke hadn't known her true identity, he wouldn't have believed that she was once a skilled spy ninja adept at assassination and intelligence gathering. Because Yakushi Nono was inherently kind and tired of her work as a spy ninja, she resigned from her position en route and built an orphanage on the outskirts of Konoha to take in orphans who had lost their families in the war. However, Yusuke knew that Danzo had no intention of letting this former subordinate go. Yusuke-sama, you don't know, the director is so kind-hearted. She takes in orphans whenever she sees them. The funds the village provides are far from enough to cover the orphanage's expenses. The director is the one who's been raising funds herself, a plump nun complained. This nun was also one of the orphanage's staff members. Director, this is a little something from me. Please accept it. Yusuke took out a package and handed it to her. Inside was some money, not a lot, but not a small amount either. As a jonin, Yusuke's income was quite good. He didn't mind donating some of his money to charity, especially since he was willing to provide some assistance to this kind woman. More importantly, this was an excellent opportunity for him to get close to his target, making it a win-win situation. Thank you, Yusuke-kun. If it weren't for your continued support, the children might have had a harder life. Yukushi Nono didn't refuse. She had already poured everything she had into this orphanage, and Yusuke's support was truly important to her. She herself didn't mind, but the children at the orphanage needed money to live. Didn't you say before that you wanted to teach the children medical ninjutsu so they could serve the village's wounded and earn some living expenses? How's that going? Yusuke asked casually. A look of relief crossed Yukushi Nano's face. The children are working hard, and they're all learning well. They should be able to work for the village soon. Especially Kabuto, he's very talented. He's already very skilled in medical ninjutsu. Even ordinary medical ninjas might not be as good as him. Is that so? I'm a little interested. Would it be alright if Kabuto showed me what he can do? Yusuke asked with a smile. Nono nodded and led Yusuke to the place where the children were training. At this time, all the children were diligently training, most of them practicing chakra medical techniques. Chakra medical techniques were one of the simplest medical ninjutsu, a simplified version of the sage mode. The practitioner uses their hands to gather chakra with healing properties and covers the wound of the injured person, accelerating the healing process. This jutsu is simple but very effective in treating external injuries. Standing in the distance, Yusuke quickly saw his target among the children, Kabuto. Kabuto was still innocent at this time, far from the social persona he would later display after his villainous identity was revealed. Kabuto had long white hair tied into a ponytail and wore black round glasses. These glasses were Kabuto's most treasured possession. Nono had given them to him shortly after she took him in. Kabuto wasn't practicing chakra medical techniques. He seemed to be practicing more advanced medical ninjutsu. On the table in front of him, a white cloth with simple sealing jutsu drawn on it held a dying fish. Kabuto's right hand was covered in blue chakra, and he used his fingers to point at several parts of the fish's body, like needles stimulating the fish's body. After a series of quick manipulations, the fish, which had been lifeless, suddenly began to thrash its tail wildly, as lively as if it had just been caught from a river. Kabuto can already use chakra to stimulate acupoints for treatment. Yusuke asked Nono beside him. Nono nodded. Yes, he's really talented. This treatment method requires extremely powerful chakra control and a flexible mind to accurately use different stimulation methods for different injuries. Director, I have a favor to ask. I hope you'll agree, Yusuke said slowly. Nono smiled. Yusuke-kun, you've helped us so much, and we haven't been able to repay you. If there's anything I can do to help, it would be my honor. Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Yusuke looked at Kabuto, who was still practicing in the distance, and said, I admire this child's talent too. I've always wanted to take on a disciple to train to help me develop ninjutsu. After observing him, I think Kabuto is a perfect fit. He has a talent in this area that is unmatched by ordinary people. Hearing Yusuke's words, Nono was slightly taken aback. Then she smiled and said, if it were anyone else, I might not be at ease, but if it's Yusuke-kun, I think I can entrust Kabuto to you with peace of mind. Nono's gaze also focused on Kabuto, her eyes gentle, like a mother looking at her son. As long as Kabuto is willing, I respect his choice. At this time, Kabuto, as if sensing something, turned his head and looked at the two who were looking at him from afar. Nono smiled and waved to Kabuto, signaling him to come over. Seeing the director calling him, Kabuto happily ran towards them. Director, what do you need me for? Kabuto asked Nono, a childlike smile on his face, when he arrived in front of them. Nono patted Kabuto's head and said with a smile, Yusuke-sama wants to take you as his disciple and teach you ninjutsu. Would you like to? If I become Yusuke-sama's disciple, can I still live with the director? Kabuto asked. After becoming my disciple, you will live in my house. Of course, you can come back to visit the director and your friends here often. Yusuke said. Hearing that he couldn't live with the director anymore, Kabuto shook his head. Then I don't want to. I want to stay with the director forever. In Kabuto's heart, the director was the only person he could trust, the only person who had given him warmth in his life. No matter what, he didn't want to be separated from her. Hearing this, Yusuke squatted down, also patted Kabuto's head, and smiled, but have you thought about this? If you follow me and study ninjutsu diligently, becoming a powerful ninja, you can truly help the director, instead of being a burden like you are now. Kabuto turned to look at Nono, asking with a dejected expression, am I really a burden? Nono immediately hugged Kabuto and said with a gentle smile, how could that be? Kabuto has helped me a lot. Yusuke-sama just doesn't know what Kabuto has done for the orphanage. At the same time, she glared at Yusuke with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Yusuke gave a wry smile and gave Nono an apologetic look, not saying anything more. Yusuke didn't really want to call Kabuto a burden, but he needed to use words to stimulate him, so he could be sure that Kabuto would agree to become his disciple. He knew that Kabuto was a very sensitive and meticulous child. With this small nudge, he would know what to do. Kabuto gently broke free from Nono's embrace. Although he enjoyed the director's loving embrace, he knew he had to make a real man's choice. Director, I want to be able to really help you. I want to become Yusuke-sama's disciple. Kabuto looked at Nono with determination. Nono smiled and nodded. No matter what choice you make, I support you. Since you're Yusuke-sama's disciple now, you must work hard and not disappoint him. Kabuto nodded vigorously, turned to Yusuke, and performed a respectful bow, saying loudly, Yakushi Kabuto, I hope to become your disciple. Please teach me. Yusuke stood up and said seriously, Kabuto, you are now officially my disciple, Uchiha Yusuke. I will teach you diligently, and you must practice hard. If you can't meet my requirements, I will not be lenient. Kabuto kowtowed deeply, then stood up and said loudly, Yusuke-sensei, don't worry. I will definitely satisfy you. A smile returned to Yusuke's face. I believe you can. Seeing his teacher's recognition, Kabuto secretly vowed that he would not disappoint his teacher. His teacher was the second person to acknowledge him, besides the director. Amidst the reluctant farewells of everyone at the orphanage, Yusuke took Kabuto and left. Because Yusuke had to go to the Hokage Tower at noon, he carried Kabuto under his arm and rushed as fast as he could. When they got back to his house, Kabuto felt like he had motion sickness. His eyes were spinning, and he almost threw up his dinner. Yusuke, is this the child you've been talking about wanting to take as a disciple? What a cute little girl. Seeing the Kabuto Yusuke brought back, Uchiha Yuzuki asked with a smile. This sister, my name is Yakushi Kabuto, I'm a boy. Kabuto's face flushed red as he said loudly. Sometimes, children at this age are really hard to tell apart, especially a child like Kabuto with delicate features. Uchiha Yuzuki couldn't help but chuckle. She patted Kabuto's head and said with a smile, what a likable child. Call me auntie. Yusuke is my son. Where's Izumi? Yusuke asked, not seeing Izumi. This little girl woke up and went out to play with her friends. Uchiha Yuzuki said. Then I'll leave Kabuto to you. I need to go to the Hokage Tower now. Yusuke said to Yuzuki. Uchiha Yuzuki nodded. Go ahead. Yusuke took a scroll from his pocket and gave it to Kabuto. This is some basic ninjutsu. You can study it yourself while I'm gone. Kabuto took the scroll with both hands and said, don't worry, sensei. I will work hard. Looking at Yusuke who was leaving, then turning back to see Uchiha Yuzuki smiling at him, Kabuto felt the same feeling he had when he was first taken in by the director, a feeling of being noticed and acknowledged. This seems pretty good. Kabuto couldn't help but feel hopeful about the future and secretly vowed to study hard and become a skilled ninja as soon as possible to repay the director and his teacher. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 3 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 6. Hokage Tower, the third Hokage's office. Looking at Uchiha Yusuke standing straight in front of him, the third Hokage fell into thought. He had originally planned to have Yusuke lead a mission to protect someone, but yesterday, while chatting with his son, Asuma, he had inadvertently brought up the matter of Yusuke's fight with the Uchiha clan members at the tea house, and the third Hokage changed his mind. This was a young genius with incredible talent. According to Asuma's description, his strength currently surpassed Kakashi's. More importantly, he didn't seem to value family ties very much. If he could be absorbed into his faction, he would have another capable expert under his command. The Third Great Ninja War had recently ended, and this was Konohagakure's most prosperous period since the death of the first Hokage. The powerful Uchiha clan was still around, and the Yellow Flash's reputation was skyrocketing. Tsunade, one of the Sannin, had left Konohagakure due to the deaths of her brother and lover, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya remained in the village. From the outside world's perspective, the Sannin were still a formidable force. This period of Konohagakure, while not as dominant in the ninja world as during the time of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, would require at least 3 of the other 4 great ninja villages to work together if they wanted to challenge Konoha. Although the third Hokage admired Yusuke's talent, he wasn't in dire need of talent at the moment. Therefore, the third Hokage decided to give Yusuke a mission to test him. Taking a puff of his pipe, the third Hokage said slowly, "Yusuke, I've called you here to give you a very important mission." Yusuke didn't speak, waiting for the third Hokage to explain the mission. After the Third Great Ninja War, the village, as the victor, needs to collect compensation from the defeated nation. This time, Danzo will be responsible for negotiating with the defeated nation, Amegakure, to discuss the post-war compensation. The third Hokage paused, took another puff of his pipe, and continued, "You, as my representative, will supervise Danzo. I need to know everything about the entire negotiation process and the agreement he reaches with Hanzo." This mission was something the third Hokage had been thinking about for a long time. Danzo himself was very domineering and ruthless. Without any strength, it would be difficult to deal with him. The third Hokage had not been without assigning personnel to supervise Danzo in similar missions before, but every time, the ninja sent to carry out the mission was either controlled by Danzo or died for various reasons. The third Hokage had given up later. Even the experts under his command were limited, and he wasn't willing to let those experts be lost to Danzo. Now that a capable person like Yusuke had appeared, and he wasn't part of his direct lineage, the third Hokage was naturally happy to make good use of him. Whether Yusuke succeeded or not, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Another very important point was the conflict between Danzo and the Uchiha clan. Danzo inherited the second Hokage's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan naturally didn't have any affection for Danzo. Assigning Yusuke to supervise Danzo would also serve to balance Danzo and the Uchiha clan, a win-win situation. Yusuke could guess the third Hokage's intentions from the mission's content. However, he wasn't the kind of ninja who naively believed in the so-called will of fire. He wasn't surprised by the third Hokage's arrangement. "When does the mission start?" Yusuke asked expressionlessly. 3 days from now. Someone will come to notify you then," the third Hokage said. Yusuke nodded. "Understood. If you have no other instructions, I'll go back and prepare." The third Hokage hummed in response, indicating that Yusuke could do as he pleased. As Yusuke stepped out of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage reminded him, "Danzo may use some underhanded methods. Be careful." After receiving the mission assigned by the third Hokage, it was just past noon. "I have 3 days. I can start laying some groundwork for Kabuto. This mission should take a while, so while I'm gone, Kabuto can do some training on his own," Yusuke thought to himself. "Before I go home, I should pay a visit to Uchiha Fugaku." Thinking of Suichiro coming to find him earlier, Yusuke decided to go see what Fugaku wanted. Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Fugaku's mansion. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A 6 or 7-year-old boy stood by the lake, using the Uchiha clan's signature fire-type jutsu, aiming at the center of the lake. A large amount of flames erupted from the boy's mouth, forming a giant fireball above the center of the lake. It was clear that the boy had successfully completed the jutsu. The fireball lasted for about 5 seconds before the boy stopped releasing chakra, and the great fireball technique stopped. A middle-aged man in a kimono standing beside the boy laughed happily in satisfaction, praising him proudly, "That's my son." The middle-aged man had not expected his son to be able to perform the complete great fireball technique after only watching him demonstrate it once. This father and son were Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku had originally planned to gradually guide Itachi in his ninjutsu after he entered the ninja academy, but he now had other plans, so he started teaching Itachi early. However, the more he taught Itachi, the more shocked he was by his son's talent, making him believe that Itachi was the future hope of the Uchiha clan. Clan leader, Uchiha Yusuke is here to visit. He said you wanted to see him. An Uchiha clan member came to report. Bring him here, Fugaku said, his expression returning to its usual seriousness. Itachi, you don't have to leave. Just watch here, Fugaku said to Itachi, who was about to leave. Itachi agreed and stood obediently to the side. Soon, the Uchiha clan member who had delivered the message brought Yusuke to the small lake where Fugaku and Itachi were practicing jutsu. Seeing Itachi standing beside Fugaku, Yusuke was slightly surprised. He had originally thought that Fugaku wanted to talk to him alone, to instill some ideas about valuing the clan, and to encourage him to participate more in clan activities. In Yusuke's understanding, Fugaku was a responsible clan leader and a very loving father. It was just a pity that his control over the clan was insufficient. He couldn't restrain the arrogant and conceited members of the clan, and he couldn't persuade the clan's two genius prodigies, Shisui and Itachi, to stand by his side. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, was willing to die and sacrifice his entire clan to fulfill Itachi's will. It was a tragic story that was truly heartbreaking. Seeing Yusuke arrive, Fugaku's expression became even more serious. He said in a deep voice, Uchiha Yusuke, Ryuya and the others reported that you not only fabricated reasons to skip the clan meeting, but you also bullied them and injured them. What do you have to say about that? Yusuke frowned slightly. He had considered that Fugaku might be calling him out, but the possibility was low. After all, for a leader who lacked capable subordinates, attracting powerful members was the first priority. In his opinion, Fugaku, with his intelligence, shouldn't make such a mistake. Clan leader, I apologize for not being able to attend the clan meeting. I had an important matter to attend to at that time, but some unexpected things happened. Yusuke said calmly. Pausing, Yusuke continued, as for those three who provoked me, I only gave them a slight punishment. Yusuke wouldn't compromise or admit fault for something he didn't do, not even to the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku sneered, you're really arrogant. The outside world says that you and Kakashi are the strongest geniuses of the new generation in Konoha. They even gave you the nickname, Flame Sword. Let me see if you live up to your name. After speaking, Fugaku gestured for Itachi to step aside. Since the clan leader wants to give me some pointers, I'll humbly accept. Yusuke said calmly. He hadn't expected Fugaku to want to fight him. But judging from the situation, it seemed like Fugaku wanted to give him a warning, to teach him a lesson. If he really wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't have let Itachi, who was currently unable to fight, watch from the side. The two stared at each other quietly. Seeing that Yusuke didn't intend to make the first move, Fugaku prepared to launch an attack. At the same time, the pupils in his eyes changed from pure black to the three-tomo Sharingan. Fugaku quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Yusuke immediately recognized that he was forming the hand seals for the Great Fireball technique. He decided to respond with the same jutsu, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. He was actually a step behind, but he managed to complete the jutsu at the same time as Fugaku. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. The two voices rang out simultaneously. A large amount of flames erupted from their mouths, colliding with each other. The air nearby twisted due to the rapid increase in temperature. The Great Fireball technique was one of the signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan, used by Uchiha ninjas to test or disrupt their opponents' jutsu. It was basically impossible to burn an enemy ninja to death with this jutsu in a real battle. Uchiha Fugaku, who was maintaining the Great Fireball technique, was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Yusuke's hand seal speed to be so fast. He was able to complete the Great Fireball technique at the same time as him, even though he started later. Furthermore, Fugaku keenly realized that he had injected more chakra than his opponent, but the flames his opponent was spewing seemed to be more powerful. He needed to expend more chakra to match his opponent. What? He's still forming hand seals? His chakra control has reached this level. At this moment, Fugaku suddenly discovered that Yusuke, who was currently clashing with him using the Great Fireball technique, had begun forming hand seals again. His speed was incredible, and he completed the hand seals in the blink of an eye. For more advanced chapter, visit my Patreon page. patreon.com/Kane45. 3 comments 0 vote, NZNT, Chapter 7. After Yusuke completed his hand seals, the flames he exhaled underwent a qualitative change, turning crimson red. This jutsu was Yusuke's fire release, guided by the power of Ryujin Jaka within him. The intensity of the flames far surpassed ordinary flames. In the blink of an eye, they engulfed Uchiha Fugaku's great fireball technique and instantly swallowed Fugaku. Father, Itachi, who was watching from the side, exclaimed. But soon he felt relieved, seeing that the Fugaku engulfed in flames, bang, turned into a wooden stake, which then turned to ash in the flames. Obviously, Fugaku had used the body flicker technique in time to dodge Yusuke's flames. Yusuke quickly retracted the flames and suddenly crossed his arms to the side, assuming a defensive posture, just in time to block a sudden, powerful kick from Fugaku. The force of Fugaku's kick was immense, and Yusuke was forced to take a few steps back. Seizing the advantage, Fugaku pressed forward, launching a series of fierce attacks. Neither of them used weapons, but they engaged in a purely taijutsu-based offense and defense. Their movements were extremely fast, and every move was powerful and forceful, clearly showing that they were both masters of taijutsu. Ninjas at a certain level would never be weak in taijutsu. Without sufficient physical fitness and reaction time, it would be impossible to deal with the ever-changing techniques of ninjas from various elements. The Uchiha clan possessed the Sharingan, which greatly increased their dynamic vision, and they also emphasized taijutsu training. Otherwise, their bodies wouldn't be able to adapt to the visual differences brought about by the Sharingan's dynamic vision. The two exchanged blows for a while, roughly testing each other's taijutsu abilities. During the exchange, Yusuke noticed that Fugaku's face didn't seem to have the same anger towards him as it had at the beginning. It was more like admiration, but he couldn't think too much during such a fast-paced exchange. Suddenly, Fugaku changed his move, jumping up and kicking down hard at Yusuke. Yusuke raised his arm to block, and Fugaku used the momentum of the kick to leap back and upwards, simultaneously forming hand seals to perform a jutsu. Fire release, Red Phoenix Flower Claw. Fugaku spewed out dozens of flames from his mouth, and at the same time, he swung his right hand, launching dozens of high-speed spinning shuriken into the flames. Then, enveloped in flames, they quickly shot towards Yusuke. Facing the oncoming Red Phoenix Flower Claw, Yusuke quickly formed hand seals. A purple barrier, like glass, appeared in front of him. Flame release. Single purple flame formation. Dozens of shuriken wrapped in flames collided with the purple barrier in front of Yusuke, creating a cloud of thick black smoke and a sizzling sound as if hot iron was being plunged into cold water. Then they completely disappeared, obviously burned to ashes by the extremely high temperature of the purple flames, leaving not even a trace behind. This, flame release, single purple flame formation, was a jutsu that Yusuke had developed based on Orochimaru's 4 purple flame formation. Yusuke had also taught this jutsu to Orochimaru, but Orochimaru had always been unable to perform it. The reason was that Orochimaru couldn't independently complete the transformation from fire release to flame release, while Yusuke could use the power of his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, within him to transform fire into flames. Fugaku, who had seen a lot in his life, could tell that this purple barrier wasn't so easy to break through. He circled around to the side and launched an attack on Yusuke. This time, Fugaku had a kunai in his hand, and with a thrust, he pierced straight through Yusuke's chest. But Fugaku realized that he hadn't hit anything solid. He immediately understood that his opponent had avoided his attack through some kind of technique. Yusuke's body gradually split into crows covered in crimson flames, all flapping their wings and rushing towards Fugaku. Fugaku retreated while swinging his kunai to drive away the crows. However, when the kunai pierced the crows, Fugaku discovered that they were also not solid, but the flames attached to the crows' bodies ignited the wide sleeves of his kimono. Fugaku swung his kunai, cutting off the burning sleeve. At the same time, his rich combat experience allowed him to immediately realize that these crows were not ordinary clones but a combination of genjutsu and elemental chakra clones. Good job, Uchiha Yusuke. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve, Fugaku thought to himself, but he didn't show any emotion on his face. He quickly formed hand seals, and the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes slowly spun. Iron bind technique. Suddenly, dozens of iron spikes appeared, pinning the crows flying in the air. All the crows that were nailed by these spikes instantly became motionless. Gradually, the crows all disappeared, and Yusuke's figure slowly reappeared. However, at this time, Yusuke was also nailed by several iron spikes, seemingly unable to move. Using Genjutsu to defeat Genjutsu. As expected of the clan leader. I thought my Fire Phantom Crow technique was nearly invincible, but it was easily broken like this. Yusuke said to Fugaku, unable to move. Yusuke's expression remained calm, but his tone was filled with admiration. At this time, the iron bind technique that Yusuke was caught in was actually a genjutsu. The iron spikes that pinned Yusuke were not real. Only Fugaku, who was performing the jutsu, and Yusuke, who was caught in it, could see them. Itachi, who was watching from the side, only saw Yusuke standing motionless. Yusuke-kun, you are indeed the most outstanding genius of our clan. At such a young age, you have already achieved this level of strength without relying on the Sharingan. And in this sparring match, you, as the flame sword, have never used your sword to fight. It seems you still have some strength in reserve, Fugaku said. Fugaku's expression softened at this time, not as serious as it was when they first met. He looked at Yusuke with an appreciative gaze. In Fugaku's view, he had already won this sparring match. Whether Yusuke was holding back because of the sparring or because of his arrogance, he was now firmly under his control and unable to continue fighting. Moreover, Fugaku himself had also held back his strongest trump card. I didn't take your conflict with Ryuya and the others to heart. I just wanted to test your strength. I had already made a high estimate of your strength, but it seems I underestimated you. Fugaku continued. Looking at Fugaku, who was talking eloquently, Yusuke understood his intentions. Fugaku thought he was powerless to resist now, so he was talking to him as the victor. Fugaku saw that Yusuke didn't say anything and frowned slightly. He said, young man, don't let a single defeat get you down. Victory and defeat are common in war, especially when your opponent is the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Clan leader, sorry, I was just thinking, is this sparring match over? Yusuke asked. Fugaku rarely laughed when he heard this. What do you think? If it's not over, I might have to draw my sword. Yusuke looked at Fugaku calmly. All things will turn to ash. Ryujin Jaka, Shikai. Before he could finish speaking, Fugaku saw a flash of fire in Yusuke's eyes. The powerful fire chakra in his body went berserk, instantly breaking free from the iron bind technique. What attracted Fugaku's attention most was the magnificent long sword wrapped in flames that appeared in Yusuke's right hand. Yusuke swung the Ryujin Jaka in his hand, and the flames on the blade drew a crimson arc in the air, like a magnificent trail of fire. Seeing this, Fugaku was shocked but couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the so-called flame sword, truly a formidable young man. He cancelled his Sharingan state and habitually tried to put both hands into the wide sleeves of his kimono, but he suddenly found that his left hand went through empty space. It turned out that the right sleeve of his kimono had been burned by the Fire Phantom Crows. He chuckled wryly and sighed again, unexpected, truly unexpected. According to the definition of sparring, I guess I lost, having lost a sleeve. Yusuke saw that Fugaku didn't intend to make a move, so he retracted his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Yusuke hadn't been sure what kind of ninja Fugaku was, but through this sparring match, he knew that Fugaku's strongest skill was probably genjutsu. The iron bind technique wasn't a high-level genjutsu, but Fugaku could perform it flawlessly. He not only used it to break Yusuke's Fire Phantom Crow technique, but also firmly controlled him. If Yusuke hadn't had Ryujin Jaka, with his current abilities, he wouldn't have been able to break free from the jutsu in a short time. Of course, the so-called unbreakable wasn't just about the jutsu itself, but more importantly, about the person performing it. If Kurenai had used the same iron bind technique, she probably wouldn't even have been able to control him for a second. Yusuke shook his head. Clan leader, you're joking. I've actually used all my tricks. I wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that I can defeat the clan leader of the Uchiha clan right now. This wasn't Yusuke being humble. He knew that Fugaku had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. If Fugaku used the unpredictable abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Yusuke wouldn't be able to resist him now. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. Yusuke, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the reception room and chat. Fugaku was very satisfied with this talented and humble young man. Even his tone had become more intimate. The three of them went to the reception room. Fugaku and Yusuke sat facing each other, while Itachi brought over a cushion and sat beside Fugaku. Yusuke and Fugaku's sparring match had given Itachi his first glimpse of the battle between high-level ninjas. He, who was born with an extraordinary fighting intellect, felt a sense of yearning. Just like boys on Earth would have dreams of becoming martial arts masters or superheroes, most boys in the Naruto world would also dream of becoming powerful ninjas. Looking at Yusuke, who was young but very calm, Fugaku said slowly, the clan is facing many difficulties now. I believe that you, as a Jonin, should be able to feel it. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 4 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 8. Hearing Fugaku mention the clan's current difficulties, Yusuke nodded and said, yes, I'm aware of all this. Danzo has always been at odds with our Uchiha clan. In past internal disputes, the elders have always favored Danzo. It seems the third Hokage also wants to have us, the Uchiha clan, and Danzo balance each other out, Fugaku sighed. Since I became clan leader, I've been carefully maintaining relationships with all parties. But my abilities are truly limited. Even with all my efforts, I haven't been able to secure the rightful voice for the clan. Instead, the conflicts between the clan and the village have only increased. Itachi looked up at his father with a worried expression. His father had never told him this before. This was the first time he had heard about the clan's situation. Although Itachi was only 6 years old, his mind was far more mature than other children. From his father's words, he could sense the clan's crisis and the burden on his father's shoulders. Seeing Fugaku speak about these things, which he couldn't mention outside, in front of him, Yusuke knew that Fugaku was truly overwhelmed by the clan's problems. He wouldn't have revealed these thoughts to a junior like him unless he was at his wit's end. As if sensing his son's worry, Fugaku smiled and patted Itachi's head, signaling him not to worry. Then he turned to Yusuke and said, the clan doesn't have many ninjas who can stand on their own 2 feet right now. And among those people, I don't see anyone who can become a true pillar for the clan. When I heard about your outstanding performance in the Third Great Ninja War, I was very happy and have been keeping an eye on you ever since. Fugaku's expression turned serious, and he looked directly into Yusuke's eyes, but from your performance, I haven't seen the sense of clan honor that an Uchiha should have. Can you tell me the true place of the clan in your heart? Uchiha Yusuke. Fugaku's tone was extremely serious, especially when he said Yusuke's name at the end, emphasizing his words. Facing Fugaku's question, Yusuke felt a bit ashamed. He had been so focused on training and developing ninjutsu that he hadn't made any particular contribution to the clan. But Yusuke didn't intend to abandon the clan. After confirming his identity as an Uchiha after crossing over, Yusuke had already decided to save the clan from its tragic fate. However, he didn't want to use political maneuvering to do so. Clan leader, I am also an Uchiha. But from the current situation, do you see a path forward for the clan? Yusuke calmly asked back. Hearing Yusuke's words, Fugaku slowly closed his eyes and sighed. Then he slowly opened his eyes again, his gaze sharp as he looked at Yusuke and said, even if we can't see the path ahead, we Uchiha must persevere. The clan cannot be destroyed on our watch. And you, with your extraordinary talent, should shoulder this responsibility, not abandon the clan. I haven't abandoned the clan. I've simply abandoned the idea of saving the clan through political means. In his conversation with Fugaku, Yusuke started to reveal his true thoughts for the first time. Fugaku frowned slightly and asked tentatively, what do you mean? Over the years, with the deliberate exclusion of various forces, our Uchiha clan's space for survival in Konoha has become smaller and smaller. It's not that there's no way to recover, but I admit that I don't have the intelligence for that. Yusuke met Fugaku's sharp gaze without fear. So I've dedicated all my efforts to improving my strength. If the clan had a strong figure like our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, those so-called exclusions and conspiracies wouldn't matter. all the problems plaguing the clan would be easily solved. Yusuke no longer concealed his pursuit of power, or perhaps his ambition. Fugaku stared at Yusuke blankly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never thought that Yusuke would have the ambition to become a strong figure like Uchiha Madara. You see, after the Sage of Six Paths, there were only two people who had truly reached that level, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. That's also why I rarely attend clan meetings. While you guys are scheming and maneuvering with other high-ranking officials in the village, I've been diligently training. Ignoring Fugaku, whose eyes were slightly glazed over, Yusuke stated his reason for skipping clan meetings with a confident air. The reception room fell silent for a moment. No one spoke. Fugaku was considering the possibility of Yusuke's ideas, while Yusuke quietly waited. For Yusuke, his goal had never changed. He had skipped clan meetings in the past, and he wouldn't attend them in the future. Perhaps it takes someone with your caliber and ambition to reach the heights of our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. After a long silence, Fugaku sighed and continued to ask Yusuke, so, in your opinion, what should the clan do now? Yusuke thought for a moment and said, if it were me, facing the relentless pressure from other forces, I might choose to retreat. Of course, this retreat would also involve being prepared to retreat completely. But I think that if the clan gives up its power and goes into seclusion, focusing on improving the clan members' strength, it might be a way to secure a foothold. Fugaku shook his head, have I not considered that? Unfortunately, most of the clan members wouldn't agree. Yusuke nodded and didn't say anything more. He actually had one more sentence he hadn't said, which was, if the clan leader had enough authority, he could make the decision alone. But there was no need to say such an impossible assumption. I'll instruct the clan to grant you permission to skip future clan meetings. But for some important meetings, I'll have someone notify you in advance. You must attend those meetings. Fugaku looked at Yusuke, his gaze intense. Bu-rong ju-wei means, Bu-rong ju-wei, which means, unyielding, or, cannot be refused. Yusuke nodded. Understood. Thank you for your understanding, clan leader. The conversation had reached this point, and Fugaku had already made a great concession to him. If he didn't accept it, he would be unreasonable. With the clan matters mostly settled, Fugaku's expression relaxed. He revealed another reason for inviting Yusuke. Actually, I have one more thing I wanted to discuss with you. Please go on, Yusuke said. What do you think of Itachi? Fugaku gently patted Itachi's shoulder and asked Yusuke. Yusuke was slightly taken aback and understood why Fugaku had brought Itachi with him to talk to him. Fugaku probably wanted to arrange for Itachi to become his disciple. Because besides this reason, Yusuke couldn't think of any other possibility for Fugaku to ask this question. It couldn't be that he wanted to become a relative by marriage, asking if his sister, Izumi, and Itachi would be a good match, right? Itachi is 6 years old, and he'll be entering the ninja academy soon. I've only recently started teaching him ninjutsu. You might think I'm exaggerating, but in my opinion, he has a talent that is no less than yours. I hope you can be his teacher and guide his ninjutsu training in the future. Fugaku said seriously. In his opinion, Itachi's talent was even greater than Yusuke's, but he had to be a little humble when he said it. Itachi was very intelligent, and he also guessed his father's intentions. He also hoped to have a suitable teacher to guide him, so he looked at Yusuke with anticipation. Yusuke smiled and nodded. I also see that Itachi has extraordinary talent. I'd be very happy to be his teacher. But I didn't expect that I would take on 2 disciples in one day. I don't know how to describe this feeling. Yusuke had planned to contact Itachi sooner or later. After all, Itachi was a key figure in the Uchiha clan's fate. It was perfect that Fugaku had come to him directly to ask him to be Itachi's teacher. Fugaku didn't ask about the other disciple Yusuke mentioned. Instead, he instructed Itachi to perform a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Itachi stood up from the cushion, knelt on the floor, and respectfully bowed to Yusuke. Uchiha Itachi, please teach me well in the future. Yusuke helped Itachi up, officially accepting him as his second disciple. Looking at the little boy, Itachi, Yusuke couldn't help but think of his own little sister, Izumi. Izumi will be going to the ninja academy soon too. With Kabuto and Itachi, maybe I should just apply to lead a genin team. Yusuke thought to himself. At this time, Yusuke didn't know that his sister was Itachi's lover in Itachi Shinden. If he had known, he wouldn't have arranged things this way. In Yusuke's understanding, Itachi, a brother complex, was already beyond repair. Yusuke, is your Sharingan really not awakened, or are you just hiding your strength? Fugaku asked after Itachi finished his bow. It's really not awakened. I've done a lot of research, and it seems that it requires strong mental stimulation to awaken the Sharingan. So I gave up, Yusuke said helplessly. Fugaku nodded. That's usually the case, but the Sharingan is activated by the Yin Seal, which is mental energy. Logically speaking, with your current mental strength, you should have enough to awaken the Sharingan even without external stimulation. Fugaku thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Yusuke with a strange expression. Your father isn't from the Uchiha clan. Could it be that you didn't inherit the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkei? Hearing Fugaku's words, Yusuke didn't seem surprised. To be honest, I'm also suspecting that now. Although the Uchiha bloodline was very powerful, even if a non-Uchiha married an Uchiha, their offspring would usually inherit the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkei. Unless the other party also possessed a powerful Kekkei Genkei, there would be a small chance that their offspring wouldn't inherit the Sharingan but would inherit other Kekkei Genkei. Of course, there was also a very small chance of inheriting two Kekkei Genkei. But Yusuke's father was just an ordinary person. There was no reason for him to be superior to the Uchiha clan in terms of bloodline, preventing Yusuke from inheriting the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkei. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 6 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 9. About the Sharingan, I'll help you look through the clan's records to see if there's any way to solve it, Fugaku said, frowning. Compared to Yusuke himself, Fugaku was more concerned about his Sharingan not awakening. In Fugaku's eyes, if Yusuke didn't have the Sharingan, his future achievements would be limited. Fugaku didn't have any jealousy or envy at this point. The clan was already in a precarious situation, and all he wanted to do was to improve the clan members' strength as much as possible. Thank you for that. Regarding Itachi's guidance, I'll start immediately these next 2 days and lay the foundation for him. In 3 days, I'll be going out on a mission. This mission should take a while. Yusuke said. A mission in 3 days? Are you going to Rain Village with Danzo for the negotiations? Fugaku's already furrowed brows were about to form a Chuan river shape. Yusuke nodded. Yes, it's this mission. I'm representing the third Hokage and supervising Danzo's negotiation efforts. Fugaku's expression turned serious. He said to Yusuke, you have to be careful. Danzo is very ruthless and has a strong prejudice against our Uchiha clan. I think he might try to eliminate you. But why did the third Hokage send you? Does he also want to eliminate you and suppress our Uchiha clan? Fugaku couldn't help but mutter to himself. The slightly improved mood he had after talking with Yusuke immediately sank again. Looking at Fugaku, who was worrying about the clan, Yusuke sighed inwardly. He didn't want to disturb him any further and stood up to leave. I've disturbed you for so long today. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Fugaku snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. All right, you should prepare well these next few days. Don't let Danzo trick you on this mission. Yusuke responded and gave his newly acquired disciple, Itachi, a few instructions before leaving Fugaku's mansion. The next morning, Yusuke took Kabuto and Izumi to a training ground within the Uchiha clan territory. This training ground was requested by Yusuke and Fugaku, and it would be used specifically for Yusuke to train his disciples. Of course, Kabuto and Izumi were benefiting from Itachi's influence. Izumi wasn't exactly Yusuke's disciple, but Yusuke thought about it. Izumi was old enough to train. It was the same whether he taught 2 or 3, so he decided to bring Izumi along for training. Itachi, why are you here so early? Yusuke smiled, seeing Itachi already doing some basic training on the training ground. I'm not used to making others wait for me. I usually arrive a little earlier than the agreed time. I didn't come too early, actually. Itachi said respectfully. Looking at Itachi, who was very polite and acted like a little adult, Yusuke went over and patted his head, smiling, you're too formal. Itachi-kun, it's you, Izumi exclaimed in surprise, seeing Itachi beside Yusuke. Izumi was wearing a purple short-sleeved outfit today, and her soft long hair was tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon. You are. Itachi was confused. The girl in front of him was very cute and seemed familiar. He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Izumi's initially surprised face immediately fell into disappointment. I'm Uchiha Izumi, your classmate. Don't you recognize me? Itachi was also very embarrassed. He apologized, I'm sorry, I was rude. Seeing Itachi being so polite, Izumi became flustered. She waved her hands repeatedly, saying, no need to apologize, no need to apologize. We'll train together from now on. We're all good friends. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly. Seeing Izumi, who was usually so composed, acting a little shy, Yusuke raised an eyebrow unconsciously, worried. Izumi's acting a little strange. Does she have a crush on Itachi? That's not good. Yusuke couldn't help but admire this kid, Itachi. He was handsome, talented, and the son of the Uchiha clan leader. He was very attractive to girls in every way. But Yusuke didn't want his sister to develop any feelings for Itachi. After all, he knew that Itachi didn't like girls, he liked brothers. It seems I need to keep an eye on this. I can't let Izumi be captivated by Itachi's charm, Yusuke thought to himself, secretly on his guard. Itachi and Kabuto introduced themselves to each other. After the three children got to know each other, Yusuke officially began teaching them. For beginner ninjas, the most important thing wasn't the dazzling jutsu, but the basic skills of a ninja. Therefore, Yusuke explained his improved training methods for chakra control and taijutsu to the children. The children were all very intelligent and quickly grasped the methods Yusuke taught, beginning their training. Yusuke trained with the three children for 2 days, secretly observing their progress during the training. Each child's performance was roughly as he expected. Itachi was undoubtedly the most talented. His chakra control and taijutsu abilities were both outstanding. Kabuto was a little worse than Itachi in taijutsu, but his chakra control wasn't inferior to Itachi's. As for his precious little sister, Izumi, she was clearly lagging behind the other two, but compared to ordinary people, she was still pretty good. On the evening of the second day, Yusuke called the three children, who were covered in sweat after training, to come to him. You're all doing great. I've been watching your training these 2 days, and I'm very satisfied with your performance. Yusuke said with a smile. Kabuto, your chakra control is very strong. For you, I plan to focus on developing jutsu. Of course, you can't neglect taijutsu. Powerful ninjas will never be weak in taijutsu. Actually, Yusuke had another hope for Kabuto, which was to train him to become a ninja scientist who surpassed Orochimaru. Itachi, you're talented in all aspects. You're a versatile ninja. For you, I'll have even stricter requirements in all areas. Yusuke knew that Itachi, who was almost a well-rounded warrior, still had one weakness, his chakra reserves. Since he was his teacher, he would have to think of a way to help him with that. What about me? What about me? Seeing that Yusuke had commented on Kabuto and Itachi but not on her, Izumi asked eagerly, tugging on Yusuke's sleeve. I'll focus on teaching you defensive, medical, and escape jutsu. That way, you won't worry me as much. Yusuke patted Izumi's head and smiled. Izumi complained, what do you mean? Am I that weak? Teacher, don't worry, I'll protect Izumi. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said seriously. Yes, I'll do my best to protect Izumi too. Itachi also said solemnly. The three children had gotten along very well after training together for 2 days, and they were clearly very close. Kabuto, 2 years older than Itachi and Izumi, treated them like his siblings and was always very polite. Itachi, although a little younger than Kabuto, was very mature mentally and subtly took care of both Kabuto and Izumi. Izumi, of course, was less mature than the other two, but she was kind-hearted and lively and cute, so she was easy to get along with. It seems like training a new Sannin would be quite fulfilling. Looking at the 3 small figures under the setting sun, Yusuke stroked his chin and thought to himself. Izumi's talent wasn't as good as Itachi and Kabuto's, but she was still pretty good. With Itachi and Kabuto protecting her, she could just relax and enjoy herself. After training that day, Itachi returned home. Fugaku and Makoto were waiting for him to have dinner together. Itachi, you've been training all day. You must be tired. Come and eat, Makoto said with a smile. Her stomach was bigger now, and it was clear that the baby in her belly wouldn't be born for long. How was your training these past 2 days? Yusuke became a Jonin at such a young age and has achieved this level of strength. I think it's not just his talent, but more importantly, he has very effective training methods. You must learn diligently, understand? Fugaku poured himself a glass of sake and said slowly. You're right, teachers' training methods are very efficient. Although it's only been 2 days, I feel like I've made a lot of progress. Itachi sat cross-legged and said seriously. I'm curious about Itachi's teacher too. I heard he's only 14 or 15 years old. What kind of person is he? Makoto asked. He's awkward. He's two-faced. Fugaku and Itachi said at the same time. Awkward was Fugaku's evaluation, while two-faced was Itachi's. Makoto covered her mouth and laughed. She asked, what do you mean by your evaluations? I don't understand. Fugaku poured himself another glass of sake and drank it in one gulp. This kid clearly cares about the clan, but he acts like he despises the clan members. He's very arrogant. Don't you think he's awkward? Fugaku seemed to be in a good mood today and seemed to have drunk quite a bit of sake. He wasn't as serious and deep as usual. Seeing that her mother had turned to look at him with interest, Itachi calmly said, although my teacher seems cold and uncaring, I can feel that he's actually a very kind person. Actually, Itachi originally wanted to describe him as cold on the outside, warm on the inside, but he was in a good mood and couldn't help but make a joke. Yusuke, who had been given the evaluations of awkward and two-faced, was rummaging through his house at this time. After searching for a long time, Yusuke finally found a very thick scroll from a dusty cabinet and handed it to Kabuto. Kabuto solemnly took the scroll and read the title aloud, 21 Days of Ninjutsu, from Beginner to Master. Yes, this is a ninjutsu primer that I carefully compiled. While I'm gone, besides practicing chakra control and taijutsu, the 2 basic skills, you should study this carefully. I'll test you when I get back. Yusuke said. Kabuto nodded seriously. Teacher, don't worry, I won't disappoint you. After Kabuto left Yusuke's room with the scroll, looking at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky outside the window, Yusuke felt unusually uneasy. Yusuke had a feeling that something big was going to happen on this mission to Rain Village. The next morning, Yusuke arrived at the village exit on time to meet up with Danzo and the delegation going to Rain Village. All the other members of the delegation were already there, except for Danzo himself. Yusuke didn't have to wait long. Danzo appeared with 2 of his trusted subordinates. Danzo was wearing a kimono that was half black and half white. His face, including his right eye and the part of his chest where his kimono was open, was tightly wrapped in bandages. He had an X-shaped scar on his chin. Danzo scanned the ninjas present with his sinister eyes. Most of the ninjas lowered their heads, not daring to meet Danzo's gaze. When Danzo's eyes swept over Yusuke, Yusuke keenly sensed a faint hint of killing intent. He immediately looked towards the source of the killing intent and met Danzo's gaze. Looking at Yusuke's calm eyes, Danzo retracted his gaze, turned to face the direction of Rain Village, and loudly commanded, "Let's go." For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 4 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 10. After Danzo announced their official departure, all the ninjas immediately moved quickly towards Rain Village. Ninjas traveled very fast. After only half a day, the delegation to Rain Village had already covered dozens of kilometers. Danzo-sama, it's noon, should we rest here? One of Danzo's trusted subordinates asked. This ninja was named Yamanaka Shika, a Yamanaka clan ninja who had joined Root since childhood. He was one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates. Let's rest here then. Danzo nodded. His voice was hoarse, making it uncomfortable to listen to. Soon, the ninjas received the order to rest in place and stopped on a flat piece of land. Except for a few ninjas who were responsible for reconnaissance and setting up temporary traps, everyone else began to rest and recover their depleted stamina. Yusuke also leaned against a tree to rest, adjusting his state while observing the surrounding situation. At this time, Yusuke saw Danzo slowly walking towards his direction, followed by several Root ninjas. Uchiha Yusuke, do you know the true purpose of the 3rd Hokage sending you to supervise me? Danzo said in a deep voice, standing in front of Yusuke. Ninjas don't need to ask for reasons when carrying out a mission. Yusuke gave a very official answer. Although Yusuke had some understanding of the third Hokage's intentions, he wouldn't actually discuss them with Danzo. Good. It seems you still have the awareness of a ninja. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. He was not satisfied with Yusuke's perfunctory answer. However, Danzo didn't seem to mind. He continued, Root is currently lacking ninjas like you. Compared to those weak ninja organizations in the village, only Root truly embodies the ninja way. Although Danzo loathed the Uchiha clan, he was actually a very rational person. Danzo knew that Yusuke had good potential. He wanted to see if he could recruit Yusuke into Root. Once Yusuke agreed, whether he joined sincerely or not, Danzo was confident that he could firmly control Yusuke and turn him into a force under his command. Yusuke was slightly taken aback by Danzo's veiled recruitment. He had expected Danzo to confront him, but he hadn't expected him to recruit him. However, Yusuke was very clear that he and Danzo were not on the same side. Danzo thought that by hiding in the shadows, accumulating power, and playing dirty tricks, he could become Hokage. But in Yusuke's eyes, Danzo was just a ghoul hiding in the darkness. He had adapted to the darkness and couldn't survive in the sunlight. Just like in the original story, when he became Hokage, it was destined that his demise was not far off. Sorry, I have no intention of joining Root. Yusuke shook his head. Is that so? What a pity. Danzo didn't say anything more after hearing Yusuke's refusal and turned to leave. However, Yusuke couldn't see that Danzo, with his back to him, had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He gave his subordinates a signal. Suddenly, two Root ninjas appeared beside Yusuke, one on each side, grabbing his shoulders, trying to subdue him. Yamanaka Shika, who was facing Yusuke, began forming hand seals, preparing to use the Yamanaka clan's secret technique against Yusuke. Mind-body switch technique. Shika completed his hand seals. Seeing that Yusuke had been grabbed by his two companions and couldn't move, he looked delighted. However, Yusuke's body trembled. The two Root ninjas who had grabbed his shoulders felt a surge of immense force in their hands and lost control of Yusuke. Yusuke kicked off with his left foot, sending the ninja on his left flying. At the same time, he pulled the ninja on his right in front of him, just in time to block Shika's mind-body switch technique. The smile on Shika's face hadn't faded when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It turned out that after he entered the mind-body switch technique state and possessed his companion who was blocking Yusuke, Yusuke punched his companion's stomach hard. Since he was in the mind-body switch technique state, he also suffered the same damage. Yusuke casually threw the Root ninja possessed by Shika sideways, smashing him into the other two ninjas who were attacking him. The two ninjas on the other side couldn't dodge in time and had to step back, holding the ninja thrown by Yusuke. At this moment, two hands suddenly reached out from the ground beneath Yusuke's feet, grabbing his ankles. It seemed like they were about to use the mind-body extraction technique to control him on the ground. Fire release. Square inch scorching earth. Yusuke sneered, quickly forming hand seals. After completing the hand seals, a jutsu seal appeared beneath Yusuke's feet, covering a small area. The area immediately became like soil that had been exposed to the sun for months. The soil was dry and cracked, and hot air emanated from the cracks in the soil, indicating that the temperature beneath the ground was not low. Ah! A scream rang out. A ninja, completely charred and smelling of roasted meat, popped out of the ground beneath Yusuke's feet. Yusuke, without any sympathy, kicked him again, sending him flying. Just as Yusuke finished dealing with a wave of attacking ninjas, another group of Root ninjas rushed towards him, and at the same time, dozens of kunai shot towards his location. However, to the astonishment of the Root ninjas, the kunai didn't hit Yusuke. They all passed right through his body. Yusuke's body seemed to flicker like flames in the air. At the same time, crows wrapped in flames split from his body, flew around in the sky, and then reassembled into Yusuke on a tree branch not far behind Danzo and the Root ninjas. Danzo-sama, should we continue? Yusuke crossed his arms, leaned against the tree trunk, and looked at Danzo calmly. Danzo's plan to sneak attack and subdue Yusuke had failed. If he continued to attack, Yusuke wouldn't hold back. Although he might not be able to defeat Danzo and all the Root ninjas present, he was confident that he could kill a few before leaving calmly. Hearing Yusuke's voice behind him, Danzo turned around and looked at Yusuke coldly. Although he had heard that Yusuke had performed exceptionally well in the Third Great Ninja War, no less than the genius ninja, Kakashi, and had the title of Flame Sword. After this series of sneak attacks, Danzo's evaluation of Yusuke's strength had greatly increased, placing him above Kakashi. Whether it was taijutsu, reaction speed, or hand seal speed, Yusuke had demonstrated an extremely high level of skill. As expected of the Uchiha clan's genius. Truly a remarkable skill, Danzo said coldly, waving his hand to stop the root ninjas who were about to continue their attack. The sneak attack had failed, and Danzo didn't say anything more. He led his subordinates away from Yusuke's area. But in Danzo's heart, he had already added Yusuke to his kill list. He would absolutely not allow any Konoha ninja to defy him, especially not an Uchiha ninja. Seeing Danzo retreat, Yusuke continued to lean against the tree and rest. Although Yusuke seemed very relaxed and casual, his mental energy was actually highly concentrated, paying attention to Danzo and the root ninja's every move, preventing them from attacking again. This mission won't be easy. The third Hokage really gave me a tough one. Looking at Danzo and the root ninjas in the distance, Yusuke sighed inwardly. The Konoha delegation didn't rest for long before continuing their journey to Rain Village. The root ninja's sneak attack on Yusuke was just a small incident. Both Danzo and Yusuke acted as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, within the territory of Rain Village, an organization called Akatsuki was carrying out various secret activities, which had also caught the attention of the actual ruler of Rain Village. In a hidden base, the true founders of Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, were talking. At this time, the Akatsuki members were wearing pure black robes without the red clouds embroidered on them. It's great. More and more ninjas are willing to join us. I believe that one day, our ideals will eliminate all wars in the world. Under the dim candlelight, Yahiko, with his short yellow hair, spoke excitedly. Akatsuki wasn't a terrorist organization when it was first established. It didn't have a plan to capture tailed beasts and execute the Moon Eye plan. In fact, Akatsuki was initially founded by three simple young people who longed for peace. They formed the organization with the goal of building peace without relying on force. At that time, Akatsuki used Rain Village, which was sandwiched between the three great nations of Konoha, Iwa, and Suna, as its base. It traveled between the great nations, absorbing wandering ninjas who also longed for peace, and spreading the idea of peace in various countries. During this period, Akatsuki was actually led by Yahiko. Yahiko was not only charismatic but also had strong leadership skills. Many wandering ninjas nearby joined Akatsuki, admiring his reputation and willingly accepting his leadership. Good, Yahiko. As long as enough people acknowledge our ideas, even the great nations will have to stop fighting. Nagato, with his red hair and Rinnegan, laughed. At this time, Nagato's strength was already extraordinary. In terms of combat strength, he was far superior to Yahiko. But Nagato also believed that Yahiko was the best leader, and he would use his strength to help Yahiko achieve his ideal of peace in the ninja world. Recently, we received news that a Konoha delegation will be going to Rain Village to negotiate with Hanzo about compensation for the defeated nation. The leader of the Konoha delegation is named Danzo. He's a high-ranking member of Konoha, but we don't know much about him. Nagato said. Yahiko's face lit up when he heard this. Do you think this might be an opportunity for us? We can convey our ideals to the Konoha delegation and then to the entire Land of Fire. The Land of Fire is the most powerful country in the ninja world. If our ideals can spread in the Land of Fire, then it will be a short step before we gain the recognition of the entire ninja world. Nagato nodded. This is indeed a good opportunity. A while back, Hanzo, the leader of Rain, sent someone to contact us. He wants to use us as a fulcrum to propose peace negotiations to the three surrounding great nations. Perhaps with this opportunity, we can simultaneously reach peace treaties with Konoha and Rain. It seems that even the demigod of the ninja world can't ignore our existence. Yahiko said. His eyes were filled with confidence and longing for the future. He firmly believed that his ideal would take a big step forward. Konan sat quietly in her chair, her gaze gentle as she looked at the two of them, a simple and contented smile on her face. For her, Yahiko and Nagato were everything. As long as their ideals could be realized, she was willing to do anything to help them. Although the road ahead was difficult, as long as the three of them were together, it didn't matter. However, the three of them, still naive at this time, didn't know that an event was about to happen that would change their lifelong ideals and destiny. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 2 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 11. It's raining again, just like last time, Yusuke thought to himself, feeling the drizzle falling on his skin. This wasn't Yusuke's first time stepping into the land of rain. He had also carried out missions in rain during the previous war. Chakra circulated within his body, a faint layer of fire release chakra, imperceptible to others, covered Yusuke's body. When the fine raindrops fell onto this layer of fire release chakra, they were all burned away. It was burned because it wasn't using high temperatures to evaporate the raindrops. Otherwise, Yusuke would look like a steam engine to others, with steam rising from his entire body. The Konoha delegation didn't have to wait long after arriving in the land of rain. Hanzo of the Salamander quickly came to greet them personally. Danzo and Hanzo clearly weren't meeting for the first time. They immediately began chatting familiarly. Among the drenched ninjas, Yusuke, whose hairstyle remained upright, immediately caught Hanzo's attention. Yusuke was also carefully observing this ninja known as the demigod in the ninja world. From his appearance, Hanzo certainly had the vibe of a secondate boss. He was wearing the ordinary uniform of Rain Village, but he had a black short cloak over his shoulders. He wore a metal gas mask that covered his mouth and cheeks, revealing only his eyes and nose. He had long, dry yellow hair flowing down his back, but his eyes were extremely fierce, making him look like a real bad guy. His weapon also seemed rather cheap, a sickle connected to a chain, with a weight attached to the other end of the chain. Hanzo wore a gas mask not to protect himself from others using poison, but rather, to prevent his own poisonous breath from affecting those around him. In the village where Hanzo was born, there was a highly poisonous black salamander. After the salamander died, its poison sac was implanted into young Hanzo's body, giving him a resistance to poison. Whenever he breathed, those around him would inhale the poisonous air, so everyone was afraid of young Hanzo. To avoid affecting others, Hanzo was forced to wear a mask and breathe through his mouth. Hanzo couldn't easily remove his mask, although it would give him an advantage in battle. But if his poison sac in his abdomen ruptured during battle, even Hanzo wouldn't be able to withstand the salamander's poison. After the Konoha group followed Hanzo to the lodging assigned to them, they stayed there to rest for a while. Danzo and Hanzo went off to a secret meeting, no one knew where. Yusuke wasn't interested in these two hidden talks. For Yusuke, he only needed to be present at the formal official negotiations, witness the negotiation process between Danzo and Hanzo as the third Hokage's envoy, and report back to the third Hokage. Of course, if Yusuke was the third Hokage's direct subordinate, he would probably try to find out if there was any secret deal between Danzo and Hanzo. But right now, Yusuke had no intention of working for the third Hokage, so he just relaxed in the lodging, conserving his energy and waiting for the official negotiations to begin. In Hanzo's secret chamber, Danzo was sitting in a chair, closing his eyes and resting. Behind him stood two trusted root ninjas. Opposite Danzo sat Hanzo, with a displeased expression. Are these the compensation terms Konoha has set? It's really harsh. According to your demands, even if Rain Village goes on for another 5 years, we might not be able to recover. Hanzo read through the document in his hand and said coldly. This document was the compensation terms proposed by Konoha. It was clear that Danzo hadn't considered the village's interests and had leaked the content to Hanzo before the formal negotiations. Danzo remained with his eyes closed and said slowly, I can make a significant concession on the terms, but you have to pay a price elsewhere. Hanzo didn't care about the concession Danzo mentioned. Instead, he changed the subject, there's no need for concessions. As long as you do me a favor, I'll agree to all the terms on this document. Danzo was startled. His closed eyes suddenly opened wide. He knew that the terms on this document were very harsh. Originally, Danzo had planned to betray some of the village's interests, make concessions, and then have Hanzo compensate him for root in other ways. But now, Hanzo had actually agreed to the terms on the document, making Danzo very curious about what Hanzo meant by helping. What kind of favor? Tell me, Danzo said calmly. Hanzo said slowly, have you heard of an organization called Akatsuki? They've been active near Rain Village recently, spreading a ridiculous theory of peace. With your strength as the demigod, can't you handle this insignificant organization? Danzo asked. The leader of this organization is not simple. According to intelligence, one of Akatsuki's executives possesses the legendary Rinnegan. Hanzo dropped a bombshell. Hearing Hanzo's words, even with Danzo's composure, he couldn't control his emotions. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, what? You mean the legendary Sage's Eye? Seeing the greed in Danzo's eyes, Hanzo's lips, hidden behind his gas mask, curled up slightly. Yes, it's the Rinnegan, known as the Sage's Eye. The opponent's strength is still a mystery, so I haven't dared to make a move. But I've recently found out about their internal situation. As long as you help me, I'm confident that we can wipe them out. Then, we can each take one Rinnegan. Moreover, I'll agree to all the terms of this negotiation, allowing you to make a great contribution to Konoha. It will also help you in your future pursuit of the Hokage position. Hanzo continued. He believed that with the conditions he had offered, Danzo had no reason to refuse. I agree to this cooperation, but are you really sure we can handle a ninja with the Rinnegan? Danzo frowned. Although he was very covetous of the legendary Rinnegan, Danzo also knew that a ninja who possessed these eyes would definitely not be easy to deal with. Hanzo smiled sinisterly. To be honest, I'm not entirely confident if we're fighting directly. But I've found their weakness. As long as your people cooperate, it's a sure thing. Danzo said solemnly, then I'll stay here for a few more days and cooperate with your plan. But you have to let me know all the details of the plan. Danzo didn't completely trust Hanzo. He didn't want to be used as a pawn by Hanzo. You can rest assured about that. The key to this plan depends on your subordinates. I know your root organization has many talented people who are skilled in espionage. You need your subordinates to infiltrate the other organization and seize a key figure for me. With that person, the ninja with the Rinnegan will be helpless. Hanzo said. All right, you can send someone to notify me when you execute the plan. Danzo nodded. By the way, there's an interesting ninja in your team today. It seems like raindrops can't even get close to him. He looks pretty strong. Hanzo remembered Yusuke when he greeted Danzo. For Hanzo, the more powerful ninjas involved in his plan, the better. Danzo snorted coldly, that guy is the third Hokage's person watching me. Don't count on him for this plan. You should have heard of him. He's the one called Flame Sword, Uchiha Yusuke. Knowing Yusuke's identity, Hanzo nodded and didn't say anything more. He had thought that Yusuke was a skilled ninja from Danzo's root organization and that he could use him this time, but he didn't ask any further questions since he wasn't Danzo's person. Yusuke was completely unaware of the conspiracy between Danzo and Hanzo against Akatsuki. The next day, Yusuke participated in the formal negotiations between Konoha and Rain. The entire negotiation process was very dull and boring, but the anomalies within it aroused Yusuke's vigilance. Although the negotiators from both sides pretended to bargain, Rain actually made concessions on every term in the end. This was a very unusual phenomenon. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander wasn't a weak leader. Even if Rain was in the position of a defeated nation, they shouldn't have conceded to this extent. Danzo and Hanzo must have reached some kind of secret agreement. Yusuke frowned. But while he suspected it, Yusuke didn't know what kind of deal they had made in secret. After all the compensation terms were negotiated, Hanzo and Danzo signed the agreement, and the Konoha delegation's mission to Rain Village to negotiate compensation was basically complete. Back at the lodging, Yusuke asked Danzo, Danzo-sama, the mission is complete. When will the delegation return to Konoha? I'm going to stay here for a few more days. Danzo glanced at Yusuke. What's the reason? Yusuke asked. Danzo flicked his wide sleeve and snorted coldly, I'm the leader of the delegation. I don't need to explain myself to you. After saying this, he ignored Yusuke and strode away. The two trusted subordinates who were closely following Danzo also glared fiercely at Yusuke. One of them was Yamanaka Shika, who had tried to sneak attack Yusuke but had been taught a lesson. Looking at the backs of Danzo and his men leaving, Yusuke frowned and thought to himself. At this point, it was a crucial time for the fourth Hokage election in the village. Danzo, as Orochimaru's recommender, had been working to secure support for Orochimaru in the village. The third Hokage, at this time, had sent Danzo to Rain Village to negotiate. Perhaps he was trying to interfere with Danzo and Orochimaru's election plans. Under normal circumstances, after the negotiations were over, Danzo should have returned as soon as possible, not wasted time staying in Rain Village. This could only mean that Danzo's purpose for staying in Rain Village was more important than supporting Orochimaru's bid for the fourth Hokage. Over the next few days, Yusuke secretly followed Danzo. However, Danzo, as the leader of the ninja world's top spy organization, had excellent reconnaissance work in place, and Yusuke couldn't get close to him. He even almost got caught by Root's reconnaissance ninjas several times. Danzo-sama, someone seems to have been following us these past few days. I've instructed the ninjas in charge of reconnaissance, but we still haven't been able to catch them. Yamanaka Shika said respectfully to Danzo. It shouldn't be Hanzo's people. It must be Uchiha Yusuke secretly watching me. Sarutobi really knows how to give me trouble. Danzo snorted coldly, then continued, don't worry about him for now. How is our plan going? It's all been arranged. We've controlled several members of Akatsuki. When the plan begins, we'll definitely be able to cooperate with Hanzo to capture the target. Shika said. Good. Hanzo has also set a meeting time with the leader of Akatsuki. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must get the Rinnegan. Only I am worthy of possessing this legendary, sage's eye. Danzo said calmly. However, his slightly trembling voice betrayed his excitement. But if the person secretly following us is really Uchiha Yusuke, will he oppose us and sabotage our plan? Shika asked with worry. Shika didn't think that Yusuke posed any threat to their plan, but he hated Yusuke for making him look foolish in front of his subordinates. If he could use Danzo's hand to eliminate him, that would be the best. Danzo waved his hand. He can't do anything in the Rain Village territory. Once I get the Rinnegan, he'll be the first one I deal with. 3 days later, Yusuke, who was secretly watching Danzo, discovered that Root personnel had suddenly mobilized in large numbers. Knowing that Danzo must have a major plan, he immediately followed Danzo's men from a distance. Danzo wasn't wearing his usual half-black, half-white kimono. He had changed into a Konoha ninja uniform, indicating that Danzo himself might be involved in this operation. At this time, in a valley in the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander and the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko, were formally meeting. Nagato and Konan stood beside Yahiko, and a group of Akatsuki members stood behind them. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 2 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 12. In a valley in the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander and Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki, were engaged in a face-to-face conversation, the atmosphere seeming quite amicable. Ever since your Akatsuki organization started operating near Rain Village, I've been keeping an eye on you. I highly approve of your ideals, which is why I've specially arranged this meeting with you, Hanzo said sincerely, his eyes filled with a sense of relief. As he spoke, Hanzo looked at Yahiko and the others in front of him with the kind of gaze an elder uses when admiring a junior. Hearing Hanzo's words, Yahiko, as the leader of Akatsuki, looked delighted. With the support of Hanzo-sama, the demigod, we have even more confidence in spreading our ideals of peace throughout the ninja world. The entire ninja world has been engaged in endless wars, countless lives have been lost. If we can resolve the conflicts between the countries through peaceful negotiations, then there won't be so many tragedies. Hanzo burst into laughter, seemingly in complete agreement with Yahiko's words. But only Hanzo himself knew that he was truly laughing at the naivety of these people. But it's your childishness that has given me the opportunity to get my hands on the Rinnegan. Hanzo thought to himself. Looking at Yahiko, who continued to speak eloquently, Hanzo acted very patiently, as if he were seriously considering the plan and prospects the other party had presented. But in his heart, he was silently calculating the right moment to strike. Hanzo-sama, what do you think of our ideas? As long as we follow this plan, we can definitely bring lasting peace to the ninja world. Yahiko said excitedly, looking at Hanzo, who was nodding repeatedly. In his view, they were just one step away from the plan's success. Very good. You are indeed a group of ambitious young people. The ninja world will rely on you in the future. Hanzo nodded with a pleasant expression, but his eyes held a deep disdain. In his eyes, the Akatsuki ninjas were a bunch of naive youngsters who had no idea what being a ninja really meant, nor did they understand the cruelty of the ninja world. Great. Hearing Hanzo's approval, Yahiko turned to look at Nagato and Konan. They both looked back at Yahiko with joyful expressions. Now, a cold glint flashed in Hanzo's eyes. He seized the moment when Yahiko and the others exchanged glances and secretly gave a signal indicating, action start. At this moment, a member of Akatsuki suddenly charged towards Konan from behind. Yahiko and Nagato hadn't had time to react to the sudden situation when two other Akatsuki members attacked them, preventing them from supporting Konan. Although Konan reacted alertly and blocked the attack from the ninja behind her, there was still the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo, behind her. Hanzo launched a surprise attack from behind, twisting Konan's arms behind her back and subduing her. Then, he immediately used the body flicker technique, taking Konan to a high ground in the valley. The Akatsuki members who had just attacked them were actually root ninjas in disguise. Their goal was to cooperate with Hanzo to capture Konan, making Yahiko and Nagato hesitate out of fear for her. Standing on the high ground, Hanzo looked down at Yahiko and Nagato in the valley, who were looking at him with disbelief. A cruel and sinister smile appeared beneath his gas mask. The original anime doesn't depict the events before Konan was subdued. This part of the plot is made up by the author. The events after this, where Konan is held hostage to force Nagato to kill Yahiko and the subsequent events in the anime, are all there, so the author won't write about them anymore. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yusuke was following Danzo and his subordinates from a distance, but he was becoming increasingly uneasy. However, what Yusuke didn't know was that a pair of eyes were also secretly watching him. On a mountain peak not far from Yusuke, stood a figure wearing a black cloak. The figure's face was covered with a white mask with black patterns. The right eye revealed through the mask was a Sharingan. This figure was Uchiha Obito. He and Zetsu had been secretly observing Akatsuki, specifically Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. He had also leaked information about Akatsuki to Hanzo, with the goal of provoking Hanzo to attack Akatsuki, taking the opportunity to induce Nagato's darkness and involve him in the Moon Eye plan. Uchiha Yusuke, is that you? Obito murmured, looking at the figure in the distance who was following Danzo. What, is this person a friend of yours from the past? At this moment, a black and white head suddenly emerged from the trunk of a large tree beside Obito. The head was wrapped in two plants that looked like aloe vera leaves. It was Zetsu, the eternally filial son who had been lurking in the ninja world for 1,000 years. Not exactly a friend, but I've always wanted to settle things with him. I didn't expect him to come to me. Obito said. This is a crucial moment. We need to force Nagato to summon the outer path, demonic statue of the outer path. You shouldn't provoke irrelevant people, Zetsu advised. I only need 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes to deal with someone like him. Obito snorted coldly. Before Zetsu could say anything more, his body, with his right eye as the center, began to contract like a swirling ripple, eventually being sucked into the Kamui space within his right eye and disappearing from the spot. Just as Yusuke was about to approach the location where Hanzo and Akatsuki were meeting, he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the space in front of him. He immediately stopped and became alert. A swirling ripple slowly unfolded in front of him, eventually transforming into a figure wearing a black cloak and a mask. Even Yusuke, who was usually calm in the face of danger, couldn't help but contract his pupils, his eyes filled with shock. Obito, standing in front of Yusuke, thought that Yusuke was stunned by his stylish entrance. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. Once upon a time, Obito had been silently using Yusuke, the genius of the Uchiha clan, as a target to chase after. He had even challenged Yusuke, but he had always ended up in defeat. Now was the time for him to truly settle things with Yusuke. But this time, the victor would be him. However, Yusuke was shocked not by Obito's entrance but by the fact that he had encountered Obito in this place. Although Yusuke couldn't remember many of the details of the original story, he had forgotten some, but he couldn't possibly not recognize Obito, the iconic figure who ran through the entire Naruto story. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? What's your purpose? Yusuke asked, pretending not to know. He was also very curious why Obito was blocking his path. Was Danzo's actions related to Obito? Looking at Yusuke, who had quickly regained his calm expression after his shock, Obito sneered, "You're still as arrogant as ever." Hearing Obito's words, Yusuke was filled with question marks. Why does this kid's words sound so sour? I just asked him his purpose. Obito had always been very competitive since he was a child, but he had always shown average talent. Yusuke, on the other hand, had always been known as a genius, becoming an insurmountable peak for him. Obito had always harbored a hidden resentment towards Yusuke. It wasn't that he was petty and wanted revenge on Yusuke, but he always had a secret obsession with defeating him. Seeing that Yusuke didn't respond, Obito continued, "I just saw a useless Uchiha clan member. I just want to teach him a lesson." Yusuke raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Obito was really into pretending to be Madara Uchiha. But if they were going to fight, he would have to go all out. After all, Obito's Kamui ability was too strange and unpredictable. If he wasn't careful, he might be done for. For a ninja who didn't know Obito's background, if they were careless and caught by him and thrown into the Kamui space, they would be at his mercy. All things will turn to ash. Facing Obito, Yusuke no longer hesitated to test him. He activated his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, and a long sword enveloped in flames appeared in his right hand. Obito's gaze was also drawn to the Ryujin Jaka in Yusuke's hand. Yusuke had activated Ryujin Jaka's Shikai on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, making his first appearance in the ninja world as the Flame Sword. Obito had heard of it but had never seen Yusuke draw his sword. In the past, Obito would occasionally challenge Yusuke, but Yusuke didn't have any ill feelings towards him. Instead, he would secretly give him some pointers after each sparring match. Yusuke knew about many of the famous events in Naruto, but he didn't know the exact time they happened, such as the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge that changed Obito's fate. Moreover, as an ordinary ninja, he couldn't influence the occurrence of those events. Yusuke had also considered how he would face this black-hearted clan member if he ever encountered him in the future. Now, looking at Obito's gradually cold and murderous gaze, Yusuke knew that the other party had completely abandoned everything from the past. Except for Rin, everyone else was meaningless to him, including his former teacher, Minato Namikaze. "Let me end your sins here," Yusuke thought to himself. As soon as the killing intent arose, Yusuke didn't hesitate. He used a fire release body flicker and appeared in front of Obito. Obito hadn't expected Yusuke to attack so decisively. From his understanding of Yusuke, this clan member, who liked to show off, always confidently made others attack first. This was the first time he had seen Yusuke attack first in a fair duel. Their eyes met. Yusuke attacked fiercely, swinging his Ryujin Jaka horizontally. The blade drew a long trail of flames in the air, like a magnificent fiery path. At this moment, a falling leaf touched the flames on the trail and instantly turned to ash. Obito immediately used his Kamui ability, his body becoming intangible. Yusuke's slash passed through Obito's waist, but it didn't cause him any harm. Looking at Yusuke, who stood beside him after performing the horizontal slash, Obito didn't see any surprise in his eyes. This surprised Obito slightly. In the past, whenever his enemies saw this move, they would show disbelief and then panic, not knowing how to respond. He was used to enjoying that look of panic on his opponents' faces. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha Yusuke, you've lost. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Obito's masked mouth. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 3 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 13. After Yusuke's Zanpakuto completely passed through his body, Obito immediately reached out his hand towards Yusuke's left shoulder. As soon as he touched Yusuke, he would immediately cancel his intangible state and drag Yusuke into the Kamui space. When Obito's right hand successfully landed on Yusuke's left shoulder, he was overjoyed and immediately cancelled his intangible state. However, at that moment, Obito suddenly felt a burning pain as if his body was being scorched by flames. It turned out that the flames from Yusuke's horizontal slash were still lingering in the air and hadn't completely dissipated. Obito couldn't feel them when he was intangible, but now that he had cancelled his intangible state, his body immediately came into contact with those lingering flames. These flames were fueled by the Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, and were extremely hot. Not only did they ignite upon contact, but they also quickly spread to any flammable material, eventually burning the target completely. In an instant, Obito's entire body was engulfed in flames. Ah! After the flames ignited his entire body, Obito let out a painful scream and immediately stopped using the Kamui space to capture Yusuke. He reacted very quickly, using the body flicker technique in time and discarding the black cloak he was wearing outside, barely avoiding being consumed by the flames. However, Yusuke didn't intend to give Obito a chance to breathe. He immediately pursued Obito with the body flicker technique, continuously swinging his Ryujin Jaka, like dragging a magnificent crimson ribbon, leaving long trails of flames in the air with each swing. Obito had just escaped the flames that had almost taken his life. He hadn't had time to recover when he saw Yusuke chasing after him with his sword, leaving no room for him to breathe. He had no choice but to use his intangible ability again. Obito was very troubled at this time. The trails of flames from Yusuke's slashes couldn't last for long, but they were very deadly to him. If he cancelled his intangible state and came into contact with these trails of flames, they would ignite him instantly, just like before. Does he know about my ability and is using this method to counter me? Obito wondered, but he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, besides himself, only Madara Uchiha and Zetsu had seen his ability. Yusuke couldn't possibly know. As a time traveler, Yusuke, of course, knew about Obito's Kamui ability. He also knew that Obito's Kamui ability had a time limit, about 5 minutes. As long as he could keep chasing Obito, leaving him no chance to breathe, then once the time was up, Obito would be forced to cancel his intangible state, and he could take the opportunity to finish him off. Facing Yusuke's powerful offensive, Obito could only maintain his intangible state, not daring to materialize. Every time Yusuke swung Ryujin Jaka, he would cut a trail of flames to protect himself. Obito had no chance to attack and could only keep moving, hoping to temporarily create some distance from Yusuke to get a chance to cancel his intangible state. This won't work. I need to find a chance to cancel my intangible state as soon as possible. I can't delay any longer. 3 minutes had passed, and Obito still hadn't found a chance to attack Yusuke. He hadn't been able to successfully escape Yusuke, who was like a shadow following him. He couldn't help but feel a little impatient. At this time, Yusuke wasn't exactly comfortable either. To prevent Obito from materializing, Yusuke was doing his best to chase him, and his stamina and chakra reserves were also being depleted. At this intensity, Yusuke could only hold on for another 15 minutes at most. In normal ninja battles, many situations were resolved in an instant, with the outcome decided immediately. Yusuke's past battles had always been quick and decisive. He had never engaged in this kind of prolonged battle before. It could only be said that Obito's ability was almost unbeatable. He couldn't hurt him without using this method of attrition. Your attacks are useless against me. You're just wasting your stamina and chakra. Obito taunted. He hoped to trick Yusuke into abandoning this relentless attack. However, Yusuke ignored Obito's bluster and continued to entangle him. Another minute passed. Obito knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Once he was forced to cancel his intangible state, he wouldn't be able to withstand Yusuke's offensive with his current abilities. He would be killed within 5 moves. How is this possible? I, in my current state, can't even defeat a mere Uchiha Yusuke. Obito was unwilling to accept it, but he couldn't think of a way to break the stalemate. However, just when Obito was feeling hopeless, a figure, half black and half white, suddenly appeared on a large tree not far behind Yusuke. It was Zetsu, who had come to support Obito, worried about him. Zetsu's appearance distracted Yusuke for a moment, causing his movements to pause. Obito immediately seized this opening, flying back and temporarily distancing himself from Yusuke. He cancelled his intangible state, gaining a brief respite, and took the opportunity to launch a fatal counterattack. Wood release. Sharp needle technique. Obito, who had materialized, immediately used the power of Hashirama's cells attached to his body, performing the wood release jutsu, a technique that was extremely lethal to living beings. The sharp needle technique involved the user extending a long wooden spike from their arm, piercing the enemy's body, and then branching out wildly, stabbing through the enemy from the inside, a very cruel technique. Looking at Yusuke, who couldn't dodge in time, a smug look flashed in Obito's eyes. The wooden spike extending from Obito's arm accurately pierced Yusuke's right shoulder, and blood immediately soaked through the clothes on Yusuke's right shoulder. Die! Obito roared. He was sure that he had hit Yusuke's solid body. This enemy, whom he had never been able to defeat, was finally going to die at his hands. Looking at Yusuke, who had been hit by the sharp needle technique, Zetsu didn't think he had any chance of survival. However, before the smug look in Obito's eyes had faded, he noticed that Yusuke's eyes were also filled with killing intent. His heart sank. Obito discovered that he hadn't been able to launch the subsequent killing move of the sharp needle technique. After the wooden spike pierced Yusuke's right shoulder, there was no reaction. It didn't branch out. Suddenly, a flame erupted from the wound on Yusuke's right shoulder. It not only burned the wooden spike that had pierced the wound but also quickly spread to Obito's arm, where the spike had originated. Obito was startled and immediately flew back again. Zetsu, in the distance, was also shocked by this change. They hadn't expected that Yusuke could actually change the nature of his fire release chakra within his body and counter the sharp needle technique before launching a counterattack. Flame release. Flame walk technique. Seeing that Obito had been hit, Yusuke immediately formed a hand seal with his left hand and unleashed his true killing move. The flame release, flame walk technique, was a flame release jutsu that Yusuke had developed. As long as he was connected to the flames fueled by his Ryujin Jaka, he could almost instantly teleport through the flames to any location. The flames erupting from the wound on Yusuke's shoulder were fueled by his Ryujin Jaka and had spread through the wooden spike to Obito's arm. This gave Yusuke the perfect opportunity to instantly pursue him. Watch out! Zetsu saw a flash of fire where Yusuke was standing, and then he disappeared. Then, Yusuke appeared, half his body emerging from the flames burning on Obito's arm, his eyes fixed on Obito. Flame annihilation. Yusuke didn't hesitate. He swung his sword horizontally, instantly passing Obito and appearing behind him. Obito, who had been cut in half by Yusuke, didn't break apart. He was still standing straight, motionless. Did Obito become intangible in time? That's impossible. He shouldn't have had time, right? Zetsu wondered, looking at Obito, who seemed to have escaped unharmed from the slash. But the next moment, his doubts were answered. Obito's body suddenly turned black, completely dehydrated and roasted from the inside out by the flames, becoming a charred corpse. Yusuke, seemingly no longer paying attention to Obito's corpse, immediately turned his gaze towards Zetsu in the distance. Zetsu looked at Yusuke with a malicious expression, secretly chuckling to himself, "You think you've dealt with Obito like that? Underestimating him will cost you." At that moment, Obito's charred corpse slowly disappeared from the ground, and Obito, seemingly uninjured, suddenly appeared behind Yusuke, who was facing away from him. Obito's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He couldn't believe that he had been almost completely defeated by Yusuke and had even been forced to use the forbidden jutsu, Izanagi. Izanagi was an ultimate genjutsu performed by the Sharingan. It allowed the user to record their own state with the Sharingan and, within the effective time range after the jutsu, undo any damage they had received, including their own death, returning them to the state they were in when they started the jutsu. But once used, the Sharingan used to record the state would be permanently closed and lose its function. At this time, Obito had sacrificed one of the Sharingan transplanted into his body to use Izanagi, negating the damage Yusuke had inflicted on him. However, what Obito didn't know was that Yusuke was well aware of his abilities. Yusuke deliberately turned his back to Obito's corpse, giving him an opportunity to sneak attack. Just when Obito thought he was finally about to succeed, Yusuke once again defied his expectations, leaving Zetsu in the distance dumbfounded. A crimson blade of light flashed, and Obito's mask was split in half vertically, then burned to ash by the flames attached to the blade. At this moment, Yusuke and Obito's eyes met. Based on the feeling from his sword, Yusuke knew that Obito had successfully activated the Kamui space at the last moment, saving his life. Watching Obito cover his maskless face with his hand and gradually twist and shrink into the space vortex, Yusuke sighed inwardly. As expected, Obito isn't so easy to deal with. Obito, on the other hand, was filled with a sense of defeat at this moment. He had never imagined that after awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan and mastering the Kamui space, he would still lose to this former opponent. Do you think a world of illusion can truly bring comfort to people? Just as Obito was about to be completely sucked into the Kamui space, Yusuke looked directly at Obito and suddenly asked softly. Hearing Yusuke's words, Obito was shocked to the core, his pupils contracting. He didn't know what Yusuke meant by those words. Does he know about our plan? When I cut off his mask, did he see my face? With a mind full of questions, Obito finally disappeared in front of Yusuke. After Obito escaped, Zetsu immediately retreated underground. He, who wasn't known for his combat strength, didn't dare to stay here and fight Yusuke, who could easily manipulate Obito. Yusuke let out a long sigh. The battle just now hadn't been easy for him. He had used all his cunning and had also consumed a lot of stamina and chakra. If Obito had been given a couple more chances to breathe, it would have been him, with his dwindling chakra, who would have had to run away. Moreover, Yusuke was very clear that Obito had only recently been revived by Madara Uchiha. He was completely relying on his Kamui ability to fight. His strength and experience were still far from what they would be when he appeared in the original story. Once Obito grew up in the future, there was no way he could defeat him like he had today. Yusuke was about to rest for a while when he suddenly felt a strong tremor beneath his feet. The source of the tremor was in the valley not far from his current location. Accompanied by a loud roar, a giant, dark gray monster, resembling a statue, suddenly stood up in the valley ahead. Its massive body was even taller than the surrounding hills or mountains. The protagonist's slash was like the blade of light that Tanjiro unleashes when he goes all out. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual reader 15 advanced chapters. Intermediate reader 30 advanced chapters. Expert reader 60 advanced chapters. 3 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 14. Outer Path. Demonic Statue of the Outer Path. Looking at the giant monster that towered like a mountain in the distance, Yusuke felt an unprecedented shock. He had seen giant-tailed beasts or summoned beasts on the battlefield before, but none of them could compare in size to the monster before him. Although there was still a distance between them, Yusuke could still feel the immense pressure the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path exerted on him. So Danzo's recent actions were to join forces with Hanzo to deal with the Akatsuki organization, which hasn't fully formed yet. Seeing the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path appear, Yusuke also realized the actions Danzo and Hanzo had been secretly preparing for. Without hesitation, Yusuke immediately accelerated towards the location of the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path. Although according to the original plot, Yahiko was already dead at this point, Yusuke still held a glimmer of hope, hoping for a miracle to happen. Yusuke felt great sympathy for Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Their dreams were originally very simple, but because of Hanzo and Danzo's persecution, they had gone down the wrong path. Of course, Yusuke also knew that Obito had definitely played a part in instigating this. At this moment, Yusuke didn't have time to think too much. He didn't take long to reach the vicinity of the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path. Standing on a high ground, Yusuke saw from afar 9 pale blue, translucent, dragon-shaped energy bodies, or rather, phantoms, moving back and forth throughout the valley, hunting down rain ninjas and root ninjas. Yusuke's gaze quickly locked onto Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, who was lying beside them. Yahiko's eyes were wide open, and his chest was still. He was clearly dead. Yusuke sighed. There was no need for him to intervene in the battle at this point, so he hid to the side and quietly observed the battle in the valley. The rain ninjas and root ninjas used various techniques to attack these dragon-shaped phantoms, but to no avail. Whether it was ninjutsu attacks or physical attacks, they all passed right through the phantoms. They couldn't block them or inflict any damage. When the dragon-shaped phantoms touched the rain ninjas or root ninjas, they extracted a human-shaped energy body, like a soul, from their bodies. All the ninjas who were hit died instantly, without exception. The rain ninjas and root ninjas didn't know what these dragon-shaped phantoms were, but Yusuke knew that this was the ultimate sealing jutsu, Phantom Dragon 9 Seals, used by the Rinnegan to control the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path. The Phantom Dragon 9 Seals could extract the souls of living beings it touched from their bodies and seal them within the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path. In the original story, Pain, the Diva Path, used this jutsu to extract the tailed beasts from the Jinchuriki. In Yusuke's opinion, this was a more powerful sealing jutsu than Shiki Fujin. Maybe my Zanpakuto can hit these dragon-shaped phantoms, Yusuke thought to himself. At this time, Nagato looked ferocious. While controlling the dragon-shaped phantoms to reap the lives of rain ninjas and root ninjas, he was also constantly blocking Hanzo and Danzo. After discovering that they were helpless against these dragon-shaped phantoms, Hanzo and Danzo tried to interrupt the Phantom Dragon Nine Seals jutsu by attacking Nagato. However, all their attacks were blocked by the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path, which was guarding Nagato. They couldn't inflict any damage on Nagato. Following Danzo's instructions, Yamanaka Shika, Danzo's trusted subordinate, tried to use the mind-body switch technique to control Nagato. Unfortunately, the Rinnegan had a strong resistance to genjutsu. Not only did Shika fail to control Nagato, but he was also counterattacked by the Rinnegan's genjutsu resistance ability, and he died with blood pouring from his 7 orifices. The battlefield was in chaos. The rain ninjas and root ninjas suffered heavy losses. In just over a quarter of an hour, they had lost more than half of their numbers. Even Hanzo and Danzo, 2 Kage-level experts, had almost been touched by the dragon-shaped phantoms several times. Hanzo and Danzo exchanged glances and decided to retreat immediately. From the current situation on the battlefield, they were no match for the Rinnegan. Continuing to fight would be futile, and they would eventually be killed. At this time, Nagato's legs were almost crippled because they had been hit by Hanzo's explosive tag trap. There were also dozens of black metal tubes extending from the chest of the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path, piercing his back. His chakra was being excessively drained by the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path, and his cheeks were deeply sunken, like someone who was heavily addicted to drugs and malnourished. Looking at Danzo and Hanzo, who were dodging his dragon-shaped phantoms, Nagato's face became crazed. He focused his chakra, controlling all 9 dragon-shaped spirits to surround and block the 2 who were trying to escape. Unfortunately, Danzo and Hanzo were both Kage-level experts and very cunning. Although they weren't Nagato's match in a direct confrontation, escaping from Nagato, who had lost his mobility, wasn't difficult for them. After all the root ninjas and rain ninjas retreated, Nagato severed his connection with the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path. The black metal tubes connecting him to the Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path snapped, and the giant Outer Path, demonic statue of the Outer Path, deprived of chakra, disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Thus, this disgraceful conspiracy war finally came to an end. The fine rain continued to fall, and the entire valley was filled with the corpses of the dead, except for 2 young men with vacant eyes and expressions of despair. Realizing that they were not out of danger yet, Konan managed to muster her strength and used paper release to wrap Yahiko's body like a mummy. Then, she supported Nagato, who was already severely depleted of chakra, and rushed towards a hidden cave base. Upon reaching the cave, Konan gently laid down Yahiko's body and collapsed against the cave wall, unable to stop the tears that flowed from her eyes. Just yesterday, everything had been so beautiful. Yahiko had been alive and well, full of vigor as he looked towards the future. But reality was so cruel. Now, Yahiko was nothing but a cold corpse. Their dreams and future no longer existed. I was wrong. Yahiko was wrong. The whole world was wrong. Nagato punched the ground hard. Blood immediately poured from his fist, but he didn't care at this moment. There is no such thing as peace. There is no such thing. There is no such thing, Nagato first screamed hysterically, then his voice became lower and lower, as if he was muttering to himself. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the cave. The footsteps grew closer and closer, indicating that someone was slowly approaching them. In their view, anyone coming to them at this time must be up to no good. Nagato tried to stand up, but because of his severe leg injuries and severe depletion of stamina and chakra, he fell back down, coughing continuously, clearly unable to fight. Konan, who hadn't expended much chakra during the battle, immediately stood up, blocking Nagato, and vigilantly watched the direction of the cave entrance. A blurry figure grew closer and clearer, eventually slowly emerging from the shadows at the entrance. Nagato and Konan could finally see who was making those footsteps. The person looked like a young man, about 14 or 15 years old, with black hair, handsome features, and wearing a Konoha ninja uniform. But his right shoulder was clearly injured, and a bloodstain stained his clothes. Yusuke, who had secretly followed them to the cave, looked calmly at the two miserable figures in front of him. Nagato was hunched over, coughing continuously, his eyes filled with madness. He had clearly gone completely dark because of Yahiko's death. Konan looked at him vigilantly, her sorrowful eyes revealing a determination. Yusuke knew that this was her determination to sacrifice herself to protect Nagato. So this is the legendary Rinnegan. If it were a fair fight, I'd still be far from his opponent, right? Yusuke thought to himself, looking at Nagato's pale blue eyes with swirling patterns. Seeing Yusuke's gaze locked on Nagato, Konan immediately became nervous. Half of her life had already passed. She wouldn't allow the other half of her life to die here. Paper release. Paper shuriken. Konan quickly formed hand seals, and dozens of paper shuriken made of paper release flew towards Yusuke. Yusuke activated his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, and a sword enveloped in flames immediately appeared in his hand. With a gentle swing, a blade of light made of flames flashed, leaving a long fiery trail, burning all the paper shuriken in the air to ashes. Konan, who had loved origami since she was a child, had always invented and practiced paper release jutsu. This showed that Konan actually had a lot of talent in ninjutsu. Konan, who was naturally averse to fighting, had only developed paper release jutsu out of interest. Therefore, she hadn't paid attention to its many weaknesses. If Konan had mastered other types of ninjutsu, she could have actually fought Yusuke for a while with her abilities. Unfortunately, paper release was no match for Yusuke, who was skilled in fire-type powers. Seeing that Yusuke easily countered her jutsu, Konan looked despairing. She knew that she was no match for this young man. Yusuke retracted the flames from his Zanpakuto and pointed it at Nagato, who looked dispirited. Konan immediately blocked the blade, and Nagato struggled to stand up, trying to pull Konan behind him. But he was now too weak to even move. Your target is me, the one with the Rinnegan. Let her go, and I'll do whatever you want. Nagato said, panting heavily. Konan didn't speak, she just closed her eyes, stubbornly blocking Nagato, using her chest to push against the tip of the blade in Yusuke's hand. Yusuke didn't speak, but his heart was actually wavering. To kill or to let go, he didn't know what to do. If Yahiko were still alive and Nagato hadn't gone dark, he wouldn't have bothered them. But it was clear that Nagato's mind was twisted now. He was likely to become a very dangerous enemy in the future. If he let him go, he would leave himself and the village with a major threat. The three of them stood motionless, and no one spoke. The dim cave was silent, except for the occasional sound of water dripping from the rock wall. Time seemed to stand still. After a long silence, Yusuke's sigh broke the silence. He had made his decision. With his decision made, Yusuke didn't hesitate. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and his Zanpakuto slashed through the air, leaving a cold blade of light. A perfectly good head flew into the air. Seeing this, Nagato's eyes widened in fury. No. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual reader 15 advanced chapters. Intermediate reader 30 advanced chapters. Expert reader 60 advanced chapters. 3 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 15. Seeing Yusuke swing his sword, Nagato's eyes widened in fury, and he cried out in anguish, no. Hearing Nagato's cry, Konan, who had been closing her eyes, couldn't help but open them and look back. She saw Nagato's mouth wide open, the no that he had been shouting abruptly cut short. With a thump, a headless body appeared on the ground of the cave. However, this body seemed to be unclothed and completely white, making it look very strange. It was Zetsu, the white Zetsu that Obito had arranged to follow them. Nagato let out a long, trembling sigh, returning the heart that had been in his throat back to his chest. He had thought that Yusuke's slash was aimed at Konan, but it turned out to be aimed at a ninja hiding in the shadows nearby. Although they found the white Zetsu's form very strange, Nagato and Konan still considered it a rain ninja or a Konoha ninja, just using some kind of strange jutsu to transform into this form. However, Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, quickly discovered that the structure of this white body was completely different from that of a normal human. What is this? Nagato asked Yusuke. You'll know what it is soon enough, Yusuke replied, not explaining what white Zetsu was. He simply retracted his Zanpakuto and turned, slowly walking towards the cave entrance. Although he had killed this white Zetsu, Yusuke knew that Obito would find Nagato soon. Then, Nagato would naturally understand what white Zetsu was. Seeing Yusuke put away his weapon and spare them, Konan felt as if all her strength had left her, and she collapsed to the ground. Why did you spare us? Nagato asked Yusuke's back loudly. The other party was a Konoha ninja. It was clear today that it was a conspiracy between Rain and Konoha against them. As a Konoha ninja, there was no reason for him to spare them. Yusuke didn't stop walking when he heard Nagato's question. Because you haven't done anything wrong. Yahiko hasn't done anything wrong. The world hasn't done anything wrong. As Yusuke's blurry figure faded into the distance, his words grew fainter. It's the capriciousness of fate that is wrong. Hearing Yusuke's words, Nagato's eyes glazed over, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Konan, who was very observant, suddenly noticed that a scroll had appeared on the ground where Yusuke had been standing. What's this? Konan picked up the scroll and examined it. Leaving the cave where Nagato and Konan were hiding, Yusuke let out a long sigh. I still can't bring myself to do it. Yusuke knew that he might regret this decision in the future, but at this moment, at least, his conscience was clear. After treating the wound on his right shoulder, Yusuke took a spare Konoha ninja uniform from his storage scroll and changed into it, covering his injuries. Then, he immediately rushed back to the lodging where the Konoha delegation was staying in Rain Village. Danzo had already changed back into his half-black, half-white kimono and was sitting in the hall with a gloomy expression. He was very angry about this operation. Not only had he not obtained the Rinnegan he had been coveting, but he had also lost almost all of his personnel. Even though he had perfectly completed the mission of negotiating compensation with Rain, losing so many people was a greater loss than gain. He was bound to be reprimanded by Sarutobi when he returned. Thinking of Sarutobi's old face, Danzo's anger, which had just subsided, surged back up. Damn Hanzo. He's useless. He actually let the hostage be taken back. Danzo was furious, and the other Konoha ninjas stood nervously to the side, none daring to speak up at this moment. It seems like the delegation is missing quite a few people. Did something special happen? The third Hokage didn't mention any other missions when we came to Rain Village. Danzo-sama, do you have any explanation? A voice came from the entrance to the hall. It was Yusuke, who had just returned to the lodging. Yusuke was also gloomy at this time. He hadn't had much contact with Danzo before. Most of his impressions of him came from the anime or manga before he crossed over. While he didn't like him very much, he didn't have any particular feelings towards him. But now, Yusuke was in the Naruto world, and Danzo's despicable actions were happening right in front of him. This made Yusuke very angry. Facing Yusuke's question, Danzo didn't answer. Instead, he coldly asked back, where were you? Why weren't you at the lodging? Where was I? Yusuke sneered and continued, I saw that Danzo-sama and the root ninjas were all gone, so I went outside to find out where you went. You bastard! How dare you talk to Danzo-sama like that? A root ninja behind Danzo shouted angrily. Yusuke's gaze was like a blade. He coldly swept the root ninja with his eyes. The ninja felt a strong killing intent envelop him, as if he would be killed instantly if he said another word. A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. The root ninja swallowed hard, wanting to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. I'll explain this to Sarutobi when we get back. Danzo snorted coldly and stood up, walking towards the hall entrance. As he passed Yusuke, Danzo stopped, glanced at Yusuke with murderous intent, and then left the hall. On the other side, in a secluded grove, Obito and Zetsu were discussing Yusuke's situation. Obito had already changed into a new mask. What's the identity of the Konoha ninja you fought with today? He's very strong. You're planning to attack Konoha and seize the nine-tailed fox soon, right? With someone like him around, your operation will be very difficult. Zetsu's white half said. His name is Uchiha Yusuke. He's always been my opponent. He's naturally not easy to deal with. But it's not difficult to contain him. I already have a plan. He won't be able to stop me. Obito said slowly. Your clan member. He didn't seem to use the Sharingan when he fought you. Black Zetsu said. Compared to White Zetsu's strange, squeaky voice, Black Zetsu's voice was very deep. Obito snorted coldly, at least when I left Konoha, he hadn't awakened his Sharingan. But no matter what, I'm going to master Yin-Yang release as soon as possible. This failure had sounded an alarm bell for Obito. He felt that he might not be able to carry out his subsequent plans smoothly with just his current Kamui ability. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. A few days later, the Konoha delegation that had gone to Rain Village to negotiate returned to the village. Only half of them returned. Yusuke stood outside the third Hokage's office, waiting quietly. After a while, Danzo, whose face was frighteningly black, came out. He had obviously been severely reprimanded by the third Hokage and was in a very bad mood. Danzo didn't even look at Yusuke. He simply flicked his wide sleeve and left with his remaining subordinate. Poor Yamanaka Shika had died at the hands of Nagato. After Danzo left, Yusuke also reported the intel he had gathered to the third Hokage. He didn't mention encountering Obito or sparing Nagato and Konan. He told the third Hokage all the other intel, including the existence of the Rinnegan. After all, there were many ninjas from both Konoha and Rain who had participated in Danzo and Hanzo's operation. It was unnecessary and impossible to conceal it. After reporting to the third Hokage, Yusuke didn't stay any longer. He left the Hokage Tower. At this time, in the Uchiha clan territory, on the training ground specifically for Yusuke's disciples, 3 small figures were diligently practicing. Kabuto was practicing Earth Release Jutsu. After training for these past few days, he, who was extremely talented in chakra control, could already perform many basic jutsu. Yusuke had checked Kabuto's chakra nature. He had earth, water, and wind, so most of the jutsu Kabuto was practicing were from these 3 elements. Izumi was practicing with the most basic ninja tool, the kunai, on the side. She didn't forget to ask Itachi to guide her. Itachi, look, I almost hit the bullseye this time, Izumi said excitedly to Itachi, who was beside her. Itachi smiled and nodded. Good, you're making a lot of progress. It's all thanks to you teaching me, Izumi said happily. Kabuto, who was practicing Earth Release Jutsu, had just popped his head up from the ground next to them. He looked at them with a black line on his face and said, I offered to teach you, and you didn't want to. You had to find Itachi. Hearing Kabuto's voice, Izumi looked down and saw that only Kabuto's head was sticking out of the ground. She was startled at first, then blushed and explained, Itachi is actually better at using kunai. I didn't mean anything by it. Kabuto shook his head, while Itachi pretended not to hear their conversation, looking straight ahead. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Itachi casually threw 3 kunai towards the target. Seeing Itachi's actions, Izumi and Kabuto were both confused. It seems like Itachi just casually threw the kunai. He didn't aim at the target, right? But Itachi's next action completely shocked Izumi and Kabuto. He threw 3 more kunai. These 3 kunai, which were thrown later, hit the first 3 kunai, changing their direction. In the end, all 6 kunai hit the bullseye of each target. Kabuto's mouth hung open in disbelief. His glasses even fell off his nose. Luckily, he was using Earth Release Jutsu, only sticking his head out of the ground. The distance between his glasses and the ground was short, so they didn't get damaged. Otherwise, he would have been heartbroken. Izumi was also dumbfounded, but she quickly recovered. She looked at Itachi with admiration, her big eyes almost filled with hearts. It's worth mentioning that girls in the Naruto world mature very early. Sakura started to have a crush on Sasuke at this age, and Hinata started to have a crush on Naruto at this age. Itachi, when did you learn that trick? Kabuto asked in a daze. Itachi said casually, I just saw Izumi throwing kunai and got an idea. From this moment on, Itachi officially developed his strange attribute, micromanagement OCD. Hearing Itachi's words, Kabuto felt very discouraged. Itachi's casual move made him feel inferior. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from behind them. The 3 of them turned to see that a young man older than them was standing on a wooden stake in the training ground. They hadn't noticed him before. This young man had short black hair. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he gave off a very comfortable vibe. He had a sunny smile full of friendliness. He was carrying a short sword on his back and was wearing a Konoha ninja uniform, indicating that he was at least a chunin. Shisuzenpai, Itachi and Izumi said in unison. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 3 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 16. Seeing someone approaching, Kabuto also jumped out of the ground, standing next to Izumi, and looked at the young ninja who wasn't much older than him. Shisui, that name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere, Kabuto murmured. Shisuzenpai is a genius ninja from our Uchiha clan. He recently became a Jonin. In terms of age, he became a Jonin 2 years earlier than the teacher. Itachi introduced Shisui to Kabuto, his tone expressing great admiration for him. During Yusuke's absence, another genius ninja from the clan, Shisui, had also been promoted to Jonin. Shisui had already shown remarkable strength during the Third Great Ninja War and had made many contributions. Logically, he was qualified to be promoted to Jonin, but because he was an Uchiha clan ninja, his promotion was obstructed by Danzo, who claimed he was too young and immature. Now that Danzo had been sent out of the village on a mission, the third Hokage had taken this opportunity to complete Shisui's promotion. Because Shisui was a descendant of Uchiha Maruko, and the Uchiha clan members from this lineage had always supported the will of fire, the third Hokage trusted them. Shisui was also wholeheartedly dedicated to serving the third Hokage. With a body flicker technique, Shisui appeared directly in front of the three children. He patted Itachi and Izumi on their heads and smiled, "Don't call me senpai. Just call me Shisui." Then, Shisui looked at Itachi with admiration. "Itachi, your use of kunai just now was excellent, but I have even better ways to use ninja tools." "Shisuzenpai, Shisui, can you teach me?" Itachi had wanted to continue calling him Shisuzenpai, but seeing Shisui's gesture of encouragement to be less formal, Itachi changed his address. "Of course. I only told you because I think you have talent in this area," Shisui said with a smile. "If you want to learn, come find me tonight." For some reason, Shisui felt a strong sense of closeness towards Itachi. He had occasionally encountered Itachi in the clan before, but he hadn't had the chance to interact with him. Today, after finishing his mission, he saw the children practicing on the clan's training ground and decided to come and take a look. "Thank you," Itachi nodded. "Shisui-ni, can I learn too?" Izumi looked at Shisui with anticipation. "You, little girl, can't learn such precise kunai manipulation jutsu. You should stick with your brother and learn escape jutsu," a voice came from afar. But the next moment, the owner of the voice was already standing in front of them. It was Yusuke, who had just returned from his mission to Rain Village. Shisui was slightly surprised by Yusuke's body flicker technique, which was almost as good as his own, but he didn't show it on his face. However, when it came to the application of the body flicker technique, Shisui was confident that he was superior to Yusuke. "Brother, teacher," Izumi, Kabuto, and Itachi all exclaimed in surprise, seeing Yusuke suddenly appear. Yusuke patted Izumi's head. Izumi, who had just been smiling in delight, immediately stopped smiling and said with displeasure, "I'm not too young to learn precise kunai manipulation jutsu. HMPH, I'm not talking to you anymore." Although she said she wasn't talking to Yusuke, the joy in her eyes betrayed her. It was clear that she was very happy that her brother had returned from his mission. "Yusuke-senpai, hello," Shisui greeted Yusuke politely. "It's Shisui. I heard you became a Jonin." "Congratulations," Yusuke said. "I'll need your guidance in the future, Yusuke-senpai," Shisui said. "Don't be so modest. There aren't many people who can teach, Shisui of the body flicker," Yusuke said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries with Shisui, Yusuke said to the three children, "I can see you've all been training diligently. I'll give you all the afternoon off. Go have some fun." "Really? Great," Izumi said happily. Then she said to Yusuke, "Brother, come with us." Yusuke was about to nod in agreement, but Shisui suddenly said apologetically, "I'm very sorry to interrupt your fun. I have something I want to talk to Yusuke-senpai about privately. I'll need to take up some of your time." Yusuke looked at Shisui in slight surprise, then smiled and said to Izumi, "You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll go with you next time." Although Izumi was slightly disappointed, she still nodded obediently and invited Itachi, "Let's go buy some three-colored dango. I know a great place." Itachi politely accepted the invitation. After all, his favorite food was three-colored dango. Kabuto, on the other hand, looked bitter. He was a savory food person, but his younger brother and sister both loved sweets. What was he supposed to do? In Kabuto's heart, he already considered Itachi and Izumi, who were 2 years younger than him, as his younger brother and sister. Looking at Kabuto's wrinkled face, which was furrowed in thought, Izumi giggled and said, "Don't worry. I specially picked this place. There's a snack shop next door that sells your favorite salted grilled mackerel." Looking at the three small figures laughing and talking as they walked away, Yusuke smiled in relief. Then he glanced at Shisui beside him, who was staring intently at Itachi in the distance. This is terrifying. I really don't understand the world of brother complexes. Yusuke thought to himself. Ahem. Yusuke coughed twice, reminding Shisui beside him. Shisui was startled and realized what he was doing. He said apologetically, "Sorry, I was just spacing out thinking about Itachi." This time, it was Yusuke who was stunned. He had always thought that Shisui was a reserved type. He hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. "I don't know why, but I feel like I have a strong connection with Itachi. It's as if he's my own little brother," Shisui continued. Yusuke nodded expressionlessly. I understand. You felt the bond with Itachi. Go ahead, as long as you're happy." "Right, it's a bond. As expected of Yusuke-senpai, you saw right through what I was thinking," Shisui smiled, then continued, "Itachi's talent is very high. He far surpasses me. Although I'm not a particularly outstanding ninja, I do have some experience and skills that I'm good at. I hope I can teach them to Itachi. You're Itachi's teacher. I hope you'll agree. Excessive modesty is arrogance. I don't think Itachi's talent necessarily surpasses yours. You want to teach him. I have no objections," Yusuke said with a smile. Although he said that, Yusuke was actually on his guard. After all, Shisui had played a major role in establishing Itachi's philosophy of sacrificing himself and the clan to protect Konoha. "Thank you, senpai," Shisui said. Yusuke waved his hand. "That's not what you wanted to talk about, right?" Shisui nodded, reaching out to catch a leaf falling from a tree, and gently reciting, "Where the leaves dance, fire also flourishes. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout." "Yusuke-senpai, do you believe in the will of fire?" Shisui looked at Yusuke, his gaze serious and determined. Yusuke didn't answer Shisui's question. He remained silent for a while, then said with a sigh, "The will of fire, what a beautiful meaning it holds. But are the countless people who silently burn themselves truly illuminating the village, truly causing new leaves to sprout?" This thought stayed in Yusuke's heart, but he didn't say it out loud. How many ninjas had fallen in the struggle for power? How many of the current high-ranking officials in Konoha truly embodied the will of fire? "Shisuken, just tell me what you want to say," Yusuke said. Shisui nodded. "Yusuke-senpai, the third Hokage asked me if there was anyone in the clan I could recommend to join Root. I admire your strength very much. Moreover, the village and the clan both need someone who can serve as a point of communication. I hope you'll consider it. You might be disappointed. I have no intention of joining Root." Yusuke shook his head. "Yusuke-senpai, please reconsider," Shisui urged. Yusuke waved his hand. "Don't say any more. I've never considered joining Root." Seeing Yusuke's resolute refusal, Shisui could only leave with a disappointed expression. After seeing Shisui off, Yusuke decided to go to the tea house he frequented. Besides training and developing jutsu, Yusuke's only hobby now was probably going to the tea house to have a cup of tea. "You know, I heard that Orochimaru-sama is doing human experiments." A young man with a blue cloth wrapped around his head and a pointed goatee on his chin said in the tea house. The young man was wearing a Konoha ninja uniform. He was about the same age as Yusuke, but the goatee on his chin made him look a little greasy. This young man was named Idate Morino. He was currently a Chunin. He was at the same table with two other Chunin companions, Shikaku Nara and Shizune. Shikaku Nara also had a blue headband on his head and a senbon in his mouth. He looked very carefree. Shizune had short brown hair and a scar on his left cheek, from his eye to his jaw. The three of them were ninjas from the same generation as Yusuke, Kakashi, and Asuma. They were now Chunin. According to the plot of the original story, Shikaku Nara and Shizune would become special Jonin. The three of them would later become the exclusive bodyguards of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yusuke and Shikaku Nara had carried out missions together during the Third Great Ninja War, so they had some connection. But seeing him chatting with his other friends, Yusuke, who had entered the tea house, didn't go over to greet him. Instead, he quietly found a seat in a corner and enjoyed his moment of peace. Hey, Hey, you're going to get yourself killed, kid. Keep your voice down. If it gets back to Orochimaru-sama's ears, we might not see you tomorrow. Shizune said quietly. Shikaku Nara nodded in agreement. I'll never forget the first time I met Orochimaru-sama. When he looked at me, it was like I was covered in snakes. I was terrified. Shikaku Nara wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, as if he were reliving the first time he met Orochimaru. Sitting in a corner, Yusuke listened to the three of them and frowned. Orochimaru is already so reckless with his human experiments that even Chunin are talking about it. It seems like he's not far from defecting. It's a pity. The village will lose another person to exchange ninjutsu with. Yusuke thought to himself with a sigh. This time at the tea house, Yusuke didn't see the girl who had claimed to be from the ninja academy last time. He guessed that she might have focused on her ninja career and was no longer working at the tea house. He felt a little sad. After all, chatting with this energetic girl last time had made him feel much better. Yusuke-kun, you're here. A voice interrupted Yusuke's thoughts. Yusuke looked towards the voice. It was Uchiha Suichiro. What a coincidence. Every time I see you, it's at this tea house, Yusuke said with a smile. Suichiro sat down opposite Yusuke and shook his head with a smile. It's not a coincidence. I came here specifically to find you. The clan leader heard that the delegation to Rain Village had returned to the village, so he immediately asked me to find you. He said he had something important to discuss with you. Suichiro had always been Fugaku's trusted subordinate. Since he had heard from Fugaku that Yusuke wasn't someone who didn't care about the clan, and Fugaku had already reached a certain consensus with Yusuke, Suichiro was very happy. He was a moderate in the clan. Seeing that Yusuke, the clan's genius, hadn't had a conflict with the clan leader but had instead cooperated further, he was naturally very relieved. Hearing Suichiro's words, Yusuke was delighted. He thought to himself, could it be that Fugaku has found the reason why I'm unable to awaken my Sharingan? Since the clan leader has something to talk to me about, then let's not delay. I'll go see the clan leader now. Yusuke nodded. He and Suichiro went to Fugaku's mansion together. When Fugaku saw Yusuke, he took him to a secret chamber, clearly wanting to have a private conversation. After looking Yusuke up and down, Fugaku said, I'm relieved to see that you're okay. Although you're very strong, I was still worried that Danzo might attack you. He did try, but he couldn't do anything to me. Yusuke didn't hide anything and briefly explained how Danzo had ordered his subordinates to attack him. Fugaku snorted coldly, that old scoundrel. He's really pushing it. I've been making concessions, and he's still targeting my Uchiha clan. There was no one else around, so Fugaku didn't hide his anger towards Danzo. Clan leader, you're so eager to see me. Could it be that you've found something about my Sharingan? Yusuke didn't want to dwell on Danzo for too long, so he got straight to the point. Fugaku nodded. Yes, I've looked through a lot of clan records on this matter. Logically speaking, with your current strength, you shouldn't be unable to awaken the Sharingan. Therefore, I deduce. It must be a problem with your mind. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 6 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 17. A mental problem. Yusuke frowned. He certainly didn't think Fugaku was calling him crazy. He must be referring to some kind of problem with his mental energy. In the Naruto world, mental energy was a common term, and when one's understanding of power reached a certain level, they would refer to mental energy as yin release. Yes, I'm afraid I need to verify this myself, Fugaku said seriously, his expression becoming solemn. You know, the power of our Uchiha clan is not just the Sharingan. Beyond the Sharingan, there is even greater power. Yusuke raised an eyebrow. He knew that Fugaku was referring to the Mangekyo Sharingan. He also knew that Fugaku had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had never revealed it, and no one knew what abilities his Mangekyo Sharingan possessed. I presume you're talking about the Mangekyo Sharingan, clan leader, Yusuke said. Fugaku nodded. He wasn't surprised that Yusuke knew about the Mangekyo Sharingan. He assumed that Yusuke had discovered information about the Mangekyo Sharingan from some clan records. Yes, it's the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities are incredibly powerful, far surpassing ordinary Sharingan. And each Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan has different abilities, Fugaku said. Therefore, there's a world of difference between an Uchiha fighting with the Mangekyo Sharingan and one fighting without it. And I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. As he spoke, a hint of pride was hidden within Fugaku's serious expression. Although Yusuke still remained expressionless, he was secretly chuckling to himself. He also knew that this clan leader was still holding a grudge about losing a sleeve to him in their last sparring match. He was implying that he hadn't used his full strength during their previous encounter. However, no one in the clan knows that I possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, so you must keep this secret. Don't tell anyone else, Fugaku continued. I understand. So, how do you plan to verify the problem in my mental world, clan leader? Yusuke asked. Suddenly, Fugaku's pupils in both eyes spun, revealing a blood-red pattern. However, it wasn't the three-domo pattern of a normal Sharingan. Clearly, he had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku said slowly, I will use my Mangekyo Sharingan's unique ability to observe your mental world and find the true reason why you haven't been able to awaken your Sharingan. Hearing Fugaku's words, Yusuke hesitated. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Yusuke didn't know how much information Fugaku could see about him after observing his mental world. Seeing Yusuke's hesitant expression, Fugaku guessed his thoughts and continued, Don't worry. You can sense the entire observation process. I won't actively probe into the secrets of your mental world. Yusuke thought for a moment and finally decided to take the risk. It wasn't that he completely trusted Fugaku, but he believed that if something went wrong, Ryujin Jaka, hidden in his mental world, could help him dispel Fugaku's ability. However, the Sharingan was truly known as the eye that reflects the soul. Perhaps Fugaku had awakened this ability because he had been constantly suppressed in his struggle with Konoha's high-ranking officials, and he was hoping to gain this power that could peer into people's minds. I accept this method, but clan leader, you should be careful. There's something hidden in my mental world that can destroy any genjutsu that poses a threat to me, Yusuke warned. He was both reminding Fugaku to be careful about the Zanpakuto in his mental world and implying that he shouldn't do anything harmful to him. Something. Fugaku was confused, unsure what Yusuke was referring to. Yusuke smiled, you'll understand when you enter my mental world and see it. It's also the origin of my nickname, Flame Sword. Since he was going to let Fugaku peek into his mental world to uncover the reason why his Sharingan couldn't awaken, Yusuke couldn't hide the fact that he had a Zanpakuto hidden in his mental world. However, Yusuke wouldn't explain the Zanpakuto's abilities or other information to Fugaku. Fugaku nodded, then let's begin. I'll enter your mental world through my dojutsu. Don't resist. As soon as he finished speaking, Yusuke saw the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in Fugaku's eyes spinning rapidly. Then, his vision blurred, and he suddenly had a god-shaped view. In the center of an endless, mist-shrouded land, a giant sword surrounded by raging flames stood upright. The sword was enormous, piercing the heavens and earth. The tip of the blade was buried in the ground, while the hilt was hidden in the clouds high in the sky. Countless dreamlike bubbles floated above this land. Yusuke could sense that these bubbles contained his thoughts, memories, or knowledge. So this is my mental world. It's an amazing feeling. That sword must be my Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, Yusuke thought to himself. At this time, Fugaku's figure also appeared on this land. He looked at the Zanpakuto, which seemed to connect heaven and earth, with a shocked expression. He hadn't expected that Yusuke's mental world would contain such a divine object. Now that Fugaku's figure was there for reference, Yusuke had a more intuitive understanding of the size of the Zanpakuto from his perspective. Fugaku stood in front of the Zanpakuto, looking very small, like he was standing in front of a building hundreds of stories tall. What is this sword? Fugaku swallowed hard, his voice dry. This sword has been in my mind since birth. Its name is Ryujin Jaka, Yusuke's voice echoed across the land. No wonder you could easily break through my genjutsu. I didn't expect that your mental world would contain such a divine weapon. You truly are a blessed individual. Fugaku sighed. At the same time, he was sure that Yusuke had the potential to surpass his ancestor, Madara Uchiha. Looking at the giant sword engulfed in raging flames, Fugaku said slowly, the reason why your Sharingan hasn't awakened is this, Ryujin Jaka. Hearing Fugaku's words, Yusuke wasn't surprised. His voice echoed in the mental world, I suspected that before, but I didn't feel any adverse effects from Ryujin Jaka on my mental energy, so I ruled it out. That's because it has been in your mental world since birth. You can't feel its influence on you. It's like how a normal person can't feel their blood circulating in their body, Fugaku said. Moreover, this sword itself hasn't had any adverse effects on your mental world. It's just protecting your mental world. Because of this sword's protection, your mental world is too stable. It's almost impossible for it to fluctuate. And the awakening of the Sharingan requires intense mental stimulation. Fugaku felt like he had learned a lot today. He had just shown off his Mangekyo Sharingan to Yusuke, and then Yusuke showed him a divine weapon he had never seen before. Could it be that Yusuke is the reincarnation of the fire god, Akatsuki? Otherwise, how could a divine sword engulfed in raging flames be in his mental world? Fugaku couldn't help but think to himself. The Uchiha clan had a special reverence for flames. The red part of their fan-shaped clan crest represented flames. The Uchiha clan was once known as the clan of fire. Hearing Fugaku's explanation, Yusuke also thought carefully. Clan leader, do you mean that if a powerful mental force is injected into my mental world and can break through Ryujin Jaka's suppression, it could stimulate my Sharingan to awaken? Yusuke asked Fugaku. Yes, that's my understanding. But I don't know how to obtain such a powerful mental force and inject it into your mental world, Fugaku sighed and shook his head. In his view, Yusuke had almost no chance of awakening his Sharingan. But then, Fugaku felt relieved. With this divine weapon, the power Yusuke obtained might not be inferior to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it might even surpass it. After figuring out the reason, Fugaku didn't stay in Yusuke's mental world any longer. He immediately cancelled the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and their vision was immediately pulled back to reality. Everything that had happened in Yusuke's mental world had only taken a moment. Looking at Fugaku, whose left eye was bloodshot and bleeding, Yusuke felt very grateful. Fugaku had really gone all out for him. Clan leader, are you alright? Although he already knew it was a side effect of using the Mangekyo Sharingan, Yusuke still had to show concern. Fugaku waved his hand. I'm fine. It's just that my dojutsu power is depleted. I need to rest. If you have nothing else, you can go back now. After activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku could read more information from the stone tablets in the Uchiha clan territory. He was also aware of the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan and some information about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Thank you, clan leader. I'll take my leave then. After leaving Fugaku's mansion, Yusuke felt a surge of excitement he couldn't contain. Because Yusuke not only had an idea of how to solve the problem of his Sharingan awakening, but he also had a guess about why he couldn't fully utilize the power of his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, as it was depicted in Bleach. Soul power, mental energy, yin release chakra. I need to talk to Orochimaru about this. Although his forbidden jutsu, reanimation jutsu, hasn't been perfected yet, he should have discovered some of its weaknesses. I believe that if I propose to research the jutsu to enhance soul power together, Orochimaru won't refuse. Hokage Tower, the third Hokage's office. At this time, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, was sitting in his chair, while Shisui knelt respectfully in front of him. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and asked slowly, so, what was his answer? The protagonist will appropriately increase his strength at the right time, in the right place, in the right plot, in the right event. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 9 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 18. Yusuke-senpai refused, Shisui said. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage slowly stood up from his chair, walked over to Shisui, who was kneeling, and sighed. It seems that although he is quite strong, he doesn't have the caliber to shoulder the burden of the village's peace. Shisui urged, Third Hokage-sama, I think Yusuke-senpai just hasn't thought it through yet. If I just... The third Hokage patted Shisui on the shoulder, no need. I have a new mission for you now. Please tell me, third Hokage-sama, Shisui said. What do you think of Uchiha Yusuke's strength? Do you think you can defeat him? The third Hokage asked. Shisui thought for a moment and replied, Yusuke-senpai is very strong. I don't know about other aspects, but in terms of the speed of the body flicker technique, Yusuke-senpai is almost as good as me. Pausing for a moment, Shisui continued, but I believe that in terms of the application of the body flicker technique, Yusuke-senpai is definitely not as good as me. Moreover, I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. I believe that Yusuke-senpai shouldn't be my opponent. Although Uchiha Shisui was kind and gentle to others and appeared very humble, as a true genius, Shisui was very proud deep down. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. Shisui, you are indeed a trustworthy subordinate. My new mission for you is to challenge Uchiha Yusuke and defeat him. Become the first genius of the Uchiha clan, no, the first expert of the Uchiha clan. This, third Hokage-sama, isn't this a little? Shisui hesitated slightly. Shisui wasn't someone who liked to pick fights, and he didn't care much about these titles. The third Hokage sighed, actually, this mission isn't for you to target Uchiha Yusuke. It's to establish your prestige within the Uchiha clan and become their spokesperson. Once you have enough influence within the Uchiha clan, you can better serve as a bridge between the village and your clan. It's a win-win situation. Moreover, I believe that you are the only one who can shoulder this responsibility. Hearing this, Shisui slightly raised his head, meeting the third Hokage's gaze filled with trust and expectation. He couldn't help but feel excited, as if the village's peace and the future of the Uchiha clan were all dependent on him. He loudly pledged, Shisui understands. I will definitely complete this mission you have entrusted to me. Seeing Shisui's pledge, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. Of course, this mission isn't for you to start immediately. You can prepare well first. In the coming days, I'll arrange for people to build up your reputation. When you defeat him, all the glory will be yours. Moreover, the fourth Hokage election is about to officially begin. I don't want to cause any trouble at this time. I understand, Shisui replied. Alright, there's nothing else. You can go now, the third Hokage said. Yes, Shisui stood up and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he heard the third Hokage's instructions. You can go to Danzo's place and see what suggestions he has. He should have some understanding of Uchiha Yusuke's strength. It's you again. You disappeared for a while, and now you're bothering Orochimaru-sensei again. Enko complained, seeing Yusuke appear. Is Orochimaru-sama not here? Yusuke ignored Enko's bad temper and sensed the surroundings. He didn't detect Orochimaru's presence. HMPH, Orochimaru-sensei is busy campaigning for the fourth Hokage. He doesn't have time for you, Enko said, crossing her arms. Then, a look of anger appeared on her face. Everyone says that the yellow flash will definitely become the fourth Hokage. He's not as good as Orochimaru-sensei. Really, doesn't anyone see how good Orochimaru-sensei is? Looking at Enko, whose face was puffed up with anger, Yusuke shook his head with a smile and joked, since you're not so happy with Minato-sama becoming the fourth Hokage, why don't you try to list one of Minato-sama's flaws within a minute? Hearing Yusuke's words, Enko immediately started thinking hard. But she couldn't find any flaws in the yellow flash. In the end, she scratched her hair furiously. Anyway, he's not as good as Orochimaru-sensei. Looking at Enko, who was slightly crazed, Yusuke found it very amusing. Yusuke-kun, it seems like you're in a good mood lately. You're actually chatting with Enko here. A chilling voice rang out. It was Orochimaru, who had returned to his base. Orochimaru-sama, you're joking. I just arrived. I saw Enko here, so I just chatted with her a bit, Yusuke said. Orochimaru opened the entrance to the secret chamber in his base and led Yusuke inside. Enko was told to stay outside. Looking at Yusuke's back as he followed Orochimaru into the secret chamber, Enko stuck out her tongue and made a face. But at this moment, Yusuke suddenly turned and smiled slightly. Enko's face froze in the air. It's rare for you to come here specifically to wait for me. It seems like you have something important to ask me, Orochimaru said, his snake eyes fixed on Yusuke after the door to the secret chamber closed. Yes, I have some ideas about the cursed seal you're researching, Yusuke said slowly. Oh, Orochimaru looked curious and motioned for Yusuke to continue. I want to develop a new type of cursed seal based on the cursed seal you've developed before. This cursed seal needs to be able to store a large amount of yin release chakra and allow the host to use it at any time, Yusuke said. Actually, Yusuke was a little anxious at this time. He had found the key to awakening his Sharingan and enhancing the power of his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, yin release. But to get this key quickly and be able to use it, he needed Orochimaru's help, who was an expert in forbidden jutsu development. Moreover, the fourth Hokage would soon take office, and Orochimaru would soon defect after losing the election, completing his transition from a Konoha person to a civilian. It would be very difficult to find him to help develop this cursed seal later. Didn't you look down on cursed seal jutsu before? Why have you changed your mind now? Orochimaru chuckled ominously. Your heaven's cursed seal had too many flaws. Moreover, I can see that you've hidden something in it, Orochimaru-sama, Yusuke said calmly. The heaven's cursed seal was a cursed seal that Orochimaru used as a vessel for the reanimation jutsu. It contained Orochimaru's hidden trick. Moreover, the original heaven's cursed seal or earth's cursed seal was developed based on the natural energy Orochimaru extracted from Jugo. It was a degraded version of Sage Mode, and Yusuke didn't think much of it. As expected of Yusuke-kun, you've even discovered this. So, what's your purpose in researching this cursed seal that can seal yin release? Orochimaru asked. I've found a way to awaken my Sharingan. I need to store a large amount of yin release chakra and then make a breakthrough. Yusuke paused, looked into Orochimaru's eyes, and threw out a hidden bait. Moreover, if my idea is successful, it will allow the host to store a large amount of yin release chakra, indirectly improving the host's soul or mental strength, which can greatly improve the host's resistance to genjutsu. The reanimation jutsu was a peerless forbidden jutsu, but it had a fatal weakness. Each reanimation significantly weakened the user's mental strength, which also significantly weakened the user's resistance to genjutsu. Although Orochimaru hadn't finished developing the reanimation jutsu, he should have already discovered this serious flaw. Yusuke believed that with this temptation, Orochimaru wouldn't be able to refuse his proposal. Orochimaru looked at Yusuke with inquisitive eyes, thinking to himself, does he know about the weakness of the reanimation jutsu I'm developing, or is this just a coincidence? After a moment of silence, Orochimaru said slowly, I agree. But you'll have to spend more time in my research lab during this period. Yusuke nodded, no problem. I also hope to complete this jutsu as soon as possible. I'll bring an assistant with me tomorrow to help with our work. An assistant? Orochimaru looked interested. Yes, his talent will surely surprise you. After making an agreement with Orochimaru, Yusuke prepared to return to the clan and arrange the training schedule for Itachi and Izumi for the next few days. Kabuto would be joining him at Orochimaru's research lab to participate in the development of the cursed seal, so he wouldn't be training with Itachi and Izumi for the time being. As he walked down the street, Yusuke was thinking about how to arrange things when he suddenly saw a figure in front of him, wearing a ninja vest and a blue headband. There he is. I'll ask him to help. Yusuke's lips curled up slightly, and he quickly walked towards the target in front of him. Shikaku Nara had just finished drinking tea and chatting with his friends. He was leisurely strolling through the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his left shoulder, and a hand landed on it. Shikaku, you look very relaxed lately, Yusuke said with a smile. Shikaku turned his head and saw that it was Yusuke. He opened his mouth, which was always holding a senbon, and said, Yo, it's Yusuke. It's rare to run into you while you're out shopping. Aren't you always busy training or developing jutsu? Yes, but recently, I've taken on a few disciples, and I have a very important jutsu to develop. I don't have time to arrange training for my disciples, so I wanted to ask you to help out for a while and guide my disciples in their ninjutsu training, Yusuke said with a smile. Although Shikaku was currently just a chunin, he was very skilled in chakra control and jutsu use. In the Naruto databook, Shikaku's ninjutsu stat was 9, showing that he was very good at ninjutsu. Hearing Yusuke's words, Shikaku waved his hands repeatedly, no, no, no. I don't have time for that. You're going to have to spare me. Shikaku had absolutely no interest in guiding others in training. He would rather spend that time strolling around the streets. Yusuke smiled unconcernedly, it's okay. If you don't want to, I won't force you. But, Orochimaru-sama asked me if I had heard any recent rumors about him. I was still thinking about how to answer him. Today, I heard you talking about Orochimaru-sama with a few people at the tea house. Now I can give Orochimaru-sama an answer. Looking at Yusuke, who was smiling, Shikaku felt a cold glint hidden in his narrowed eyes. Shikaku sighed wryly, Yusuke, we're old comrades. Don't do this. Patting Shikaku on the shoulder, Yusuke said with a smile, "Tomorrow at noon, Izumi and my disciple, Uchiha Itachi, will be waiting for you at the southernmost training ground in the Uchiha clan territory. Don't be late. I'll arrange for others to teach them taijutsu in the morning. You just focus on guiding them in ninjutsu in the afternoon." Watching Yusuke walk slowly away, a bitter smile appeared on Shikaku's face. Talk too much, talk too much. After securing Shikaku, Yusuke continued to head towards the place where Might Guy usually trained. For the person to guide Izumi and Itachi in taijutsu training, Yusuke decided to go with Guy. He was sure that Guy, who was dedicated to taijutsu, wouldn't let him down. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 6 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 19. Even before seeing Might Guy, Yusuke heard his shouts from afar as he trained. As Yusuke approached, a green figure that was almost too much to handle came into view. It was Guy, doing push-ups at a ridiculously fast speed. Yusuke didn't interrupt Guy, but quietly stood to the side and waited. After Guy finished 1,000 push-ups, he suddenly appeared beside Yusuke with a body flicker. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Guy grinned, "Yusuke-kun, are you here to spar with me in taijutsu? I just warmed up. Let's start now. Let's have a passionate clash between men, fists to flesh." Unable to comment on Guy's suggestive words, Yusuke shook his head. "No, I just happened to be passing by. I was about to go find Kakashi to discuss something." If it were anyone else, they would have been able to tell that Yusuke was lying. Guy's training spot was quite secluded, and finding Kakashi wouldn't lead him through this area. Plus, Yusuke had been standing there waiting, clearly wanting to find Guy. But Guy, who was a bit thick-headed, completely believed Yusuke's words and asked curiously, "What are you going to talk to Kakashi about?" "He's hooked." Yusuke chuckled inwardly, but his face remained impassive. "Nothing, just that I've been a little busy lately. I wanted to ask Kakashi to help guide my disciples in taijutsu." As he said this, Yusuke sighed. "You know, among our peers, besides myself, only Kakashi is really good at taijutsu." Hearing Yusuke's words, Guy suddenly stuck his big face right in front of Yusuke, startling him. "Yusuke-kun, think again. There's someone whose taijutsu is even better than Kakashi's," Guy said, staring intently at Yusuke with wide eyes. "Really?" Yusuke pretended to think about it, looking confused, then shook his head. "No, Kakashi's the best." "Me, Guy, my taijutsu is definitely better than Kakashi's." Guy pointed at his big face and emphasized it repeatedly. Yusuke frowned, looking Guy up and down. "You're not bad, but I still think Kakashi's more reliable." "Yusuke-kun, don't worry. With me, Guy, here, I'll definitely help you train your disciples in taijutsu. If you're not satisfied, I, Guy, will accept any punishment," Guy said, pounding his chest. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Sigh. All right. I'll reluctantly trust you this once. "Thank you so much, Yusuke-kun." "You're welcome. We're friends, after all." After arranging his disciples' training schedule for the near future, Yusuke focused on developing a cursed seal that could store a large amount of yin-release chakra within the human body with Kabuto at Orochimaru's research lab. Before he knew it, a week had passed. During this time, Kabuto's learning ability and understanding of ninjutsu had also greatly impressed Orochimaru. At first, Kabuto only knew some basic ninjutsu knowledge. But during the development of the cursed seal, under the deliberate guidance of Orochimaru and Yusuke, two masters of ninjutsu, Kabuto learned and progressed at an astonishing speed. In just a week, Kabuto could already truly participate in the development of this forbidden jutsu. "Yusuke-kun, Kabuto's talent is so amazing that even I'm jealous. I wonder if you'd be willing to let him go and be my assistant." Orochimaru looked at Kabuto with admiration and asked Yusuke. Kabuto, who was assisting, heard Orochimaru's words and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Yusuke with worry. Although he had been with Orochimaru for a week, Kabuto still hadn't gotten used to him. Every time Orochimaru looked at him, Kabuto felt as if he were being wrapped by dozens of poisonous snakes. He was so nervous that he couldn't move. "Orochimaru-sama, you're joking. It took me a lot of time to find a suitable assistant like Kabuto." I can't let him go, Yusuke decisively refused. Hearing Yusuke's refusal, Kabuto secretly let out a sigh of relief. What a pity, Orochimaru licked his lips. But today is the 4th Hokage election. Are you sure it's okay that you're not going to participate? Yusuke asked Orochimaru. Orochimaru waved his hand, the 4th Hokage position is impossible for me. In terms of tactics, neither I nor Danzo are a match for Sarutobi-sensei. Why waste time? Only the development of forbidden jutsu can excite me. The Konoha Hokage election wasn't a popular vote. It was an election by Konoha's upper echelon. Only Konoha's high-ranking officials or some prestigious ninja clans had the right to participate. Besides these powerful forces, ordinary people could only vote if they reached Jonin level. And in general, Jonin were also affiliated with a certain faction. Therefore, the so-called Hokage election was also a political game. Orochimaru wasn't at an advantage in the election to begin with. And Danzo, who was supporting Orochimaru's candidacy, was sent out of the village by the 3rd Hokage to negotiate with Rain at a crucial moment. Most of the factions with the right to vote had already been taken care of by the 3rd Hokage. It could be said that Orochimaru had no chance of defeating Minato Namikaze, who was nominated by the 3rd Hokage himself. You're not even going to show up for the election, even though you're a candidate. Danzo is going to be embarrassed, Yusuke said. Orochimaru looked at the scroll in his hand and said, Yusuke-kun, let's focus on our work. I'm very eager to complete this jutsu as soon as possible. Let's not talk about those irrelevant things anymore. You're right, Yusuke smiled and didn't say anything more. He focused his attention on developing the jutsu. By the way, Yusuke-kun, if you went to participate, who would you vote for? Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Orochimaru turned to Yusuke and asked. At this time, in the Konoha high-ranking officials meeting to vote for the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze defeated Orochimaru by a landslide. Orochimaru himself didn't even show up. Only Danzo, whose face was so gloomy that it could drip water, was there. After the 3rd Hokage officially announced that Minato Namikaze had been elected as the 4th Hokage, Konoha village was filled with joy. The villagers naturally had a much better impression of Minato Namikaze than the sinister Orochimaru. To help the 4th Hokage consolidate his position, the 3rd Hokage did his best to assist him. After the 4th Hokage took office, he helped him handle a lot of government affairs and also issued several policies that were popular and in line with the interests of various factions, further boosting the 4th Hokage's popularity. In the following months, some rumors about the Uchiha clan spread throughout the village. The rumors said that the current, Flame Sword, Uchiha Yusuke, was actually stronger than the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, and was the strongest ninja in the Uchiha clan. Shisui of the Body Flicker, who had become a Jonin at a younger age than Yusuke, was even more talented and was the most gifted Uchiha, potentially surpassing Yusuke. These rumors were naturally spread by people arranged by the 3rd Hokage. His goal was to have Shisui defeat Yusuke and then claim both the title of Strongest Uchiha Ninja and Most Talented Uchiha for himself, making Shisui the most prestigious ninja in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was very troubled by these rumors. In his view, someone was trying to stir up trouble within the Uchiha clan, making him, the clan leader, dissatisfied with Yusuke, and also trying to sow discord between Yusuke and Shisui, the two geniuses in the clan. Itachi, who was Yusuke's disciple and Shisui's good friend, was also very worried about these rumors. He thought the same as his father, Uchiha Fugaku, that someone was using a divide-and-conquer strategy against the Uchiha clan. Yusuke, who had been busy developing forbidden jutsu, had also heard these rumors, but he didn't have time to worry about them. The development of the cursed seal that could store yin-release chakra had reached a critical stage. Yusuke-kun, I think this should achieve the effect we were hoping for, Orochimaru said, his sinister face filled with fervor. Yusuke, whose eyes were filled with dark circles, couldn't contain his joy. He smiled in satisfaction. Yes, I think this jutsu is perfect. Not only can it store a large amount of yin-release chakra, but it's also very stable. Yusuke-kun, I think I should personally apply this cursed seal to you. Orochimaru licked his lips and chuckled. Yusuke waved his hand and took out a syringe. No need. I don't have a habit of being bitten by men. The syringe contained a fusion liquid made with Hashirama's cells. Using the powerful yang-release chakra within it, Combined with a sealing jutsu, a cursed seal could be formed that would perfectly seal yin release chakra within the human body and allow the host to use it at any time. It has to be said that Hashirama's cells were truly the foundation of scientific technology in the Naruto world. Without Hashirama's cells, many forbidden jutsu would be impossible. The Hashirama's cells that Orochimaru had were all obtained from Danzo. Yusuke took off his shirt and injected the fusion liquid from the syringe into his left chest. Then, he quickly formed a very complex hand seal. 2-yi seal, a yin-yang symbol cursed seal formed on Yusuke's left chest. However, at this time, the cursed seal was very faint. "How do you feel, Yusuke-kun?" Orochimaru asked. "The cursed seal is very successful. But it's empty now. I just need to seal the yin release chakra inside," Yusuke said, putting his shirt back on. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. He didn't need to use this cursed seal immediately. For Orochimaru, this cursed seal was to be used after he performed the reanimation jutsu to make up for the soul weakness. "By the way, to thank you for your help this time, I have something very interesting here. I'll give it to you." Yusuke took a scroll from his pocket and threw it to Orochimaru. The unlocking hand seal for the scroll is the same as before. Don't use the wrong seal when unlocking it. I only have one of these. Yusuke used unlocking hand seals for the scrolls he used to store important items. If the unlocking hand seal was wrong, the scroll, including the items stored inside, would be destroyed. "Oh, something you find interesting too." Orochimaru took the scroll and looked at it with great interest. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual reader 15 advanced chapters. Intermediate reader 30 advanced chapters. Expert reader 60 advanced chapters. 5 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 20. The scroll that Yusuke gave to Orochimaru contained the white Zetsu's head that he had cut off in the Land of Rain. For Orochimaru, a giant in the field of biological science, it was very valuable for research. Orochimaru put away the scroll and asked ominously, "Now that the cursed seal is complete, Yusuke-kun, which village's Jinchuriki are you going to start with to take the yin release chakra from the tailed beast within them?" Yusuke's gaze was calm. "Don't worry about that. I already have a target." Meanwhile, on a training ground in the Uchiha clan territory, Genma had just finished guiding Itachi and Izumi in their ninjutsu training. The three of them were chatting. "Genma-senpai, what jutsu are you best at?" Izumi asked curiously. Genma grinned with pride. "My best jutsu isn't really a jutsu. It's Senbon. In terms of using Senbon, I'm definitely the best among my peers." Izumi's big eyes twirled, and she smiled. "Senbon is also a type of ninja tool. I bet Genma-senpai, you're not as good as Itachi in using ninja tools." Genma couldn't stand being underestimated. "Impossible. I admit that Itachi is a rare genius, but I don't believe that he can surpass me in using ninja tools." Izumi tilted her head slightly. "How about we make a bet? Itachi is good at kunai. He'll do a demonstration first with kunai. If Genma-senpai can imitate it with kunai or senbon, you win. Otherwise, you lose. How about it?" Genma didn't care. "All right, that's settled. If you win, Genma will buy you 3 colored dango for a year." "Genma-senpai, maybe we shouldn't do this. Itachi was very kind." Genma waved his hand, confident. "Itachi, just go ahead. I'm sure I can imitate it." Since Genma said so, Itachi didn't say anything more. He casually took out 3 kunai and threw them. Then, he took out 3 more kunai and threw them. The second group of kunai hit the first group before they reached their target, changing the flight path of the first 3 kunai. In the end, all 6 kunai hit the bullseye of each target. This wasn't actually Itachi's highest level of skill. After learning how to use ninja tools from Shisui for a while, Itachi could perform even more precise micromanipulation. Genma's eyes widened in disbelief. The senbon in his mouth, which he hadn't been biting, fell out and pierced his instep. "Ah!" Genma cried out in pain, clutching his foot. "Genma-senpai, you should try too," Izumi said with a genuine smile, looking at Genma with anticipation. Genma shook his head and sighed wryly. "Forget it. I lost." Sighing, Genma secretly groaned. 3 colored dango for a year for 2 kids. That's a lot of money. My already thin wallet is going to get even thinner. We were just joking with you, Genma-senpai. You've been helping us train for so long, and we haven't thanked you yet. Let's treat you to 3-colored dango today. Izumi said happily, looking at Genma, who looked bitter. Seeing Izumi, who was clever but also kind and understanding, Itachi smiled slightly. Genma also breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. At that moment, a voice came, disrupting their plan to go eat 3-colored dango together. Itachi-sama, the clan leader asked me to tell you to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Looking at the Uchiha clan member who had come to deliver the message, Itachi asked, did father say what it was about? The messenger replied, Madam is about to give birth. Hearing that his mother was about to give birth, Itachi apologized to Izumi and Genma and rushed to the hospital. Their plan to go eat 3-colored dango together was naturally cancelled. When Itachi arrived at Konoha Hospital, Makoto had successfully given birth. In the private room at Konoha Hospital, Makoto was holding a crying baby, and Fugaku was standing beside her. Mother, I'm sorry I'm late. The door to the ward opened, and Itachi walked in. Itachi, it's a boy. You have a little brother, Makoto said with a gentle smile. Then she turned to Fugaku, you've kept this secret for so long. Can you tell us the baby's name now? Fugaku bent down, took the baby from Makoto's arms, held him up, and said in a joyful voice, Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Makoto was surprised, it's a good name, but... Fugaku smiled, yes, it's the name of the third Hokage's father. I already talked to the third Hokage-sama, and he agreed. Fugaku raised Sasuke, who was still a baby, in his arms. The bright sunlight outside the ward shone in, landing on Sasuke's small body. Sasuke, don't let this name down. Be a man. Fugaku's voice was full of expectation. After saying this, Fugaku laughed happily. Looking at Sasuke in his father's arms, Itachi made a silent vow in his heart. No matter what happened in the future, he would take care of his little brother, even if it meant sacrificing everything. But as Itachi made this vow, a little girl's innocent and lovely smile flashed through his mind. Izumi returned home and saw that her brother, Yusuke, was also there, which was rare. She asked happily, brother, why are you back so early today? Yusuke smiled and waved to Izumi. Izumi ran over. Yusuke reached out and patted Izumi's head, I've been busy developing an important jutsu recently. I haven't had time to spend with you. I'm really sorry. Let's go out to eat with mom tonight. Izumi said happily, great. I want to eat yakiniku today. Okay, you can eat whatever you want. Yusuke pinched Izumi's cheeks, which were still slightly chubby, then asked curiously, why are you back so early today? Usually, you hang out with Itachi for a while after training. Today, Itachi's mom gave birth. Itachi is going to have a little brother or sister soon. I'm really looking forward to it. I really want a little brother or sister too, Izumi said with envy. Hearing Izumi's words, Yusuke thought to himself. Sasuke has already been born. It seems like Naruto will be born soon. I need to make some preparations in advance. If possible, I hope I can help the fourth Hokage couple survive this nine-tailed fox incident. Yusuke admired the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He was a commoner who became the CEO of Konoha without relying on any cheat codes. He also won the heart of a beautiful and wealthy woman from the Uzumaki clan, making him a model of success for commoners. Minato himself could also be considered a perfect man. He was outstanding in terms of strength, talent, personality, and appearance. Hopefully, I can arrive before you use the Shiki Fujin. After completing the development of the Chuyi seal, Yusuke released Genma Shiranui and resumed responsibility for training his disciples and his little sister, Izumi, in ninjutsu. Guy, on the other hand, loved the feeling of being a teacher and begged Yusuke to allow him to continue guiding the children in taijutsu. Yusuke, of course, was happy to help. He couldn't refuse a friend's request. Yusuke-sensei, have you heard the rumors about you and Shisui recently? One afternoon, after finishing their ninjutsu training for the day, Yusuke was strolling through the snack street with Kabuto, Itachi, and Izumi when Itachi suddenly asked. Yusuke nodded, I've heard them. It's obvious that someone is deliberately spreading these rumors. Their goal is probably to sow discord within our Uchiha clan. They're spreading rumors that I'm the strongest ninja in the clan and that Shisui is the most talented. This will create competition between me and Shisui and also make the clan leader wary of us. I don't know Shisui very well and haven't talked to him about this yet. But I've already talked to the clan leader. He doesn't care about it and said he'll talk to Shisui and ensure that the clan stays united. After hearing Yusuke's explanation, Itachi felt a little reassured. I'll talk to Shisui about it too. Yusuke patted Itachi on the shoulder, thanks. I'm not trying to compete with Shisui for these titles. At this time, Yusuke, Fugaku, and Itachi didn't know that the purpose of these rumors, besides sowing discord among the top ninjas in the Uchiha clan, was also to set the stage for Shisui to challenge Yusuke and make Shisui the rightful, strongest Uchiha ninja, and most talented Uchiha, after winning. It has to be said that the third Hokage was a very cunning old fox. In the tea house, Yusuke gently took a sip of oolong tea. His old friend, Genma Shiranui, was sitting opposite him. Yusuke, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? You're either treating me to tea or treating me to dinner. You should know that I, Genma, am not someone who craves food. Genma asked curiously. Waiter, please bring another plate of sakura mochi, a plate of yokon, and 4 strawberry daifuku. Before Yusuke could answer, Genma ordered another round of snacks without any hesitation. Yusuke's eyelids twitched, and he smiled. Of course, I'm just thanking you for helping guide my disciples in ninjutsu a while back. Genma frowned slightly, but you've already thanked me 5 times. For some reason, he felt like there was something fishy about the man opposite him. After all, among their peers, Yusuke was the most formidable. No one had ever gotten the better of him. Yusuke took a slow sip of tea and glanced at the new Hokage guard armband on Genma's arm. He said calmly, congratulations on officially becoming a special Jonin and becoming the 4th Hokage's personal bodyguard. Genma smiled, it took me a long time to become a special Jonin. I'm still not as good as you, Yusuke. The rumors say that you're already the strongest ninja in the Uchiha clan. Yusuke waved his hand, I don't know where those rumors came from. I'm actually worried about them. By the way, I'm going on a secret mission starting tomorrow. If you want to treat me to tea again, you'll have to wait a while, Genma continued. Hearing Genma's words, a glint of light flashed in Yusuke's eyes. He thought to himself, here it comes. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 8 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 21. Hearing Genma say that he was going on a secret mission, a glint of light flashed in Yusuke's eyes. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, saying calmly, is that so? What a pity that I won't be able to treat you to tea anymore. Yusuke had invited Genma to tea, of course, with a purpose. He wanted to use Genma, the 4th Hokage's personal bodyguard, to determine the time of the 4th Hokage's wife, Kushina's, childbirth. It seems that the 3rd and 4th Hokage have already started making their preparations. Then, Naruto's birth will be in the next few days, Yusuke thought to himself. Since he didn't know the exact location where Kushina would give birth, Yusuke could only wait for the 9-tailed fox to appear and then rush to the scene as quickly as possible. In Yusuke's plan, the ideal scenario would be to use the 8 trigrams sealing style to reseal the 9-tailed fox's yang release chakra back into Kushina's body, simultaneously preventing the 4th Hokage from using the Shikifujin to seal the 9-tailed fox's yin release chakra, and then seal the 9-tailed fox's yin release chakra in his 2-yi seal. Looking at Genma Shiranui in front of him, Yusuke couldn't help but think of the Flying Thunder God technique. If he could master this jutsu, things wouldn't be so troublesome. I need to find a way to learn this forbidden jutsu when I get the chance, Yusuke thought to himself. Just as Yusuke was using Genma to obtain information about Naruto's exact birth time, the 3rd Hokage, as well as Obito, who was about to attack, were also making their preparations. Because Kushina, as the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, would have a weakened seal when giving birth, there was a possibility of the 9-tailed fox's chakra leaking out or even breaking free from the seal. The 3rd and 4th Hokage decided to set up a barrier at a secret location outside Konoha village and have Kushina give birth inside the barrier. At the same time, the 3rd Hokage arranged for his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, to be Kushina's personal bodyguard and assigned many Anbu to guard the area around the barrier. Meanwhile, at the root base, Obito slowly appeared in front of Danzo in the form of a Kamui space vortex. Seeing this unexpected visitor appearing in such a strange way, the ninjas guarding Danzo were shocked. Wood release. 4 pillars binding technique. Secret technique. Spindle technique. The two jutsu were performed by Root Ninja A and an elite Jonin from the Aburame clan. A was the current Tenzo, who hadn't yet left Root, and would later become Yamato. 4 wooden pillars rose up around Obito, restricting him. Then, thousands of black insects flew out of the Aburame clan Jonin's sleeve, forming a spindle-shaped formation, spinning towards Obito. However, to the surprise of Danzo and the Root ninjas, all the black insects passed right through Obito's body. Obito walked forward a few steps, as if he were intangible, and passed through the 4 pillars binding technique formed by wood release. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Danzo asked, looking at Obito, whose abilities were strange. "My identity isn't important. What's important is that we can have a win-win cooperation," Obito said slowly. Danzo snorted coldly, "I won't cooperate with someone of unknown origin. Unless you take off your mask and reveal your identity, it's off the table." "Is that so? What a pity. I was hoping to talk to you about the Uchiha clan and the new 4th Hokage." "It seems like I won't have that chance," Obito said with a smile. As he spoke, Obito activated his Kamui ability, slowly sucking himself into it. Obito deliberately slowed down the jutsu, hoping that Danzo would lose his patience and call out to him. But if he left completely and Danzo didn't say anything, it would mean that the negotiations had failed. However, Obito believed that Danzo's personality would make him seize any opportunity to unite forces to strike down his opponents. Wait. As expected, just as only Obito's head was left in the air, Danzo suddenly stopped him. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Obito's masked mouth. It seemed that Danzo would cooperate with him this time. Konoha, 48th year, October 10th, night. A full moon hung high in the sky. On a mountain peak overlooking Konoha village, a figure wearing a black cloak and a mask suddenly appeared. Tonight will be a night to remember. Meanwhile, in a secret base outside Konoha village, where a barrier had been set up, Kushina was struggling to give birth. Assisting and caring for Kushina were the 3rd Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, and another female medical ninja. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was beside himself with worry. But he couldn't do anything. He could only hold Kushina's hand, hoping to give her some mental strength. After a painful process, Kushina finally gave birth to Naruto. At this time, Obito had already dealt with the Anbu guarding the barrier. Looking at Naruto, who was still crying in Bawako's arms, Kushina's gaze was gentle, and her big eyes were filled with joyful tears. Minato was also excited, wiping his eyes with his arm. Bawako smiled and showed Naruto to Kushina and Minato before preparing to take Naruto outside to give him a quick wash. But before Minato and Kushina could say a few words, a scream came from the door, from Bawako and the other medical ninja. Minato and Kushina turned to see that a person wearing a mask and a black cloak had appeared in the room. In his arms was the newborn Naruto. 4th Hokage, get away from the Jinchuriki. Obito threatened Minato, holding Naruto in his right arm. Otherwise, this child's life will only last a minute. Hearing Obito's words, Minato felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Kushina, who had just finished giving birth, had a weakened seal controlling the 9-tailed fox within her, and she needed his help to reseal it. The 9-tailed fox struggled within Kushina, and because of the weakened seal, the black cursed seal had spread from Kushina's abdomen to her face. Ah! Hearing Kushina's painful cry, Minato immediately looked at her with concern, forcing himself to calm down. Seeing that Minato still didn't leave Kushina's side, Obito threatened him by taking out a kunai and holding it to Naruto's neck. Seeing that the enemy was about to harm Naruto, Minato hurriedly said, "Wait, calm down first." Obito sneered, "I'm calmer than ever." After saying this, Obito tossed Naruto high into the air. Minato was shocked and immediately used the body flicker technique to grab Naruto, but before he could be happy, he suddenly discovered that there were several lit explosive tags stuck beneath the swaddling cloth that Naruto was wrapped in. In the blink of an eye, Minato immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to a location he had prepared beforehand. At the same time, he removed Naruto's swaddling cloth, finally managing to protect Naruto before the explosive tags detonated. However, because of this, Kushina, who was completely defenseless, was left unguarded. Obito used his spatial transfer ability to take her to a waterfall near Konoha village. Using a sealing jutsu, he hung Kushina with her arms spread out between 2 rock walls, about 7 or 8 meters apart. Obito looked at her calmly. Although this woman was his former teacher and had been very kind to him, Obito no longer hesitated. When Rin was killed by Kakashi, there was no one left in the world who he cared about. His Sharingan activated, and Obito, relying on his powerful dojutsu, directly controlled the nine-tailed fox within Kushina, bypassing the seal. The nine-tailed fox's original fox eyes turned into Sharingan. At this time, the seal controlling the nine-tailed fox in Kushina's body was getting weaker and weaker. Under Obito's control, the nine-tailed fox's power erupted, finally breaking free from the seal that had been restricting it. It burst out of the seal on Kushina's abdomen. The nine-tailed fox at this time was still in its complete form. It was much larger than the nine-tailed fox in Naruto's body in the original story. The nine-tailed fox in Naruto's body was only half the size of the complete nine-tailed fox's yang release chakra. The other half of the nine-tailed fox's yin release chakra was sealed inside the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, using the Shiki Fujin during this nine-tailed fox rampage incident. Under the full moon, the nine-tailed fox roared, its nine tails, each dozens of meters long, swaying constantly. Kushina, the Jinchuriki who had been stripped of the nine-tailed fox, was now even weaker. Obito cancelled the sealing jutsu that was holding Kushina up, and she fell onto a rock below. If it were an ordinary Jinchuriki, she would have been dead by now. But Kushina was a member of the Uzumaki clan, known for their strong vitality. Moreover, Kushina was exceptionally talented, even among the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, although Kushina was weak, she didn't show any signs of death. As expected of a member of the Uzumaki clan. Their vitality is truly tenacious, Obito said slowly, looking at Kushina, who was still alive. He then controlled the nine-tailed fox, and it swiped at Kushina, who was unable to move. With a bang, the nine-tailed fox's powerful force kicked up a cloud of dust. At this moment, Kushina was caught in Minato's arms, who had arrived in time using the Flying Thunder God technique. It turned out that Minato had already placed a Flying Thunder God technique seal on Kushina. After rescuing Kushina, Minato immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to where Naruto was, gently placing Kushina beside Naruto. Looking at his wife and child on the bed, Minato clenched his fist. "Minato, thank you. Be careful," Kushina said softly. She knew that Minato, as the fourth Hokage, had to return to the village to deal with the mysterious enemy. Minato put on the white ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage from the closet. This would be his first battle as the fourth Hokage, defending the village. "I'll be back soon." At this time, Konoha village was peaceful. Although it was late, there were still many people on the bustling streets. No one noticed the approaching crisis. Yusuke, who was sitting with his eyes closed in his home, suddenly felt a powerful and evil chakra appearing in the village. "Here it comes." Yusuke opened his eyes abruptly. At this time, in a northern area of Konoha village, a giant beast with 9 tails and the appearance of a fox suddenly appeared. After appearing, the beast went on a rampage, destroying many buildings and killing many villagers in the chaos. Looking at the 9-tailed fox that Obito had summoned from afar, Yusuke activated the barrier he had set up in his home. After telling his family not to go outside, he went to the Uchiha clan's plaza. In the face of such a major event, the Uchiha clan, as Konoha's guard force, would definitely go to help. At this time, the Uchiha clan ninjas had already gathered in the plaza of their clan's residence, preparing to head to the front lines to deal with the 9-tailed fox. "All ninjas of the Uchiha clan, listen up. You must stay within the Uchiha clan's territory tonight. No one is allowed to go out. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. 6 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 22. A grim voice rang out. The speaker was Danzo, who had colluded with Obito and arrived at the Uchiha clan's headquarters. Behind Danzo were a large number of root ninjas. "Danzo-sama, what do you mean? We, the Uchiha clan, are Konoha's police force. We have the responsibility to defend the village. Why are you stopping us? What are you trying to do?" Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward from the crowd and asked Danzo. Up until now, only Uchiha Madara has been able to control the 9-tailed fox with the Sharingan. Now, the 9-tailed fox has suddenly appeared in the village. It could be a huge conspiracy, and it could be connected to the entire Uchiha clan. Therefore, the Uchiha clan must stay here tonight. No one is allowed to leave, Danzo said coldly. Hearing Danzo's words, the other Uchiha clan ninjas present were all furious. People started to express their dissatisfaction, and some even began to curse. Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand, signaling for the clan members to be quiet. Then he asked Danzo, "So, regarding your actions, Danzo-sama, do the third and fourth Hokage agree?" "The fourth Hokage is not in the village now. The third Hokage has agreed to my actions," Danzo replied. Hearing this, Fugaku frowned and remained silent. He hadn't expected that even the third Hokage would be so wary of the Uchiha clan. Not far behind Fugaku, Yusuke thought to himself, could this be the truth behind the original story? Why didn't the Uchiha clan ninjas and the root ninjas appear during the nine-tailed fox rampage? In Yusuke's view, the third Hokage still valued the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, very much. He had not only promoted Minato but had also fully assisted him in consolidating his position after Minato took office. Maybe the third Hokage didn't expect Minato to fall in this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Root and the Uchiha clan stay here, wasting so much combat power. Yusuke, who was determined to obtain the nine-tailed fox's chakra, wasn't going to heed Danzo's restriction order. He found an opportunity to use a fire-release clone, leaving the clone to stay and pretend to be busy while his real body secretly rushed to the location of the nine-tailed fox. However, since the restriction order against the Uchiha clan had already been issued, Yusuke could no longer appear in battle under his real identity. He had to put on a white cloak and a ghost mask, hide near the nine-tailed fox, and wait for the right moment. At this time, many Konoha ninjas were already fighting the nine-tailed fox. But because the nine-tailed fox's chakra and vitality were too strong, the attacks of these ordinary ninjas had almost no effect. Instead, many ninjas died in vain under the nine-tailed fox's claws. Annoyed by the Konoha ninjas' attacks, the nine-tailed fox opened its mouth and unleashed a tailed beast ball, destroying many buildings along the way. The tailed beast ball's final target was the Hokage rock on the mountain wall outside the village. At this moment, a giant sealing jutsu inscription appeared in front of the Hokage rock. The tailed beast ball entered the sealing jutsu inscription and completely disappeared, causing no damage to the Hokage rock. 1 second later, a giant ball of light rose up in the distance. Someone had used a spacetime jutsu to move the tailed beast ball to a huge lake far from Konoha village. The one who performed this spacetime jutsu was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had just arrived in the village. Looking at the undamaged Hokage rock, the third Hokage, who was still rushing towards the nine-tailed fox, breathed a sigh of relief. "Minato, you're a trustworthy person." After dealing with the tailed beast ball, Minato was about to head to the location of the nine-tailed fox in the village when he suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation behind him. He immediately turned around and attacked with a kunai. However, to his surprise, his kunai passed right through the enemy's head. The one who had attacked him was the mysterious person wearing a mask and a black cloak from earlier tonight. "I'm your opponent," and, at this time, Minato's kunai had completely passed through Obito's head. Obito immediately cancelled his intangible state and grabbed Minato's wrist. "It's over." Obito immediately activated Kamui, preparing to suck Minato into the Kamui space. At this critical moment, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique in time, teleporting to a location where he had replaced a Flying Thunder God kunai. "He's gone. He's quick on his feet," Obito said slowly. He also used his spatial transfer ability to follow Minato to his location. With a thud, Minato, who hadn't had time to adjust his posture after teleporting in a hurry, fell hard onto the grass. Quickly getting up, Minato's brain rapidly analyzed the enemy's abilities. However, before he could fully figure it out, a space vortex opened up in front of him, and the enemy had already arrived. "He's good at spacetime jutsu too. He's not easy to deal with," Minato frowned, looking at Obito in front of him. At this time, Minato noticed the Sharingan that the enemy had revealed through his mask. He thought about the enemy's ability to control the nine-tailed fox and asked tentatively, "In the past, Uchiha Madara could control the nine-tailed fox with the Sharingan. But he can't be alive now. Who are you? Who am I? Who knows? Then what's your purpose in attacking Konoha?" "Purpose?" Obito paused, took out a long iron chain from his cloak, and there was a hook at each end of the chain. Obito shook the chain in his hand and fixed the hooks to his wrists. "My purpose is peace in the ninja world. Before he finished speaking, Obito quickly charged towards Minato, and the long iron chain formed a loop behind him. This loop of chain was a trap used to capture enemies behind him when they passed by. Seeing Obito launch an attack, Minato immediately counterattacked, holding a specially made Flying Thunder God Kunai and facing the enemy. As expected, his kunai passed right through the enemy's body. Physical attacks couldn't harm the enemy who was in a different space-time. After Minato passed through Obito's intangible body, Obito immediately cancelled his intangible state, and the loop formed by the chain behind him instantly blocked Minato behind him. But before Obito could activate Kamui, Minato used the body flicker technique in time to escape the chain's entanglement. Although it was only one round, combining this with some details from his previous encounter with Obito, Minato, a tactical genius, had roughly analyzed Obito's abilities and weaknesses. He already had a plan to deal with Obito. With the plan in place, Minato didn't hesitate. He quickly turned around, charged towards Obito again, and threw his Flying Thunder God Kunai towards the enemy when he was at the right distance. The Flying Thunder God Kunai gradually passed through Obito's head, which was intangible. At this moment, Obito and Minato were less than 2 feet apart. Minato formed a Rasengan in his right hand and struck towards Obito. Obito, however, was one step ahead. As soon as the Flying Thunder God Kunai completely passed through his head, his right hand touched Minato's left shoulder first. I win. Obito cancelled his intangible state and immediately activated Kamui, preparing to drag Minato into it. Just when Obito thought he had the upper hand, Minato suddenly disappeared. In that instant, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique twice, appearing at the location of the Flying Thunder God Kunai behind Obito. Damn it! Obito exclaimed in surprise. With a loud bang, Minato's Rasengan mercilessly slammed down on Obito below. Obito, who wasn't intangible, was immediately severely injured. He was hit hard and slammed into the ground. At the same time, the ground shattered and debris flew everywhere because of the powerful impact of the Rasengan, kicking up a large cloud of dust. What Obito didn't know was that Minato had also left a Flying Thunder God technique seal on his back when he hit him. The dust slowly settled, revealing a circular pit about 4 or 5 meters in radius on the ground. Obito used the body flicker technique to appear on a nearby mound. The side of his body that had been hit by the Rasengan was covered in white, viscous substance that slowly dripped from his cloak. His left hand also fell to the ground. As expected of the yellow flash. He's truly. Before Obito could finish his sentence, Minato instantly appeared in front of him, using the Flying Thunder God technique seal he had left on Obito. Obito couldn't react fast enough to keep up with Minato's speed. Minato's kunai pierced his chest. In that moment of collision, Obito saw that his once gentle teacher's eyes were filled with a resolute killing intent. At the same time, Minato pressed his left hand against Obito's chest, and a circle of inscriptions appeared on Obito's chest. Contract seal. You plan to break my contract with the nine-tailed fox. Obito said grimly. That way, the nine-tailed fox will no longer be yours. Minato said coldly. At the same time, the Sharingan mark in the nine-tailed fox's eyes, which was still rampaging in Konoha village, disappeared, and its eyes returned to their fox pupils. The nine-tailed fox, freed from Obito's Sharingan control, became even more enraged. It raised its head and let out a terrifying roar towards the sky. Everyone run! The nine-tailed fox is going crazy. No, we can't hurt the nine-tailed fox. We'll just be dying in vain if we keep going. The villagers and ordinary shinobi near the nine-tailed fox frantically fled in the opposite direction. The enraged nine-tailed fox worked even harder to destroy buildings and hunt down any living beings it could find. At this time, Iruka's parents sacrificed themselves to protect Iruka. Just then, the third Hokage finally arrived with the Hokage's personal Anbu squad. The Anbu squad immediately stepped forward to engage the nine-tailed fox, holding it off and buying time for the third Hokage. Summoning Jutsu. Monkey King Enma. The third Hokage summoned Enma, who immediately transformed into a golden staff. The third Hokage grabbed the staff, chose a direction closest to the village border, aimed at the nine-tailed fox, and suddenly activated the Kongo Joyu technique. Extend, Enma. The golden staff in the third Hokage's hand instantly grew to over 1,000 meters long, pushing the nine-tailed fox out of the village. But because the nine-tailed fox was so large, pushing it out of the village also destroyed many buildings along the way, leaving a path of ruins over 1,000 meters long. Looking at the nine-tailed fox, which was still enraged, the third Hokage felt a pang of anxiety. Minato, where are you? For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane. 4 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 23. As expected of the fourth Hokage. You managed to seriously injure me and even break my control over the nine-tailed fox. Minato was still facing off against Obito, but Obito was now heavily injured. If not for the fact that most of his body was replaced by white Zetsu's tissue, a normal person who had been hit by Minato's Rasengan and had a kunai pierced through their chest would have already died. But the nine-tailed fox will eventually be mine. I am the one who will unify the world. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Obito knew that he, in his current injured state, couldn't do anything. He needed to go back and recover as soon as possible. Therefore, he left 2 threatening words, activated the Kamui ability in his right eye, and slowly sucked himself into it, disappearing from the spot. Minato was filled with worry about Obito's parting words. He was concerned that the ninja world, which had just calmed down after the Third Great Ninja War, would be thrown into turmoil again. Looking at the nine-tailed fox, which was still rampaging in the distance, Minato didn't think any more about it. He immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and rushed to the location of the nine-tailed fox. Summoning Jutsu. A giant, deep red toad descended from the sky, pressing down heavily on the nine-tailed fox, which was gathering chakra for a tailed beast ball. This toad was wearing a purple robe with a shrimp character written on the back. It had a ferocious scar over its left eye, a pipe in its mouth, and a giant short sword hanging from its waist. It looked stylish and fierce. It was one of the top dogs of Mount Myoboku, Gamabunta. At this time, Gamabunta was standing on the nine-tailed fox, and Minato, who had arrived in time, was standing on its head. Seeing the fourth Hokage, with his ceremonial robe billowing, appear, the Konoha ninjas who were still struggling to survive were immediately invigorated. The third Hokage, who was kneeling and gasping for breath, also looked relieved. Looking at the powerful nine-tailed fox, Minato couldn't think of a way to deal with it. In just a moment of thought, Minato, who embodied the will of fire, decided to sacrifice himself and his family to save the village. He ordered Gamabunta to hold the nine-tailed fox down firmly. Minato channeled the chakra in his body, used the Flying Thunder God technique, and teleported the nine-tailed fox to a deserted area outside the village. A few seconds later, a bright light erupted in the distance. It was clear that the nine-tailed fox, which had just been suppressed, had gathered enough chakra for a tailed beast ball and was about to unleash it. Now's the time. Seeing Minato teleport the nine-tailed fox away, Yusuke knew that Minato was about to use his final move to seal the nine-tailed fox. Following the bright light in the distance, Yusuke immediately used the body flicker technique continuously, rushing to the location of the nine-tailed fox. That was also the place where the fourth Hokage couple would meet their end in the original story. According to his plan, Yusuke had to arrive before Minato sacrificed himself. Otherwise, the nine-tailed fox's yin-release chakra would be sucked into the death god's stomach along with Minato. Kushina, I'm sorry, Minato said, panting heavily. At this time, Minato was supporting the weakened Kushina with his right hand and holding Naruto with his left hand. He had used a lot of chakra to teleport the nine-tailed fox, and he had also used a lot of stamina fighting Obito. Minato, who didn't have a lot of chakra, was now severely depleted. Don't say it. I support you, Kushina smiled and shook her head. She then struggled to stand up and use the Uzumaki clan's secret jutsu, adamantine sealing chains. 8 golden chains extended from Kushina's back, firmly controlling the giant nine-tailed fox. At the same time, a barrier opened, enveloping them and the nine-tailed fox. Under the control of the 8 adamantine sealing chains, the nine-tailed fox couldn't move at all, no matter how hard it struggled. This showed that Kushina's strength was definitely extraordinary. She was able to control the complete nine-tailed fox so firmly, even in her depleted state. Gently placing Naruto on the ground, Minato immediately formed hand seals and used the sealing jutsu that Kushina had taught him. 8 trigrams sealing style. To prevent the nine-tailed fox's power from being too strong for young Naruto to withstand, Minato used the 8 trigrams sealing style to separate the 9-tailed fox's yang-release chakra from its body and seal it on Naruto's stomach. 2 layers of 4 symbols sealing style inscriptions appeared on Naruto's stomach, forming an 8 trigrams seal. Then, they gradually disappeared. Because half of its yang-release chakra had been extracted, the 9-tailed fox's size immediately shrank by half, and large gaps appeared in the golden chains that had been firmly holding it. Die! The enraged 9-tailed fox seized the opportunity. Its giant, sharp claws immediately grabbed at Naruto, attempting to kill Naruto and release the other half of its yang-release chakra that had been sealed. At this time, Yusuke, who had been rushing towards them using the body flicker technique, finally arrived. He saw a scene that shocked him from afar. Minato and Kushina used their bodies to block the 9-tailed fox's claws to protect Naruto. The giant claws pierced through their bodies, but they managed to save Naruto's life at the last moment. Kushina let out a loud cry, blood spurting from her mouth. The 8 loose adamantine sealing chains immediately tightened, firmly locking the 9-tailed fox again. At this time, Minato and Kushina were not only depleted of chakra, but they had also suffered fatal wounds. They were clearly at their wits' end. Their eyes met, and they looked at each other. Naruto, who was nearby, seemed to sense something and began to cry loudly. I wish I could see Naruto when he grows up, Kushina said, looking at the crying Naruto with a gentle and sorrowful expression. Minato was behind Kushina. He gently hugged his beloved wife one last time and said softly, soon, I'll use the Shikifujin to seal a sliver of your chakra within Naruto. When he grows up, you'll be able to see him. What? Why use the Shikifujin? Your soul will be swallowed by the death god, and you'll never be able to rest. Kushina exclaimed in shock, resolutely stopping him. At this time, both of them had suffered fatal wounds and were doomed to die. She had thought that Minato would just use an ordinary sealing jutsu to seal the other half of the 9-tailed fox's yin-release chakra. She hadn't expected him to use the Shikifujin. Only the Shikifujin can seal a sliver of your and my chakra within Naruto, Minato said with a smile. No, the cost is too high. Kushina tightly grasped Minato's hand and tried to persuade him. 4th Hokage, it's not over yet. At this moment, a figure wearing a white cloak and a ghost mask appeared outside the barrier. It was Yusuke, who had just arrived. Seeing another ninja of unknown identity, Minato coughed and asked, Who are you? What's your purpose in appearing at this time? Kushina also looked at Yusuke warily, filled with anxiety. If she couldn't hold the barrier, she and Minato would have no power to resist. More importantly, Naruto would fall into the other party's hands. I just want to help you seal the 9-tailed fox. At this time, I have no need to deceive you. You two probably can't even hold on for 5 minutes. Yusuke said slowly. Then why are you being so sneaky and hiding your identity? I won't open the barrier unless you reveal your identity, Kushina said. Looking at the couple who had sacrificed everything for Konoha, Yusuke thought for a few seconds and decided to take off his mask, letting them know his identity. Uchiha Yusuke. Seeing that the person behind the mask was Yusuke, they exchanged surprised glances. Yusuke was a genius jonin who had already gained considerable fame in Konoha. Minato and Kushina naturally knew him. Yusuke said, when the 9-tailed fox caused chaos in the village tonight, the clan leader wanted to lead the Uchiha clan ninjas to help the 3rd Hokage resist it. As he said this, Yusuke sighed, but the 3rd Hokage agreed to Danzo's lockdown of the Uchiha clan, forbidding the Uchiha clan from leaving their territory tonight. That's why I hid my identity and secretly rushed here. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances. Minato's eyes were still filled with doubt, while Kushina's eyes held a glimmer of hope. Even if you're here, what can you do? Minato asked. Although my nickname is Flame Sword, I'm actually very skilled in sealing jutsu. I believe sealing the 9-tailed fox, which only has yin-release chakra now, shouldn't be difficult. Hearing Yusuke's words, Minato frowned. He couldn't make a decision for a moment. Although Yusuke was a ninja in the village, since Danzo had locked down the Uchiha clan's territory at this time and the 3rd Hokage had agreed, there must be some reason he didn't know. To be safe, we can't let him into the barrier. After thinking for a moment, Minato made a decision. Seeing Minato's gaze shift from doubt to determination, Yusuke knew that Minato wouldn't take any risks and let him into the barrier. Since he couldn't find a breakthrough there, Yusuke turned to Kushina and said sincerely, you don't have much time left. Your vitality is still draining. If you wait a little longer, you won't even have a sliver of a chance to live. Kushina-sama, you make the decision. Kushina, we can't trust him yet. If we hold on a little longer, the third Hokage will arrive. Then, I'll use the Shiki Fujin to seal the nine-tailed fox, and that will be foolproof. Minato urged, then couldn't help but cough again. Blood gushed out of his mouth in large quantities. But by then, you two will be dead for sure. Yusuke reminded him, his gaze fixed on Kushina. At this moment, the decision was in Kushina's hands. Kushina lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds. Then, she gently lifted Minato's face with her hand and stroked it. Forgive me for being selfish this once. I want to make this choice for you. Kushina, you. Before Minato could finish, Kushina's slender hand had already moved from his cheek to his neck. She gently squeezed, and Minato lost consciousness. Seeing this, Yusuke breathed a sigh of relief and said, Kushina-sama, you made the right choice. I hope so, Kushina said, simultaneously releasing the barrier. Time was of the essence. Yusuke didn't waste any time. He took 2 syringes from his pocket and injected them into Minato and Kushina's necks. Life seal. Yusuke quickly formed hand seals, then pressed his fingers on the injection sites on Minato and Kushina's necks, forming a circular cursed seal on each of them. After completing the cursed seal, Kushina immediately felt much better, and Minato's pale face flushed slightly. This, life seal, was a byproduct of Yusuke and Orochimaru's development of the 2-Yi seal. Combined with the Hashirama cell fusion liquid, it could activate the powerful vitality of Hashirama's cells and simultaneously suppress their invasiveness. Thank you. I didn't know that the Uchiha clan had someone like you who was skilled in sealing jutsu, Kushina said. However, Yusuke frowned, we still wasted too much time. It didn't achieve the effect I was hoping for. Your injuries are too severe. Especially you, Kushina-sama. If you were an ordinary person, you would have lost 10 lives. Kushina, as if she hadn't heard Yusuke's words, simply turned her head and stared blankly at Minato. A few seconds later, Kushina suddenly smiled, it's not too late. It's not too late. You should seal the nine-tailed fox as soon as possible. But as she spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Seeing Kushina crying and laughing, Yusuke couldn't figure out what she was thinking. But he didn't have much time left. He had to complete the nine-tailed fox's seal before the third Hokage arrived. Turning around, Yusuke looked at the nine-tailed fox, which was firmly controlled by the adamantine sealing chains. The nine-tailed fox glared at Yusuke with a ferocious gaze, as if warning him not to play any tricks. Nine-tailed fox, it's over for you. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. 2 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 24. Yusuke pulled out a storage scroll from his pocket. After using the release seal, a giant scroll, taller than Yusuke himself, appeared. Looking at the nine-tailed fox in front of him, Yusuke waved his hand. The giant scroll flew into the air. At the same time, the scroll unfurled in circles, hovering and circling around the nine-tailed fox's massive body. 2-Yi seal. Barrier. Yusuke quickly formed hand seals. The seals he formed were very complex. As more seals were formed, the inscriptions on the scroll hovering around the nine-tailed fox lit up with a blue glow. The nine-tailed fox looked at Yusuke, who was forming seals, with fear in its eyes. Although it didn't know what kind of sealing jutsu this person was using, judging from the formation, it was definitely not comparable to ordinary sealing jutsu. Under the layers of the sealing scroll, the nine-tailed fox struggled frantically. But Kushina's adamantine sealing chains still firmly bound it, and because its mouth was wrapped by the chains, it couldn't even roar. Yin release. Sealing. When all the inscriptions on the scroll lit up, Yusuke brought his hands together, completing the hand seal. A giant 2-Yi seal formation formed beneath the nine-tailed fox's body, and the nine-tailed fox began to gradually materialize, turning into wisps of blue light, constantly being sucked into Yusuke's 2-Yi seal on his left chest. The process of sealing and absorbing the nine-tailed fox's yin release chakra wasn't pleasant. Yusuke felt a sharp pain in his entire left chest, as if it were about to be torn apart. But compared to this pain, Yusuke felt more excitement. He knew that this time, his strength would take a qualitative leap. Although the amount of yin release chakra in the nine-tailed fox was enormous, the entire process didn't last long. When the last wisp of yin release chakra was absorbed into the cursed seal, Yusuke calmed his excitement. He didn't immediately activate the yin release chakra in the cursed seal to awaken his Sharingan, but instead looked at Minato and Kushina, as well as Naruto, who was still a baby. Kushina had also seen the entire process of Yusuke sealing the nine-tailed fox. She guessed that although Yusuke had said that he was helping them seal the nine-tailed fox, his real goal was to take the nine-tailed fox's chakra for himself. So your true purpose is the nine-tailed fox? Kushina became wary again. Naruto still had the other half of the nine-tailed fox's yang release chakra in his body. If this Yusuke wanted to take that too, she would have to use all her remaining strength to fight back. Yusuke didn't hide it. Yes, I'm here for the nine-tailed fox's chakra. But don't worry, I only need the yin release half. I won't hurt this child. Looking at Yusuke's sincere gaze, Kushina nodded. With his strength, there was no need to deceive her at this point. Without looking at Yusuke, Kushina turned and held Minato in her arms. She gently kissed his forehead and smiled softly. Minato, thank you for being with me all this time. Naruto is yours now. As soon as she finished speaking, the 8 adamantine sealing chains extending from Kushina's back suddenly all plunged into Minato's body. Chakra and vitality could be seen flowing into Minato's body through the chains, and Kushina's long red hair gradually turned dull. What? Yusuke was shocked to see Kushina's actions. The 4th Hokage's constitution is far inferior to yours. Even if you inject all your remaining vitality and chakra into the 4th Hokage's body, he might not survive. On the other hand, you still have a chance to live. Yusuke couldn't help but speak, seeing Kushina's determination to sacrifice herself for Minato. But as soon as he spoke, Yusuke regretted it. He could understand Kushina's choice and determination. What he said was pointless. Sighing, Yusuke couldn't help but think of a line from his previous world. What is love in this world, that it makes people willing to die for each other? Watching Kushina's once bright red hair gradually turn gray, Yusuke felt a pang of regret, but he also admired this woman. Suddenly, Yusuke thought of something. Kushina-sama, you must want to see the 4th Hokage and Naruto again. I have a method here. I don't know if you'd be willing to try it. Shortly after Yusuke left, the 3rd Hokage arrived with the Anbu at the location where the 4th Hokage and the others were. 3rd Hokage-sama, the 4th Hokage and Kushina-sama are ahead, along with a baby. But Kushina-sama is gone, and the 4th Hokage is unconscious. He looks very weak. An Anbu member reported to the 3rd Hokage after checking the situation first. The 3rd Hokage stepped forward and looked at Kushina, who was lifeless and had gray hair. He sighed deeply. Then he saw that Minato's chest was still rising and falling slightly. The 3rd Hokage was slightly relieved, but a yin-yang symbol cursed seal on Minato's chest, where his clothes were torn, caught his eye. This must be the jutsu Kushina used to sacrifice herself to save Minato, the 3rd Hokage thought to himself. He could see that Kushina's hair had turned gray because her vitality had been drained. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage thought that the yin-yang symbol cursed seal was the jutsu Kushina used to transfer her vitality to Minato. He picked up Naruto, who was on the ground, and looked at the couple lying on the ground. The 3rd Hokage couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach. Did I make a mistake this time? If I hadn't agreed to Danzo's restriction on the Uchiha clan, would this have been the outcome? Just as the 3rd Hokage arrived, Yusuke had already reached a secluded valley, ready to use the nine-tailed fox's yin release chakra to break through the suppression of Ryujin Jaka in his mental world and awaken his Sharingan. Tu-yi seal, release. Yusuke silently muttered in his mind, controlling the Tu-yi seal to release. Black inscriptions spread out from the cursed seal on his left chest, covering the skin of his entire body. At this moment, Yusuke felt as if he had endless power. His chakra seemed inexhaustible. However, as yin release chakra, its main use was to release genjutsu or some soul-related or mental-related secret techniques. It couldn't be used to release ordinary jutsu. In terms of yin release, I'm not quite a chakra tank, but I'm definitely a chakra dragon now, Yusuke thought to himself. Putting aside his distractions, Yusuke focused his mind, preparing to go all out to awaken his Sharingan. Open. Yusuke channeled all the yin release chakra in the cursed seal to attack his mental world. A pain, as if his soul was being ripped apart, exploded in his mind. He let out a muffled groan, but he didn't stop. He continued to persevere. Yusuke could feel that Ryujin Jaka in his mental world was suppressing and absorbing the yin release chakra that was rushing in. But the amount of yin release chakra in the nine-tailed fox was too large, and it was constantly being injected into his mental world. I'm about to succeed. Just when the yin release chakra in the 2-yi seal was about to be less than 1/10, Yusuke's vision suddenly shifted. He saw a giant crack in the sky of his mental world, which had originally been filled with clouds. It was as if an eye had opened. In an instant, Yusuke found himself in his mental world, which he had only been able to enter before with the help of Fugaku's dojutsu. This time, he not only saw Ryujin Jaka, which pierced the heavens and earth, but he also saw a three-tomo eye-like pupil in the crack in the sky. The reason it was called eye-like was because the three tomo in this pupil weren't black like those of an ordinary Sharingan. They were 3 golden red flame tomo. Is this my Sharingan? It seems different from the ordinary Uchiha clans. Looking up at the pupil in the sky, Yusuke muttered to himself. At this moment, the pupils in Yusuke's eyes had also transformed into the same pattern as the one in the sky. Although he couldn't see his own eyes, Yusuke knew that he had successfully awakened his Sharingan. Now, Yusuke could clearly sense that his vision was different from before. It was clearer, as if he could grasp every detail. Yusuke was able to enter his mental space because the dojutsu power of his newly awakened Sharingan was strong enough to give him the ability to see inside himself. My Sharingan has clearly mutated. These golden red flame tomo must have been influenced by Ryujin Jaka. As for the power it contains, I'll have to slowly experience it. With his Sharingan successfully awakened, Yusuke was happy. At the same time, he thought he should greet his new guest in his mental world. He looked at the small 9-tailed fox, which was cowering in the distance, and slowly walked towards it. As Yusuke's gaze moved, the pupil in the sky also looked at the target of Yusuke's gaze. What are you doing? I'm the most powerful 9-tailed fox. Don't come any closer. Seeing Yusuke, the 9-tailed fox, which looked like a fox cub, blustered, assuming a predatory stance. But at this time, the 9-tailed fox's appearance was not only unable to scare anyone, but it was actually quite cute. Girls who liked fluffy animals would probably love it. You're in this form because your chakra is depleted, right? How long will it take you to recover? Yusuke didn't pay attention to the 9-tailed fox's attitude. He looked at the little fox in front of him and asked with amusement. Damn it, what kind of sealing jutsu are you using? I can't recover my chakra at all. The 9-tailed fox roared angrily. Normally, its chakra recovery speed was very fast. But after being sealed in Yusuke's 2-yi seal, it discovered that after its chakra was drained, it didn't recover at all. Hearing the 9-tailed fox's words, Yusuke immediately understood the limitations or, rather, the power of the 2-yi seal. This cursed seal completely isolated it from the outside world. Therefore, the 9-tailed fox's chakra sealed within it couldn't be replenished on its own. Only Yusuke could gather yin release chakra and provide it to the 9-tailed fox, slowly replenishing it. Forget it, I'll just treat it like a battery. But after this battery runs out once, I'll have to charge it for a whole month. Although the 9-tailed fox in the 2-yi seal had lost its ability to automatically recover chakra, it could still be used as a reserve of yin release chakra. It was still very valuable. Exiting the inner vision state, Yusuke released the cursed seal state and immediately returned to the village. He had been gone for too long, and he was worried that his fire release clone would be exposed. If that happened, he might end up becoming a rogue ninja. I wonder what kind of power I'll have if I use yin release chakra to imitate soul power and activate Ryujin Jaka. Do I have Kage level strength now? As he quickly moved towards the village, Yusuke thought to himself. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. 5 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 25. After the 9-tailed fox rampage, Konoha village was in ruins. Everywhere you looked, there were broken buildings and rubble. Not only were many buildings destroyed and many villagers killed or injured, but many survivors were also left homeless. Luckily, Konoha had the most complete medical ninja system among all the ninja villages. Many of the injured received good treatment. If other ninja villages had encountered this situation, many more injured people would have died due to inadequate treatment. Looking at the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who remained unconscious in his hospital bed, the 3rd Hokage frowned and asked the medical ninja beside him, "How is the 4th Hokage?" Why hasn't he woken up yet? Third Hokage-sama, the fourth Hokage was seriously injured this time. His chakra is depleted, but the most serious injury is the penetrating wound to his chest. If he were an ordinary person, he would have already died. The fourth Hokage is able to maintain his current state because Kushina-sama used her own vitality to prolong his life. The medical ninja shook his head and continued, with our current abilities, we can only maintain the fourth Hokage's life force like this. But we're not sure if he'll be able to wake up again. Listening to the medical ninja's explanation, the third Hokage's expression gradually became serious. If Tsunade were here, do you think there would be a chance to wake up the fourth Hokage? If it were Tsunade-sama, maybe she would have a way, the medical ninja said uncertainly. Third Hokage-sama, what should we do with this baby? At this time, an Anbu member carrying Naruto walked up to the third Hokage and asked. The third Hokage glanced at Naruto, who was still asleep, and then at Minato, who was unconscious. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, take him to the Konoha orphanage and have them raise him. The Konoha orphanage was an orphanage in Konoha village funded by the government. It was specifically for raising orphan children of ninjas or villagers in the village. It wasn't the same orphanage that was managed by Yahiko. Also, this child's identity must be kept strictly confidential. Don't let it leak out at all. The third Hokage said sternly. Yes, the Anbu said respectfully, then carried Naruto and prepared to leave Minato's ward. As soon as the Anbu left, Kakashi, who had received news that the fourth Hokage was seriously injured and unconscious, rushed to the ward. Third Hokage-sama, sensei, Kakashi asked anxiously, looking at the third Hokage, who was frowning. Minato was seriously injured this time. He's barely hanging on. I don't know when he'll wake up, the third Hokage said. Patting Kakashi on the shoulder, the third Hokage continued, don't worry. I'll arrange for people to find Tsunade's whereabouts as soon as possible. I believe that if she's here, she should be able to find a way to wake up Minato. Kakashi looked at the fourth Hokage with worry. What are you going to do with Sensei's child? If possible, can I take care of him? The third Hokage shook his head. How can you, a man, take care of a child? Besides, you have missions to do. I'll have the Konoha orphanage raise Naruto until Minato wakes up. But isn't that a little unfair to Naruto? Sensei and Kushina-sama sacrificed so much for the village. Naruto deserves better care, Kakashi frowned. The third Hokage waved his hand. Kakashi, I saw the sacrifices that Minato and Kushina made. But it was their sacrifices that ensured the village's peace. Naruto is now the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, and his identity is very sensitive. That's why I decided to hide his identity and have him raised in the orphanage. It's a good thing for him. I believe that if Minato were in my position, he would make the same decision. Although Naruto was sent to the orphanage, he would be much luckier in this life than in the original story. Because Minato was still alive, the third Hokage not only arranged for someone to secretly take care of Naruto, but he also wouldn't let the rumors targeting Naruto spread unchecked like in the original story. Naturally, Naruto wouldn't be discriminated against or ostracized by the villagers. 3 days after the nine-tailed fox rampage, Konoha's high-ranking officials announced the casualties of the incident. The fourth Hokage was seriously injured and unconscious. The wives of the two Hokage, Sarutobi Bawako and Uzumaki Kushina, were killed. Many other ninjas also died in this incident, including Kurenai's father, Yuhi Kurenai, and Iruka's parents. Since the fourth Hokage was currently unable to handle the village's affairs, the third Hokage announced that he would come out of retirement and take charge of the village's work. During this critical period, in addition to strengthening the village's defenses, Konoha's high-ranking officials also asked ninjas to temporarily reduce their missions and assist in the village's reconstruction. In addition, the third Hokage sent people to recall Jiraiya, who was out searching for Tsunade. He asked Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, to return to the village and protect it, in case of any further unforeseen incidents. At the same time that he recalled Jiraiya, the third Hokage also arranged for other people to continue searching for Tsunade. After issuing a series of emergency response measures, the third Hokage convened a meeting of Konoha's high-ranking officials to discuss the reconstruction plan for the damaged areas of the village. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, was naturally involved, and at Fugaku's request, Yusuke accompanied him to this meeting. This was the first time Yusuke had participated in a Konoha high-ranking official's decision-making meeting. The third Hokage was naturally sitting in the main seat. To his left was Danzo, and to his right were the two Konoha elders, Kaharu Utatane and Homura Mitokado. Behind the third Hokage stood an Anbu member wearing a cat mask. Judging by his physique, hairstyle, and the katana on his back, Yusuke could tell that this Anbu member was Uchiha Shisui. Besides these high-ranking officials, who were all elders of Konoha, the rest were the clan leaders of various ninja clans, such as Hyuga clan leader Hiyashi Hyuga, and the clan leaders of the Inoshikacho 3 clans. Some clan leaders also had one or two core members from their clan standing behind them. The representative of the Uchiha clan was naturally clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, and Yusuke stood behind him, expressionless, playing the role of a silent observer. At first, the high-ranking officials discussed some strategies regarding the village's economic recovery and the treatment of the injured after the war. After discussing these two topics, Danzo stood up and took out a map, which was a bird's-eye view of Konoha village. Due to the nine-tailed fox's attack, the village has been severely damaged. Taking advantage of this opportunity to rebuild, Konoha's high-ranking officials have decided to make some changes to the village's layout, Danzo said slowly. Then, Danzo made corresponding arrangements for each clan. Some remained unchanged, while others were relocated to more advantageous locations. For example, the Aburame clan was moved from the west side of the village to the south, where there was a forest, which was convenient for them to raise insects. After this area is rebuilt, the original police department's location will need to be moved here, Danzo said, tapping the westernmost edge of Konoha village with his short staff. This location was already on the outskirts of Konoha village, not suitable for the Uchiha clan, who were responsible for Konoha's police work. Danzo's purpose was very obvious. He wanted to completely isolate the Uchiha clan, separating them from the village's core in terms of geographical location. Seeing the location Danzo pointed to, Uchiha Fugaku immediately stood up and began to argue with Danzo. But it wasn't just Danzo. The third Hokage, the two other advisors, and many other clans present also said that the Uchiha clan should abandon their clan's private interests and cooperate with the overall deployment of the village. Finally, facing the united opposition of Konoha's high-ranking officials, Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to compromise. He sighed and sat back down. Yusuke, who was standing behind Fugaku, watching coldly, remained expressionless. But he had a more intuitive understanding of the high-ranking officials' rejection of the Uchiha clan. He also sighed inwardly, thinking that the Uchiha clan's demise couldn't be entirely blamed on Fugaku. After discussing the relocation and placement of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku protested about Danzo's lockdown of the Uchiha clan's headquarters on the night of the nine-tailed fox rampage. The third Hokage decisively passed the buck to Danzo, simply reprimanding him a few times, and the matter was dropped. Leaving the conference room, Fugaku looked as if he had been through a great battle. He looked very tired. Yusuke, you saw our current situation. We're really struggling now. We can't make a single mistake. Fugaku sighed. If we make any mistakes, we'll pay a huge price. Yusuke didn't answer Fugaku's sigh, but simply nodded to show that he understood. But don't worry too much. Just focus on improving your strength. I have high hopes for you. Fugaku patted Yusuke on the shoulder and continued, by the way, I have something else to do. I won't go back to the clan with you. After saying goodbye to Yusuke, Fugaku left alone. Looking at Fugaku's back, Yusuke couldn't help but think to himself, maybe only when an Uchiha becomes Hokage can the clan break free from its current predicament. Just then, a voice rang out behind Yusuke. Yusuke-senpai, what do you think about the arrangements the high-ranking officials made for the clan at today's meeting? Yusuke turned around and saw an Anbu member walking towards him. It was Uchiha Shisui, who had been guarding the third Hokage at the meeting. I don't have any opinions, Yusuke replied. He was wary of Shisui. Whatever he said to Shisui would most likely reach the third Hokage's ears. Shisui was dissatisfied with Yusuke's answer. All along, Shisui had hoped to find like-minded clan members to help the clan integrate into the village. He had once pinned his hopes on this outstanding senior, but the other party had ultimately not responded to his thoughts. Looking at Yusuke, who still seemed indifferent to the clan, Shisui's hesitant heart immediately hardened. Yusuke-senpai, I formally challenge you. 3 days from now, at the training ground in the village. Shisui looked at Yusuke and said seriously. Yusuke frowned at Shisui's challenge. Is it because of the rumors these past few days? I don't think you're someone who cares about those titles. Shisui shook his head. I don't care about those titles, but I need to get this so-called title now. The clan's situation is very dangerous. I need to become the most prestigious ninja in the clan. Only then can I lead the clan out of this quagmire. Hearing Shisui's words, Yusuke thought about Shisui in the original story. He had the title of strongest Uchiha ninja, and his prestige was no less than that of Fugaku. Many clan members admired him. Could it be that he was also trying to get this title of strongest Uchiha ninja back then? Yusuke thought to himself. After a few seconds of silence, Yusuke looked into Shisui's eyes and asked calmly, "But are you sure you've seen clearly the path ahead for the clan?" Shisui's gaze was firm. "I believe that as long as the clan members can break free from their narrow clan mentality and follow the third Hokage's lead to integrate into the village, then our Uchiha clan will definitely be able to rise again." Yusuke looked deeply at Shisui, then turned and walked towards the direction of the Uchiha clan. I accept your challenge. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual reader 15 advanced chapters. Intermediate reader 30 advanced chapters. Expert reader 60 advanced chapters. 6 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 26. The next day, a formal challenge letter from Shisui was delivered to Yusuke. This immediately caused a stir in Konoha. Although the Uchiha clan was being ostracized by the village in this period, they were still the first family of Konoha, and even the first family of the ninja world. They enjoyed extremely high prestige throughout the ninja world. The news of the most talented Uchiha challenging the strongest Uchiha ninja immediately attracted the attention of countless people. With the third Hokage's behind-the-scenes encouragement, this duel became known to everyone. Ninjas and civilians alike were waiting for the day of Yusuke and Shisui's duel, wanting to see which of the two Uchiha masters would come out on top. I'm never playing with Shisui again. I thought he was a good guy, but it turns out he's a bad guy. Izumi pouted on the training ground, as if she had a chip on her shoulder. For simple Izumi, judging a person was still based on whether they were good or bad. Itachi frowned. I didn't expect Shisui to actually challenge Sensei. Although I don't know his purpose, I believe that Shisui wouldn't be so shallow as to just be after the title of strongest Uchiha ninja. But according to Shisui's character, since he's already issued the challenge, he definitely won't retract it, Itachi continued. HMPH, if he's not going to retract it, then he's not going to retract it. It's a good chance for brother to teach him a lesson, Izumi said angrily. Itachi shook his head. Shisui is very strong. I'm not underestimating Sensei, but to be honest, I think the outcome of this duel is uncertain. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and asked, is Uchiha Shisui really that good? Yes, I think Shisui's body flicker technique is almost unbeatable. But that's just my judgment based on my own perception, Itachi said with a serious expression. Because Itachi often trained with Shisui at night, he knew more about Shisui's strength. At this time, Might Guy, who had just finished guiding the children in taijutsu training, nodded. Yes, I've also heard about Shisui of the body flickers, self-created body flicker secret technique. He can create 8 illusory clones. These illusory clones are created by combining the body flicker technique with Shisui's secret technique. Only one is Shisui's real body, and all the illusions can attack the enemy simultaneously. Then wouldn't that be even more difficult than facing 8 enemies at the same time? There's only one weakness, but there are 8 points of attack. If you don't destroy the real body, you have to face the attacks of 8 enemies at the same time. Kabuto frowned. Itachi nodded. Yes, and I'm sure that Shisui can now create more than 8 illusory clones. Izumi's cute little face was blank. Huh. Izumi, whose talent was in the normal human range, didn't understand their analysis. It seems like you're all very unconfident in Sensei. As they were discussing, a flash of fire rose from the ground, transforming into a calm-faced young ninja. It was Yusuke, who had just arrived at the training ground. Seeing Yusuke appear, everyone gathered around him, asking him about his confidence in this duel. Don't worry, Shisui is no match for me, Yusuke said with a smile. If he hadn't obtained the 9-tailed fox's yin release chakra, Yusuke wouldn't have been confident in defeating Shisui. But now, he had awakened his Sharingan and mastered a way to further unleash the power of Ryujin Jaka. He was confident of victory. I knew brother was the best. You have to teach him a good lesson, Izumi said happily, hearing Yusuke's confident answer. As she said this, Izumi frowned slightly, but don't teach him a lesson that's too harsh. After all, he was a good person before. Hearing Izumi's innocent words, Yusuke smiled and patted her head. Guy grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Since you're so confident, Yusuke, how about we have a manly duel first? I refuse, Yusuke said expressionlessly. With a bang, Itachi, Kabuto, and Izumi looked in surprise at Guy, who had suddenly attacked. Guy kicked out, stopping right next to Yusuke's head. Yusuke blocked it with his arm. Because Guy's leg power was very strong, the impact of his leg hitting Yusuke's arm made a loud noise. You can't refuse this duel. Guy laughed. Before he finished speaking, Guy's figure gradually blurred, as if he were an illusion. Before anyone present could react, 4 identical guys suddenly attacked Yusuke. 2 used kicks, and 2 used punches. Yusuke's lips curled up slightly. He understood what Guy meant. He was helping Yusuke experience Shisui's body flicker technique in advance. Yusuke dodged and blocked the attacks of the 4 guys. Although Yusuke's taijutsu was also excellent, he quickly realized that ordinary taijutsu was simply no match for this body flicker technique. After all, Guy had only just managed to create 4 illusory clones. Yusuke dodged left and right, barely having a chance to fight back. Even when he occasionally counterattacked, he only hit intangible illusions. After barely holding on for a dozen seconds, Yusuke couldn't withstand Guy's onslaught. He used the fire illusion crow technique to transform into dozens of illusionary crows shrouded in flames and create distance between himself and Guy. It wasn't that Yusuke didn't have a way to deal with this body flicker technique. But his method required him to release Ryujin Jaka, which could potentially injure Guy. Yusuke, how about it? Do you have a countermeasure for this illusory clone technique that uses the body flicker technique? One of the 4 guys bent down, his hands on his knees, panting heavily. He had clearly used up a lot of stamina. The other 3 illusory clones of Guy gradually disappeared. Guy's taijutsu was stronger than Shisui's, and he might not even lose to Shisui in terms of ordinary body flicker technique. But Guy didn't have the secret technique that Shisui mastered. He relied entirely on taijutsu and the body flicker technique to simulate illusory clones, which consumed a lot of stamina. Therefore, even with Guy's strength, he could only simulate 4 illusory clones at most, and he couldn't sustain them for long. Yusuke nodded. It's very tricky, but it won't defeat me. Thank you, Guy, Yusuke said sincerely. Guy stood up and laughed heartily. No problem. I just don't want the opponent I admire to lose to someone else first. 3 days passed quickly. At this time, the training ground that Konoha used for ninja duels was already filled with spectators, both ninjas and civilians, who had come to watch the duel between the 2 Uchiha masters. At this time, there were people from all the major ninja clans in the audience. Even the 3rd Hokage and Danzo had already taken their seats, quietly waiting for the duel to begin. Who do you think will win today? It should be Shisui of the body flicker. I heard he can transform into 1,000 people. He'll stab the other person with 1,000 swords. Where did you hear that urban legend? It's not that exaggerated. I'm more optimistic about Flame Sword. He was a very talented ninja who was very active during the 3rd Great Ninja War. Many spectators in the audience were whispering and discussing the possible outcome of this duel. In a corner near the duel area, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Genma Shiranui, and Guy were huddled together. Kakashi, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? I'm more optimistic about Uchiha Yusuke after seeing how he dealt with a few clan members at the tea house, Asuma said to Kakashi. Genma Shiranui nodded. I agree with Asuma. I know Yusuke's strength. He's definitely an elite jonin. Kakashi didn't answer. He just quietly waited for the duel to begin. He couldn't judge the outcome. It wasn't easy to guess the result of a battle between ninjas of the same level. In the eyes of Asuma, Genma, and the others, Yusuke was very strong and had an overwhelming advantage. But as one of the 3rd Hokage's confidants, Kakashi had interacted with Shisui, who was an Anbu member. He vaguely knew how terrifying Shisui of the body flicker was. On the other side, in a dark corner, Orochimaru licked his lips with a snake-like tongue, excited. This is a truly exciting battle. It's about time. This duel will be hosted by me, Uchiha Fugaku. Now, please have the two duelers come to the center of the training ground. Uchiha Fugaku, who was wearing a dark expression, said loudly as he entered the training ground. After Shisui formally delivered the challenge letter to Yusuke, Fugaku had talked to Shisui twice, but he couldn't persuade Shisui to give up the challenge. In Fugaku's view, this was just a way for the other Konoha clans to make fun of the Uchiha clan. But no matter how unwilling he was, as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, he was the most suitable person to host this duel. Yusuke and Shisui arrived at the center of the training ground, facing each other, about 5 meters apart. They stared at each other. Barrier team, open the barrier. The duel officially begins. Fugaku looked at Yusuke and Shisui with complex emotions, then announced loudly. At the same time, he left the training ground. If these two geniuses could get along and work together to help me revitalize the clan, then our Uchiha clan would definitely be able to regain its footing in Konoha, Fugaku thought to himself. Although Yusuke had reminded Fugaku about Shisui's stance, Fugaku still trusted Shisui very much. In Fugaku's understanding, Shisui was just a representative of the clan's moderates. He hoped to eliminate the conflict between the clan and the village and serve as a bridge between the clan and the village's high-ranking officials. He didn't believe that Shisui would disregard the clan's interests and completely surrender to the village's high-ranking officials. On the training ground, Shisui activated his Sharingan and looked at Yusuke with burning eyes. Yusuke-senpai, I will be the victor of this duel. You are very strong, but you can't defeat my ninja way and my determination. Senpai, what is your ninja way? Looking at Shisui, who was full of confidence, Yusuke said slowly, my ninja way. It's not time for you to know yet. Hearing Yusuke's answer, Shisui didn't say anything more. His gaze suddenly became sharp. Fire release. Great fireball technique. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual reader 15 advanced chapters. Intermediate reader 30 advanced chapters. Expert reader 60 advanced chapters. 6 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 27. Fire release. Great fireball technique. After the duel officially began, Shisui quickly formed hand seals and used the great fireball technique to tactically block Yusuke. Flame release. Flame return. Yusuke also formed hand seals and countered with a jutsu. It was as if a whale was sucking in water. All the great fireballs that Shisui had spewed from his mouth were absorbed into the hand seal in Yusuke's hand. Then Yusuke also opened his mouth and spewed a giant, golden red fireball towards Shisui. This golden red fireball was larger than the great fireball that Shisui had used, and it was clearly hotter. The part that touched the ground even burned the surface to ashes and caused it to sink. Shisui could see that Yusuke's flame release was not easy to withstand. He immediately retreated backwards and jumped high into the air, dodging Yusuke's counterattack. Fire release. Hyakuretsu Bushin. In midair, Shisui simultaneously shot out dozens of kunai, wrapped in flames and spinning at high speed, towards Yusuke. But Shisui's Hyakuretsu Bushin wasn't that simple. He formed hand seals again and used genjutsu to multiply the number of kunai, which were originally dozens, by several times. Moreover, it was impossible to tell which were real and which were fake. Facing the countless kunai wrapped in flames, Yusuke knew that the best way to deal with it was to use an AoE attack to solve it all at once. He quickly formed hand seals and used another flame release jutsu that no one had seen before. Flame release. Fujin. A giant, crimson whirlwind formed in front of Yusuke and blew towards Shisui and the kunai he had shot out. All the kunai that came into contact with this crimson whirlwind were sucked into it, while the ones that weren't sucked in were naturally the kunai clones created by Shisui's genjutsu. They had no substance or attack power. Seeing Yusuke's jutsu, the ninjas in the stands were all amazed by his mastery of ninjutsu. I didn't expect Uchiha Yusuke to be so good at ninjutsu. And it seems like he's mastered flame release, Asuma said in astonishment. Yes, his control over fire element chakra is already superb. I don't know how he managed to change the chakra nature to flame release. In the early days, he was always a ninjutsu type ninja. It was only when he fought against Kurosuke Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, on the battlefield that he first used that kind of swordsmanship that controlled flames. After that battle, his reputation as Flame Sword gradually spread. The speaker was Genma Shiranui. He had been on the same team as Yusuke during the Third Great Ninja War. Is there a Kurosuke Raiga in the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? I thought all the members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen had names that included a fruit or nut. At this moment, Might Guy raised a sharp question. Hearing Guy's question, everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Guy to be focusing on this. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, helplessly shaking his head. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Shisui's body was already caught in the crimson whirlwind that Yusuke had created. The audience immediately gasped in surprise. But the one caught in the whirlwind wasn't Shisui's real body. Shisui had already used the body flicker technique to appear behind Yusuke. At the same time, he drew the katana on his back and swung it towards Yusuke's back. Yusuke keenly sensed Shisui's movements. He immediately turned around, and a magnificent katana appeared in his hand. He blocked Shisui's attack. This katana was Ryujin Jaka, which hadn't yet been released. The two swords clashed, and Yusuke and Shisui locked eyes. Shisui's eyes were filled with determination and a desire for victory, while Yusuke's eyes were calm and indifferent. Shisui swung his katana violently, using the impact of the clash between the two swords to retreat backwards. Uchiha style, Kenzen-en. Flames rose from the katana in Shisui's hand, forming a blade of fire that slashed towards Yusuke. Yusuke was slightly stunned. This was the first time someone had tried to cut him with a flaming sword. He dodged Shisui's flaming slash to the side, and Yusuke immediately released his Zanpakuto. All things, all phenomena, are turned to ash. As soon as Yusuke released Ryujin Jaka, Shisui suddenly formed a hand seal with his left hand and disappeared. Yusuke immediately turned around and faced Shisui, who was using swordsmanship. Uchiha style, Kazakiri. Shisui's katana swung rapidly, and 4 even larger flaming slashes charged towards Yusuke. But although it was called Kazakiri, Yusuke didn't see any connection between this move and wind. The corners of Yusuke's lips curled up slightly. He didn't believe that Shisui's flaming slashes could defeat Ryujin Jaka, even Ryujin Jaka, which hadn't fully unleashed its power. Yusuke gently swung Ryujin Jaka horizontally. A crimson blade of fire flashed, and Shisui's 4 flaming slashes all vanished. As expected, the nickname, Flame Sword, is well deserved. It seems like Shisui of the Uchiha clan is no match for Uchiha Yusuke when it comes to playing with fire on a sword, Asuma laughed from the sidelines. The other ninjas around him nodded in agreement. But Uchiha Shisui isn't known for his fire release. His nickname is Shisui of the Body Flicker. It seems like their duel hasn't reached a critical moment yet, Kurenai analyzed. Seeing Kurenai, who rarely offered her opinion, speak, Asuma immediately nodded in agreement, you're right. On the training ground, Shisui frowned, looking at the katana burning with raging flames in Yusuke's hand. He could see that the principle behind the flames on Yusuke's sword was completely different from his own, and the intensity of the flames was not even in the same league. As expected, I can't defeat you, Senpai, without using my body flicker's secret technique, Shisui said slowly. He still didn't consider Yusuke to be an opponent of the same level. He thought that his body flicker technique was enough to deal with Yusuke, especially since he still had his hidden trump card, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Perfect. I also want to see how powerful Shisui of the body flicker technique is, Yusuke said calmly. As soon as Yusuke finished speaking, Shisui in front of him suddenly began to move rapidly. At the same time, with each movement, he would create an exact replica of himself, making it impossible to tell which was real. All of these replicas were real, and all of them were fake. Shisui's real body could instantly teleport to any of the illusions to attack, and he could also teleport to an unattacked illusion if he was attacked. When 16 illusions appeared, Yusuke was also amazed by Shisui's strength. If an ordinary ninja encountered Shisui's move, they would be completely helpless. Facing the army of Shisui charging towards him, Yusuke held Ryujin Jaka and retreated instead of advancing. Figures crossed, Yusuke swung Ryujin Jaka, which trailed a crimson flame, creating streaks of fire. It was the same move that Yusuke had used against Obito. In terms of combat experience, Shisui was clearly more experienced than Obito. Shisui keenly sensed the streaks of fire left in the air. They were very troublesome. If he teleported to an illusion and attacked with his real body, and he touched these flames, even a single spark would immediately ignite him with this powerful fire release or possibly flame release. 16 of Shisui's illusory clones surrounded Yusuke. But no matter where these clones moved, Yusuke would always use Ryujin Jaka to create streaks of fire around him to restrict them. Through the Shisui illusory clones that hadn't been injured by the streaks of fire, Yusuke could immediately tell that these clones weren't his real body, which reduced the difficulty of pinpointing Shisui's real body. On the training ground, Yusuke swung Ryujin Jaka, wielding it with great force, leaving behind magnificent streaks of fire in the air. They were like crimson ribbons, dazzling and mesmerizing. Shisui was completely unable to unleash the full power of his body flicker's secret technique. He could only switch back and forth between the few illusory clones that weren't in Yusuke's streaks of fire, causing him to be on the defensive, even though he should have been on the offensive after activating his body flicker technique. Increasing the input of chakra, Shisui accelerated the movement speed of his illusory clones, actively dodging Yusuke's flaming slashes and attacking Yusuke with his katana. Although Yusuke tried to widen the range of his offense and defense with each slash, he couldn't achieve 360-degree coverage. Therefore, there were still many gaps for Shisui to counterattack. Flame release. Flame walk technique. Yusuke formed hand seals with his left hand and also began to use his own flame-based body flicker technique. As long as there were flames from Ryujin Jaka, Yusuke's flame walk technique could instantly move to that location. At this time, everyone in the stands was watching with amazement. They could only see Shisui's dazzling illusory clones, constantly dodging or counter-attacking in the crimson streaks of light. Yusuke also seemed to appear out of thin air, moving around in the streaks of fire, sealing them off, and constantly looking for opportunities to attack Shisui's real body. Genma Shiranui swallowed hard. Are these two guys really that strong? Shisui is only 12 years old, right? And Yusuke's strength has improved too fast. If Yusuke had this kind of strength when he encountered Kurosuke Raiga of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, maybe Dai wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. Genma then shook his head and sighed. Might Guy, who was beside Genma, remained silent. Asuma nudged Kakashi, who was beside him, and asked, "Are you hiding your strength too, just like them?" Kakashi shook his head. I'm probably not their opponent now. But if I were to fight them as an enemy on the battlefield, I'm confident that I could hold off either one of them. If Yusuke were there, he would definitely secretly complain that Kakashi had already classified himself as a 50-50 ninja. On the other side of the stands, the Hyuga clan brothers, Hiyashi Hyuga and Hizashi Hyuga, opened their Byakugan to observe Yusuke and Shisui, who were fighting. Big brother, even with my Byakugan, I can't tell which is Shisui's real body, Hizashi Hyuga frowned. Hiyashi Hyuga said slowly, yes, I don't know how he's using this secret technique. Every illusory clone seems to be his real body. Even the Byakugan can't tell which is real. It's a truly troublesome jutsu. As he said this, Hiyashi Hyuga's expression became serious. The Uchiha clan is truly the most top-tier clan since the Warring States period. Our Hyuga clan is also a top-tier clan, but we haven't produced a genius like this yet. It's truly a disgrace. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 2 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 28. Hearing his brother Hiyashi Hyuga's words, Hizashi Hyuga immediately focused his attention on observing the flow of chakra in Yusuke's body. What? Uchiha Yusuke is using yin-release chakra to create the flames on his weapon. How is that possible? Hizashi Hyuga exclaimed. That's what I'm puzzled about. The flames on his weapon aren't genjutsu. They're extremely hot. I can't understand why he's using yin-release chakra to activate them, Hiyashi Hyuga said with a serious expression. After all, the unknown was the most frightening. Yusuke's abilities were beyond Hiyashi Hyuga's comprehension, so he naturally felt a sense of fear. Hiyashi Hyuga didn't know that the flames on Yusuke's weapon weren't chakra flames but flames from Ryujin Jaka, his Zanpakuto. The best way to unleash Ryujin Jaka's power was to use soul power. In the Naruto world, soul power was also part of yin-release chakra. At this time, Shisui on the training ground was gradually feeling exhausted. Although using the body flicker technique to create illusory clones didn't consume as much stamina as Guy, who relied purely on taijutsu, it still put a considerable burden on him. Yusuke, who was constantly chasing Shisui using the flame walk technique, also immediately noticed Shisui's condition. Due to the massive consumption of stamina and chakra, Shisui's speed was constantly decreasing, leading to a decrease in the number of illusory clones he could maintain. The original 16 illusory clones gradually decreased to only 8. Taking advantage of this situation, Yusuke pressed his attack. He seized the opportunity and unleashed a flaming slash that extended far, covering 7 of Shisui's illusory clones. At this moment, Yusuke knew that the only remaining illusion that hadn't been touched by the flaming slash was where Shisui's real body was. Yusuke used the flame walk technique again. Half of his body emerged from the flaming slash behind Shisui. Ryujin Jaka, burning with raging flames, was raised high, ready to strike. Shisui, if you don't have any other trump cards, then this is the end. Sensing the intense killing intent behind him, Shisui couldn't dodge in time. He could no longer hold back his strength. He immediately activated the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The three-tomo pattern in his eyes instantly transformed into a 4-pronged dart shape. Susanoo, a giant, emerald green skeleton suddenly enveloped Shisui's body, blocking the crimson slash that Yusuke had swung diagonally. Seeing this, Yusuke immediately used the recoil from his diagonal slash to retreat backwards, creating some distance between himself and Shisui. After standing still, Yusuke calmly observed the Susanoo, which was still in its half-skeleton form. At this time, gasps of surprise rang out from the stands. Almost all the spectators had never heard of the Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone seen the Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku, who had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, naturally recognized that Shisui was using the Susanoo ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After a moment of shock, Fugaku frowned. He was both happy and worried. He was happy that Uchiha Shisui had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, meaning that the clan had gained another Kage-level expert. But he was worried that Shisui had not only concealed the fact that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he was also using the Mangekyo Sharingan's irreplaceable dojutsu power to fight against Yusuke, a member of his own clan. If he could, Fugaku would have rushed onto the training ground to stop them from continuing the duel. But in this formal duel, under the eyes of everyone, Fugaku could only anxiously watch from the sidelines. In the stands, the third Hokage had a calm expression, but Danzo's face changed drastically. Uchiha Shisui has actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. What ability does his Mangekyo Sharingan have? Danzo asked the third Hokage beside him. It's a genjutsu that can permanently alter a person's mind, the third Hokage said slowly. Danzo's expression was gloomy. This ability is too dangerous. It needs to be in my. Seeing the third Hokage turn to look at him, Danzo changed his words halfway through. It needs to be in our hands. Shisui is trustworthy. The third Hokage turned back and focused his gaze on Yusuke, who was still very calm. No Uchiha is trustworthy. The risk is too great. We must act, Danzo said. As if he hadn't heard Danzo's words, the third Hokage just looked thoughtfully at Yusuke, who was still very calm. On the other side of the stands, Genma Shiranui looked at the emerald green giant skeleton on the training ground and said curiously, "What's that?" "Summoning jutsu. But I've never seen such a strange summoned creature." Kakashi's expression was serious. "It's not summoning jutsu. It should be a unique ability of the Sharingan. Pay attention to Uchiha Shisui's eyes." Hearing Kakashi's words, everyone looked at Shisui's Sharingan and immediately noticed that Shisui's Sharingan was clearly different from the Tomo pattern of an ordinary Uchiha. "What kind of Sharingan is that?" Asuma asked Kakashi, turning his head. Kakashi shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe it's because I've also transplanted a Sharingan. I can sense that the chakra emanating from this giant skeleton is very evil." In the center of the training ground, facing Shisui's Susanoo, Yusuke remained calm. "Susanoo, right, the dojutsu power of an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan can't be restored. You're wasting this dojutsu power to fight me. Is it worth it?" Yusuke looked at Shisui and said. "Of course it's worth it. Senpai, since you can recognize the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo, you should know the difference in our strength." "I don't want to hurt you, Senpai. You should just surrender." Hearing Shisui's words, Yusuke shook his head. "The Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed a very powerful ability, but it's not enough to defeat me." As he spoke, Yusuke had already released the power of the Tuyi seal. Although the nine-tailed fox's power in the cursed seal hadn't been fully replenished, Yusuke thought it was enough to deal with Shisui. "If that's the case, then Senpai, be careful." But as soon as Shisui finished speaking and was about to attack, he suddenly noticed a shocking change in Yusuke opposite him. Black inscriptions appeared on Yusuke's neck and spread upwards, covering his entire face. The hands that Yusuke had revealed were soon covered by the spreading inscriptions. As the inscriptions appeared on Yusuke's body, all the ninjas in the audience, who were sensitive to chakra, noticed that Yusuke's chakra was rapidly increasing, far exceeding the amount of chakra that a normal ninja could possess. Not only was Shisui in front of Yusuke stunned by Yusuke's transformation, but everyone in the stands was shocked as well. In today's duel, both Yusuke and Shisui had already displayed many powerful abilities that no one had ever seen before, making all the spectators marvel at the Uchiha clan. They truly lived up to their reputation as the first clan of Konoha. How can there be such powerful yin-release chakra? Even the tailed beasts are nothing compared to this, Hisashi Hyuga, who was observing with the Byakugan, exclaimed in surprise. Through the Byakugan, he could clearly see the extremely abundant yin-release chakra flowing through Yusuke's meridians. Hisashi Hyuga, who was beside Hisashi, frowned and said nothing. As the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, he felt a deep sense of crisis. As one of Konoha's top ninja clans, the top ninjas of the Uchiha clan were clearly far stronger than those of the Hyuga clan. He, as the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, knew that he was no match for the two young men who were fighting on the training ground. Standing in the center of the emerald green Susanoo skeleton, Shisui began to control the Susanoo to attack. The Susanoo's skeleton grew two skeletal arms, and a giant spiral sword appeared in its right hand. The Susanoo raised its spiral sword and stabbed fiercely towards Yusuke. Although its body was huge, it moved very quickly. Facing the Susanoo's attack, Yusuke stood still, not moving at all. He simply began to frantically draw yin-release chakra from the nine-tailed fox and activate the power of Ryujinjaka in his hand. The flames on Ryujinjaka in Yusuke's hand suddenly flared up. The color of the flames changed from crimson to golden red. The flame trail trailing from the tip of the blade formed a burning ring of fire behind Yusuke. This is the power that Ryujinjaka should have. I've really disgraced this strongest fire-type Zanpakuto in the past. Feeling the excited resonance coming from Ryujinjaka in his hand, Yusuke couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this time, under the influence of Ryujinjaka, the air in the entire training ground became dry. Everyone's gaze shifted from the Susanoo to the magnificent katana burning with raging flames in Yusuke's hand. Flame repulsion. Yusuke swung Ryujinjaka in his hand. A circle of golden red flames formed around him, blocking the attack of the Susanoo's spiral sword. At the same time, as the spiral sword came into contact with this circle of golden red flames, a violent explosion occurred within the flames. Not only did it push Shisui back a few steps along with Susanoo, but the spiral sword in Susanoo's hand was also blown to pieces. Only half of it remained in Susanoo's hand. Flame repulsion was the first time Yusuke had truly used Ryujinjaka's own ability. He had been unable to truly use Ryujinjaka's power before. Although he had achieved Shikai, he hadn't actually been able to use Ryujinjaka's skills. But now, with the support of the nine-tailed fox's massive yin-release chakra, Yusuke finally had enough energy to activate Ryujinjaka. But because the power of Ryujinjaka's skills was too great, even the nine-tailed fox's yin-release chakra could only be used for a few moves before it was drained. Looking at the spiral sword in Susanoo's hand, which was now only half its size, Shisui was shocked. Impossible. He knew the strength of the Susanoo better than anyone. How could its weapon be destroyed so easily? What kind of flames were those? Ignoring Shisui's shock, Yusuke said calmly, "Shisui, try to upgrade your Susanoo to its full form. Because you might die from my next move." For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 6 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 29. Hearing Yusuke's words, Shisui didn't take it as a joke at all. He immediately increased the output of his dojutsu power and began to enhance the Susanoo's abilities. First, a layer of muscle-like tissue grew on the outside of the Susanoo's skeletal body. The face was no longer a skull but grew into the face of a tengu. After the body was fully grown, armor formed on the outside of the Susanoo's body, and two giant tengu wings grew on its back. At this time, Shisui's Susanoo had grown to its third stage. But due to the intense consumption of dojutsu power in the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui's eyes were bleeding, and bloodshot veins covered them. It was clear that his dojutsu power had reached its limit. Shisui's chest heaved violently. After this series of high-intensity battles, his chakra and stamina were almost depleted. Fugaku, who was watching from the sidelines, was now on edge. It wasn't just that Shisui was wasting the Mangekyo Sharingan's power, which made him heartbroken. More importantly, the two geniuses of the clan were engaged in a pointless duel. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. As expected of someone who can activate Susanoo with one eye. Shisui's dojutsu power is truly amazing. An ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan can already use Susanoo to this extent, Yusuke thought to himself, secretly praising Shisui, looking at the Susanoo, which was now larger due to the addition of muscles and armor. After the Susanoo was ready, Shisui decided to strike first. Before this duel began, he never expected Yusuke to be so strong that he would be forced to use the third stage of Susanoo. The armor on the Susanoo's chest slowly opened, revealing a giant, emerald green jewel. Susanoo stretched out its left hand into its chest cavity and took out the jewel. "Yusuke-senpai, let's decide the winner with this move," Shisui said, panting heavily. At this time, Yusuke was also frantically drawing yin release chakra from the cursed seal. The yin release chakra he had replenished not long ago was drained again. The nine-tailed fox, whose size had just recovered somewhat, was instantly reduced to its juvenile form again. Seeing the two on the field preparing to attack, all the spectators fell silent. The entire training ground was silent. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment when the winner would be decided. Yata Mirror, Inferno. The emerald green chakra around Shisui's Susanoo suddenly burst out. The jewel in his hand instantly grew larger and spun rapidly, flying towards Yusuke's location with a gust of wind. If he was hit by this move, he would definitely be pulverized. Yusuke's eyes, which had been calm and still, suddenly turned sharp. He swung Ryujin Jaka in his right hand, slashing out a golden red blade of fire. As the blade of fire cut through the air, balls of fire detached one by one along the flame trail. Each ball of fire instantly transformed into a fire pillar hundreds of meters tall. In the end, 8 giant, golden red fire pillars formed and quickly surrounded Shisui's Susanoo. Seeing the power of Shisui and Yusuke's moves, Fugaku, who was on the sidelines, immediately mobilized the sealing team to strengthen the seals around the training ground. At the same time, he was also very worried. He silently prayed that the two wouldn't have any accidents. When the emerald green Yata mirror collided with the golden red fire pillars that Yusuke had unleashed, the scene that Shisui had imagined, where the Yata mirror broke through the fire pillars and continued to attack Yusuke, didn't happen. Instead, it was like a cow entering the sea. The Yata mirror completely disappeared into the fire pillars. What? Seeing the Yata mirror vanish into ashes in the fire pillars, Shisui was dumbfounded. He exclaimed in disbelief. But Shisui quickly realized that the battle wasn't over yet. The 8 fire pillars that Yusuke had summoned were right in front of him. He had to defend himself first. Shisui quickly formed hand seals, and Susanoo also formed the same hand seals as Shisui. Mangekyo Tenjin, hundreds and thousands of giant bones extended outwards from Susanoo's body. These bones quickly grew and formed 6 giant bone walls. A ferocious Tengu skull was embedded in the center of each bone wall. The 6 bone walls eventually formed a regular hexagon, protecting Susanoo and Shisui inside. Just as Shisui finished forming the strongest defensive jutsu he had mastered, the 8 tall, golden red fire pillars surrounded him, Susanoo, and the bone walls he had just summoned. The fire pillars exploded violently, turning into a sea of golden red flames. Under the scorching heat of the golden red flames, the bone walls and Susanoo that Shisui had created began to melt at a visible rate. "Yusuke, please show mercy." At this time, Fugaku, who was on the sidelines, shouted loudly. He couldn't just stand by and watch Shisui, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, fall to Yusuke's hand. Hearing Fugaku's request, Yusuke sighed and decided to spare Shisui. At this time, he could sense that Shisui's energy in the sea of flames was already very weak. He was desperately trying to hold on, overtaxing his chakra and dojutsu power. But even so, Yusuke judged that he wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few breaths. Yusuke used the body flicker technique to appear on top of Shisui's Susanoo, preparing to retract the flames. At this time, Yusuke was standing on the giant Susanoo, holding a katana burning with raging flames. The flame trail trailing from the tip of the blade formed a giant, golden-red ring of fire behind him. Combined with the surrounding golden-red sea of flames, it was like a fire god. The entire training ground, both ninjas and civilians, were awestruck by Yusuke's amazing power. Yusuke plunged Ryujin Jaka vertically downwards into Susanoo's head. Susanoo roared wildly. As Susanoo roared like it was from the depths of hell, its wings, armor, muscle tissue, and bones gradually dissipated. In the end, the entire Susanoo disappeared from the training ground. At the same time, Ryujin Jaka, like a whale sucking in water, absorbed all the flames in the golden-red sea of flames into its blade. The raging sea of flames that had been burning violently just moments ago vanished in an instant, leaving only a giant crater in the center of the training ground and a patch of scorched earth beneath it. Without the protection of Susanoo, Shisui, who was completely depleted of stamina, chakra, and dojutsu power, let out a muffled groan and fell from the air. He no longer had the strength to react. He landed directly in the center of the crater, lying on his back. Yusuke, who had been standing on top of Susanoo, descended from the sky and stood in front of Shisui. His Zanpakuto, which had been released, was plunged into the ground beside Shisui's neck. He looked down at Shisui from above. The battle is over. Looking at Shisui's bloodshot eyes, which had deactivated the Sharingan, Yusuke said calmly. For Yusuke, this was a pointless battle. It had no meaning. Therefore, Yusuke didn't feel any joy at this moment. Instead, he felt a slight sense of relief. If I hadn't gotten the nine-tailed fox's yin-release chakra first, I would probably be the one who lost this battle. Checking the state of the two-yi seal, Yusuke found that the yin-release chakra in the cursed seal had been completely drained after he used Inferno. The nine-tailed fox had been ruthlessly squeezed dry by him again. I've only just used Ryujin Jaka's abilities. I haven't fully unleashed Ryujin Jaka's full power yet. And then there are Bankai techniques. It seems like I need to find a way to increase my yin-release chakra reserves as soon as possible, Yusuke thought to himself. Fugaku, who was on the sidelines, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yusuke had shown mercy and spared Shisui's life. He hurried to the center of the training ground to announce the result of the duel. The entire audience in the stands, after a moment of silence, suddenly erupted in excitement. Today's battle could be considered to be at the cage level. It had opened everyone's eyes, and the reaction was naturally very enthusiastic. Because of the high temperature of Ryujin Jaka in Yusuke's hand, the air in the training ground became very dry. Many spectators were already sweating profusely. Some of their hair was even slightly curled, as if it had just been baked. Shisui, who was silent, stared blankly at the sky. Two streams of hot tears mixed with blood flowed from his eyes, slowly dripping down his cheeks onto the ground. In Shisui's heart, he had let down the third Hokage's expectations of him. He had also lost the opportunity to gain more influence in the clan and then reform it. After officially announcing that Yusuke had won the duel, Fugaku immediately arranged for medical ninjas to carry Shisui away for treatment. Now, in Fugaku's heart, Yusuke was still the one he valued most. But after Yusuke, it was Shisui, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yusuke, thank you for showing mercy, Fugaku said sincerely, looking at Yusuke. In ninja duels, victory often came down to life or death. In a battle of that level, the fact that Yusuke had stopped and spared Shisui's life was a great favor. Yusuke waved his hand and reminded him, I still say the same thing. Shisui's stance is a big problem. If you can't pull him to your side, he might become your biggest obstacle in the future. Fugaku nodded, don't worry. I'll talk to Shisui again. Looking at Yusuke, who was completely unscathed and whose clothes were still neat, Fugaku looked surprised, it seems like you won very easily. I can't see through your strength at all. Yusuke smiled and didn't explain. But Yusuke knew that his victory hadn't been easy. Besides not using his Sharingan, he had already used all his tricks, including completely draining the nine-tailed fox's yin-release chakra in the cursed seal. After chatting with Yusuke briefly, Fugaku hurried off to the hospital to check on Shisui's condition. Yusuke left the training ground, surrounded by the awestruck gazes of everyone. The spectators in the stands were also leaving one by one. Many of them were still excitedly talking about the scene of Yusuke and Shisui's battle. Some of the children present had already started to pick up bamboo swords, wooden sticks, and other things to imitate Yusuke, calling themselves Flame Sword. Although Shisui was also very powerful, he had lost after all. Moreover, the effects of Yusuke's Ryujin Jaka were really cool and memorable, making it easier to attract children who admired heroes. In the special seats, the third Hokage and Danzo hadn't left yet. They looked at each other and remained silent. For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/Kane45. Casual Reader 15 Advanced Chapters. Intermediate Reader 30 Advanced Chapters. Expert Reader 60 Advanced Chapters. 3 comments 0 vote. NZNT. Chapter 30. After the duel ended, Yusuke left the training ground. Izumi and Kabuto were already waiting for him outside. When she saw Yusuke coming, Izumi jumped into Yusuke's arms happily. "Brother, you were so cool. I knew you would win." Holding the petite Izumi in his left arm, Yusuke patted her head with his right hand and smiled, of course. Izumi's big, black eyes blinked, and she said coquettishly, "Brother, that swordsmanship where you set your sword on fire was so cool. Can you teach Izumi too?" "That, brother can't. It's my special ability. Other people can't use it. But don't worry, brother will teach you other cool jutsu in the future." Hearing Yusuke's words, Izumi's little mouth pouted. But she quickly moved on to another topic and asked Yusuke, "Is Shisui okay?" He looked a little bad when they carried him away. Even though he was kind of strange for suddenly challenging you, brother, you didn't hurt him too badly, right? Hearing this, Itachi looked at Yusuke with worry. Yusuke patted Itachi on the shoulder, "Don't worry. Shisui is fine. He'll be fine after resting for a while." Yusuke was about to take the three children back to the Uchiha clan's headquarters when a cheerful voice came from behind them. "Yusuke, to celebrate your victory over a formidable opponent, let's all go eat yakiniku to celebrate." The group turned around and saw Guy, who had also just come from the training ground. Kakashi, Asuma, and the others were with him. Looking at Izumi and Kabuto, who were looking forward to it, Yusuke accepted Guy's invitation and prepared to take the three children to eat a good meal. "Sensei, I'm very sorry, but I'm a little worried about Shisui's injuries. I want to go visit him," Itachi said apologetically. Yusuke nodded, showing his understanding. But Izumi, who was being held in his arms, seemed a little less enthusiastic when she heard that Itachi wasn't going. In the third Hokage's office in the Hokage Tower. "Sarutobi, you saw the battle today. We must find a way to restrict the Uchiha clan's power," Danzo said grimly. At this time, only the third Hokage and Danzo were in the office. Even the Anbu who usually secretly protected the third Hokage had been sent away by the third Hokage. It was clear that the two needed to discuss something very confidential. Hearing Danzo's words, the third Hokage frowned, but he didn't respond. He seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing that the third Hokage was still silent, Danzo continued, "This Uchiha Yusuke's strength. Even you probably couldn't defeat him, let alone me, right? Moreover, Uchiha Shisui's strength isn't much worse than his. If you can't control Uchiha Shisui, the Uchiha clan will have at least two experts comparable to you, the Hokage. Also, I believe that this Uchiha Fugaku is definitely hiding something. Now, the village might not have enough power to suppress the Uchiha clan." Danzo continued to analyze the current situation for the third Hokage, hoping that the third Hokage would take a stand and take action against the Uchiha clan as soon as possible. "Enough. I'll think about it," the third Hokage waved his hand, signaling for Danzo to stop talking. Danzo snorted coldly, dissatisfied with the third Hokage's indecisiveness. "If you keep going like this, you'll regret it sooner or later." Danzo slammed his kimono sleeve hard and then left the third Hokage's office. Rubbing his temples, the third Hokage was also very troubled at this time. "Uchiha Yusuke, what should I do with you?" The plan to have Shisui become the spokesperson for the Uchiha clan had failed. Instead, it had helped Yusuke greatly increase his prestige in the Uchiha clan, and even in the village. What worried the third Hokage most was that he couldn't see through Yusuke's strength at all. Should I use Shisui's eyes to control him first? The third Hokage thought for a moment, but ultimately abandoned this idea. Shisui's eye ability was too important. Besides, the time interval between uses was too long. The third Hokage wasn't prepared to use Shisui's eye ability unless it was absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, in a yakiniku restaurant in Konoha, Yusuke was having a rare gathering with his fellow ninjas, along with Izumi and Kabuto. At Guy's invitation, besides Yusuke, Kakashi, Genma, Asuma, and Kurenai were also present. They sat around the yakiniku table, each with a large glass of drink in front of them. But it wasn't alcohol, it was just ordinary juice. None of them had reached the official drinking age yet. The yakiniku restaurant owner decisively refused Asuma, who wanted to buy some sake. Izumi and Kabuto, the two children, were eating with gusto, while Yusuke and his fellow ninjas chatted casually. Yusuke, how did you learn that kind of flaming swordsmanship? It's really amazing, Asuma asked with interest. Hearing Asuma's question, everyone looked at Yusuke. After all, the strength he had displayed today was too shocking, and the most impressive thing was the katana burning with raging flames. As a ninja, it's perfectly reasonable to know a little bit of swordsmanship with flames, right? Yusuke said with a smile. He had used Ryujin Jaka's techniques for the first time today, and the results were excellent. Therefore, Yusuke was also in a good mood and started playing a joke that no one else understood. I heard that your clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi, is also your disciple. Will you teach him this skill? Genma Shiranui asked. Yusuke shook his head, I can't teach anyone this swordsmanship. It's my unique talent. After all, without Ryujin Jaka, he couldn't use those techniques. As he said this, he glanced at Kakashi. Yusuke said pointedly, but when it comes to swordsmanship, White Fang-sama is definitely the best. I admire his swordsmanship very much. At this time, Kakashi was still carrying the chakra short sword passed down from White Fang on his back. He hadn't completely abandoned the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan. But Yusuke knew that Kakashi would soon focus on developing his Sharingan, transforming into a ninjutsu-type ninja. He would later be known as the copy ninja. But in Yusuke's view, this was a very wrong choice. Kakashi seemed unconcerned by Yusuke's words on the surface, but he was also hesitant about his future choices in his heart. They discussed ninjutsu for a while longer. It was getting late, so they prepared to leave. Guy was about to split the bill with everyone when he suddenly noticed that Kakashi, who had been sitting there, had suddenly turned into a mangy dog. Yusuke, Izumi, and Kabuto had turned into a big bear plushie and two little bear plushies. Asuma and Kurenai gradually disappeared like illusions. It was clearly a genjutsu escape. Guy's expression was blank. He poked Genma Shiranui, who was still there, with his finger. He couldn't believe it and poked him a few more times. Hey, stop poking me. I'm real, but you invited me here. You don't want me to pay for you, do you? Then why didn't you just run away? Why are you still here? I just wanted to see how you, without your ninja vest, take money out of that tight-fitting outfit. Guy, on the street in the evening, three figures, one big and two small, were strolling leisurely. Yusuke held Izumi's hand with his left hand and had Kabuto on his right. They slowly walked towards the Uchiha clan's new headquarters. Brother, you've already paid the bill. Why did you have to use a substitute technique to escape? Izumi asked. Nothing, I just thought it might be fun, Yusuke said with a smile. Hearing this, Kabuto twitched his lips slightly. He didn't say anything, but pushed up his glasses. He didn't know what he was thinking. The three of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they reached their doorstep. In the darkness, a small white snake was secretly watching them. He told Izumi and Kabuto to go home first and gently close the door. Yusuke turned and looked at where the white snake was. Orochimaru-sama, please come out. With a bang, the white snake turned into a puff of white smoke. A tall, thin figure slowly walked out of the smoke. It was Orochimaru. Yusuke-kun, this isn't the place to talk. Come with me. Yusuke followed Orochimaru. They soon arrived at a secluded grove on the edge of the village. Stopping, Orochimaru turned to Yusuke and said, Yusuke-kun, your performance in today's duel was truly surprising. Nothing. I'm sure this level of strength is nothing to Orochimaru-sama. Yusuke said slowly. You're too modest. To be honest, I might not be your opponent now. Yusuke didn't respond. Instead, he asked, Orochimaru-sama, you didn't just come here to admire my strength, did you? Orochimaru looked into Yusuke's eyes and said slowly, Sharingan. What a jealous-inducing talent. That child named Uchiha Shisui, just by relying on the Sharingan, can reach a level that most ninjas can't even imagine in a lifetime. Although Orochimaru's tone was still normal, Yusuke could see a light called desire in his snake eyes. Yusuke hadn't expected that his battle with Shisui had made Orochimaru interested in the Sharingan prematurely. Ordinary people might suffer more than they gain if they transplant a Sharingan. For example, Kakashi. The Sharingan was a huge burden for him. He couldn't turn off his Sharingan, so he was constantly in a state of chakra depletion. He could only use bandages to cover his Sharingan, reducing the fatigue and chakra consumption burden to some extent. But Orochimaru, who possessed the reanimation jutsu, didn't have to worry about these things. As long as he took over the body of an Uchiha, he would have the Uchiha bloodline and could perfectly control the Sharingan. Knowing what Orochimaru was thinking, Yusuke remained silent. If Orochimaru were to take action to seize the body of an Uchiha, he, as a member of the Uchiha clan, couldn't stand by and do nothing. Their eyes met, and they immediately guessed what the other was thinking. After a few seconds of silence, Orochimaru spoke first. Yusuke-kun, although you didn't use it in today's duel, you've actually awakened your Sharingan, haven't you? Hearing Orochimaru's question, Yusuke was startled. He was about to deny it when a long sword suddenly shot out of Orochimaru's mouth, slashing towards Yusuke's chest. The two of them were only inches apart. Orochimaru's sudden attack, which came from his mouth, caught Yusuke off guard. Yusuke quickly retreated and used the body flicker technique to create distance. Although he wasn't injured, his chest was cut open. Orochimaru-sama, what do you mean? For more advanced chapters visit my Patreon. patreon.com/kane45. Casual reader 15 advanced chapters. Intermediate reader 30 advanced chapters. Expert reader 60 advanced chapters. Next chapter. Enjoy this book so far. Sign in to find out more. Sign in later. Naruto. Zanka no Tachi Chapter 30 NZNT, Chapter 30 Web Novel.